In today's video, I wanted to begin my journey through the vanilla main questline, the Planemeld, featured in the Elder Scrolls Online. I had never actually gotten through the main story for this game before. In fact, I don't think I progressed with it past the tutorial section. So, through my eyes, this adventure will be brand new. I want to take you all on this grand story arc, and together, we can experience a part of Tamrielic history. We'll step into the second era of the Elder Scrolls and meet with the heroes and villains of old. We'll see familiar faces and places, as well as novel destinations and NPCs. For this series, I'll be going through all 13 quests in the Planemeld storyline. I'll detail my experiences, listen to the dialogue, and discuss any lore, thoughts, or observations that I came across along the way. Without further ado, let's step foot into the universe of the Elder Scrolls Online.
The storm is coming. As the Imperial throne lies empty, the scent of war swirls in the air. The fate of all Tamriel rests on the strength of a common prisoner's soul. Evil awakens. A long-banished foe stirs. Those who would destroy Tamriel seek out dangers to their dark plot. And so death's long arm reaches out. It is the 582nd year of the Second Era. The drums of war are sounding. This is where our journey begins.
While chaotic and confusing, that opening cinematic sets the stage for one of ESO's many storylines. First things first though, the adventure starts with the character creation process. Because I'm playing through the Planemeld questline, my character's race and class don't have any impact on the experience. For those who are curious though, I went with a Breton of the Daggerfall Covenant and chose to play as a Nightblade. As far as the game tells me, those are among the few classes and races that I've yet to try out. The Nightblade is the stereotypical sneaky, thief, assassin type of role. Their skills are best aligned with blades, stealth, and speed. I was looking forward to also trying out a bow and arrow build. We'll see how that one plays out though. When all is said and done, I begin my playthrough in a cell of some kind. This appears to be a jail, and all around me, I hear the sounds of agony and suffering. At the same time, I also hear someone call out to me. At first, I can't see who it is. However, after a few moments, something appears in front of me. It's a person, but they're taking on the form of a spirit or aspect. They beckon me over for a conversation, and in search of answers, I comply. This person is known as the Prophet.
Slowly now. You've been through an ordeal. Take a few moments to collect yourself. Like you, I am a prisoner in this place, yet so much more. I am the past and the future, both. I am despair and hope. The tapestry we weave is a complex one. You cannot hope to see its pattern in its entirety. Not yet. You must rescue me, and I, in turn, must rescue you. You must escape from this cell, take up arms, and protect yourself. Then find Lyris Titanborn.
Before I could ask who that is, someone else shows up outside my cell and offers to lend a hand.
The name's Lyris. I hope you've still got some fight left in you. You're going to need it.
Conveniently, that's who I was sent to look for. Through Lyris' help, I'm able to escape the cell. Doing so allows me to wander around this place, which is called the Wailing Prison. This space holds all sorts of prisoners as well as incapacitated Daedra. Looting a Dremora churl, I'm able to get a hold of my first weapon, a maple bow. This item is seemingly randomized, or at the very least, selected to fit the player's class. If it wasn't already indicated, the first quest also serves as a tutorial for the game. Accompanying the introduction to the story is also an introduction to basic gameplay mechanics and features. Among other aspects, I learn about ESO's menu, inventory, and combat system. For example, my first fight against a Dremora has the game prompting me to try out light attacks. As the adventure goes on, I'm shown different maneuvers and skills like blocking, dodging, and heavy attacks. For now, my objective is to follow Lyris through the prison. Our only hope of making it out of here is by taking on whatever lies ahead. However, as indicated by the Prophet, there seems to be some kind of link between him and Titanborn.
This place is an abomination. You can almost feel the hatred emanating from every rock. A fellow prisoner. The name's Lyris. What? Who told you to find me? The Prophet. He spoke to you? What did he say? Ha, that sounds like the Prophet, all right. He's a prisoner here too. It was very dangerous for him to speak to you, even for a moment. He must think you can help me. Break him out, of course. Believe me, I can use all the help I can get. That blind old man is the only person alive who can help us get back home. Tamriel's a long way from here. These tunnels will eventually take us to the Towers of Eyes. That's where we'll find the Sentinels. I'm sure you do, and I'll answer them as best I can.
Before heading further into the prison, or whatever's out there, I wanted to ask Lyris some follow-up questions regarding this place and the Prophet.
You're obviously not in Tamriel anymore. Think of the most miserable, depressing place you've ever been in your life. That's paradise compared to Coldharbour. And to top it off, well, there's no easy way to say it. You're dead. I don't know. Once we rescue the Prophet, he can tell you about the gods and the ways of oblivion. I don't understand any of it myself. A man named Manamarco. His worm cult is doing some kind of ritual back in Tamriel. They sacrificed you and everyone in this prison to the Daedric Prince Molag Bal. After you died, whatever was left showed up here. They call you the Soul Shriven. It means you're a slave and you'll spend the rest of eternity here in Coldharbour, working under the lash of the Daedra. Unless, of course, you come with me. No, I wasn't sacrificed. The Prophet and I were brought here conventionally, if that makes any sense. But we're prisoners here, same as you. He's a strange one, no doubt about it. But he's the wisest man I've ever met. He sees things. The past, the future.
Lyris' dialogue ends up tying back in with the opening cinematic of ESO. I was dragged off to a dungeon by a cult and sacrificed by someone named Manamarco for some ritual. That's how I ended up here in Coldharbour, Molag Bal's Daedric realm of oblivion. Although for now, the details of everything are still a bit foggy. I'm still unsure of Lyris or the Prophet's role in all of this, and I haven't got a clue on how I'll return to the land of the living. Although, I suppose Titanborn seems confident in her plan, and at the moment, it's all I have to go off of. After testing my mettle against a named Daedra, Vikar the Forge Master, Lyris and I pressed further into Coldharbour. Along the way, I'd continue to sharpen my skills and collect various loot. Eventually, we found ourselves in an area called the Tower of Eyes. Out here, Titanborn mentions that Molag Bal can see every part of his realm. Therefore, the two of us need to find some way to distract him. Lyris thinks she has an idea on how to make that happen. Together, we cut our way through the Daedric Prince's forces. At some point, I managed to get a hold of 2 daggers, and I experimented with a twin blade combat style. As you'll come to see later on, with a Nightblade skill book, this is probably the ideal loadout. As of my early game experience, the assassination skill tree is built around getting in close and dealing quick damage. The best way to utilize those abilities is obviously through having a baseline of speedy and frequent attacks. It's a little early to be already discounting the bow, but as my time progresses, I see that a Nightblade's combos are best dealt with some kind of bladed weapon. In any case, pushing past the enemy patrols, Lyris and I ascended the tower. On the way up, she tells me to be as inconspicuous as possible. That's because at the top, we came across some entity called the Coldharbour Sentinel. It's a glowing, floating eyeball that acts as Molag Bal's sight. Attacking it, the entity disappears, and Lyris thinks this is our chance for reaching the Prophet's cell. Descending the tower and rushing through the canyon, I get eyes on the gateway. Unfortunately, as we near it, Molag Bal reveals that he's been one step ahead of us.
Fool! You will never escape my realm.
Hermamora's wagging tongue. The door's warded. We'll never get in this way.
Thinking on where to go from here, I spoke with Lyris and heard out her plan B.
Damn it! Destroying the Sentinel must have triggered these wards. We'll need to find another way in. Maybe Cadwell can help us. Cadwell is the oldest of the Soul Shriven. After years of torment, Soul Shriven usually go insane and turn feral. But not Cadwell. He was already insane before he left Tamriel. Mad as a box of frogs, but completely harmless. You'll see. Cadwell sees things as he wishes them to be. To him, Coldharbour is a wondrous place. It's his home. And he knows it like the back of his hand. He's usually down by the river. Let's go find him.
Sounds more like a Shivering Isles resident than a Coldharbour one. Cutting the corner and wandering into the refugee camp, this Cadwell can be seen sitting by the fire and playing the lute. He doesn't keep the best of company, and he does indeed appear to be a little loony, but that's exactly what Lyris and I need to get out of here.
Hello, what's this? Out for a stroll then? Lovely day for it. Sir Cadwell, yes, indeed, a pleasure. And fair Lyris, good to see you, my dear. How are you then? Oh dear, well that is inconvenient, isn't it? Tell you what, I happen to know another way in. Much more of a scenic route. Rather a fun little jaunt, actually, full of traps and corpses and nasty beasties filling up the bits in between. Rather cautiously, I expect. Watch your step, hold your nose, and do mind the traps. There'll like as not be a fair dose of running and skull-bashing as well. Follow the river. You'll find the door to the Undercroft at the water's end. Once you're inside, stick to the light, and you'll find a ladder that will take you right up to the Prophet straight away. Do give him my best. Best of luck. Do check in now and again, won't you?
Something worth pointing out, or rather something I noticed, is that so far, the voice actor lineup has been quite stacked. You have Michael Gambon as the Prophet, Jennifer Hale as Lyris, and John Cleese as Cadwell. Every time I've heard these characters speak, I'm instantly brought to the other characters they've played in different media. Like for example, Jasper from Fable 3. It's certainly neat to hear all of these familiar voices. In any case, getting a tutorial in lockpicking, Lyris and I fought our way through the Undercroft and dealt with Dremora as well as the undead. Well, actually, there were 3 of us at this point in time. Obviously, ESO is a multiplayer experience. That means that in 90% of the playable world, I could encounter other players. The tutorial is among those areas. Crawling through the Undercroft, I had someone else reaching all of the enemies and loot before I could. Sure, this cleared the way, but I also couldn't discover more items or gain more experience. At first, I was honestly a little put off by it. I felt like I was falling behind and that I was just watching someone else have all the fun. However, the multiplayer experience is the big mechanic in this game, so I really couldn't be all that upset by it. Not to mention, enemies, bosses, and loot respawn pretty quickly in the universe, so all I had to do was let other players run on ahead while I waited back for a few moments. Plus, I'd later discover that a lot of the Planemeld questline consists of solo instances, so I wouldn't have to worry about other players on future quests. Eventually, Lyris and I made it inside of the Prophet's cell and located our target. However, whatever Molag Bal was doing to him, it didn't look good.
Alright, the good news is we made it here in one piece, and the Prophet looks unharmed. Now the bad news. It's going to be up to you to keep him safe and get him back to Tamriel. I'm not going with you.
For whatever reason, the Daedric Prince decided to keep the Prophet isolated and trapped via magic. He didn't receive the same kind of treatment as all of the other Soul Shriven. I don't know who he is or what he's capable of, but by freeing him, I'm sure to find out.
There's a trick to opening the cell. The only way for a prisoner to leave is for another living soul to take their place. I need to swap places with the Prophet. Believe me, I wish there was, but I don't see anyone else here with a beating heart, do you? If Molag Bal isn't stopped, he'll destroy everyone and everything we've ever loved. Once it's done, get moving. The Prophet will know where to go, but he'll need your eyes and your protection.
A noble sacrifice by Lyris Titanborn. As she steps up to the altar, some sort of enchantment activates. Lyris begins to float, and the process of the swap is officially underway. As for my role in all this, well, Jamoras start to spawn in the cell. With Titanborn incapacitated, it's up to me to defend her and keep the exchange going. It's nothing too difficult, really, just more of the same. If anything, this serves as a time for me to use all of my newly learned skills and abilities. It's only 2 Jamora Bonakin that I need to face off against, and once they're dealt with, phase 2 of the swap begins. Magical chains wrap around Lyris. They appear to be coming from these things called dark pinions. Walking up to both and activating them, this ends up sealing Lyris' fate as her soul gets pulled into the dark void. However, it also ends up working, as out comes the Prophet in his corporeal form.
Thank the divines you are safe. There is that at least. Lyris sacrificed everything that we might go free. Her sacrifice must not be in vain. I wish that were possible, but I promise you, once we escape Coldharbour, we will find a way to rescue her together, Vestige. That is the name I have given you. You are but a trace of your former self, a soulless one, an empty vessel that longs to be filled. It is as the scrolls foretold, but not exactly as I imagined. That is what I've come to be called. My true name is lost even to me. Years of torment have taken their toll. Quickly now, we must make haste to the anchor. The anchors are Daedric machines of the darkest magic. Their chains bind our world and pull it towards Coldharbour. I can use one of these anchors to return us to Tamriel, but you must lead me to it.
From here, the Prophet and I leave Lyris behind. As of this moment, what becomes of her is unknown. However, she seemed to believe that the Prophet was a more important figure than her, so all I can do is take that information and run with it. Leading the Prophet through the rest of his cell, we soon landed at the final stop for the Coldharbour tutorial, the Anchor Morin. At the center of the chamber, I laid eyes on this otherworldly mechanism. While intimidating, it's apparently our ticket out of here. However, like I said before, Molag Bal's been one step ahead of us this whole time.
The mortal thinks it can defy me. Futile. Soon your world will be in my chains.
Molag Bal calls upon his sinister spawn, a Child of Bones. This serves as the last enemy for the tutorial, as well as the player's first boss fight. So far, the Child of Bones is the tankiest and hardest hitting NPC that I've had to face. It can unleash all sorts of AoE attacks, melee strikes, and it can even summon a lesser skeleton called Grandchild of Bones. While I set it back in the Prophet's cell, this is truly the fight where you'd use all of your newfound combat expertise. There are moments where you should block, attacks you should strafe away from, and plenty of openings for skill-based abilities. What helps is that the Prophet serves as a healer in this encounter. He does a good job at keeping your health in peak condition, and honestly, you'd have to try pretty hard to die during this boss fight. Once the Child of Bones has been defeated, the Anchor Mooring settles into a calmer setting. This makes for a great opportunity to loot the area and take all that you can, as after the next conversation with the Prophet, it's off to Tamriel.
The Dark Anchor's portal is high above us. I will prepare a spell to lift us to it. But first, you must reattune yourself to Nirn in order to regain your physical form. To do this, you will need a Sky Shard. A shard of ethereal magicka that carries the essence of Nirn. Some link them to Lorcan, the missing god of creation. If you collect and absorb its power, it should restore your corporeal form. I will summon one of these shards for you to absorb.
The game explains it in an upcoming tip, but these sky shards act as collectibles that count towards skill progression. Skill points are typically earned via leveling, but for every 3 collected, you get 1 additional point that can be spent on whatever you'd like. They serve as neat incentives for exploration, as well as freebie points for higher level characters.
Great Akatosh, dragon god of time, I require your strength. Let the way be opened. Let these wandering souls return home. Let the will of Moloch Val be denied. Hurry! We must go now!
Following the prophet, I leapt into the rift and got transported out of Coldharbour. This is what brings the vestige back into Tamriel and what kicks off ESO as a whole. Spawning into the world, I appear to be on some kind of ship. However, the prophet himself isn't with me. Instead, I just see a projection of him.
As I feared, we arrived in different locations. I am in a city of industry where men speak of intrigues and plots beneath layers of innuendo and pleasantry. It matters not. You have awakened once again, and we must set you on your path. Days, weeks, I cannot tell. The voids between worlds disrupted all sense of time and space. I know only that you were deposited into the sea, and some charitable soul fished you out and brought you to dry land. I'm afraid you will have to decide that for yourself. I must focus on searching for a way to repay Lyris's bold sacrifice. I cannot simply abandon her to the wrath of Moloch Ball. I cannot foresee that, not yet. But we will meet again. There is still much we need to accomplish. Be wary, Vestige. Our very plane of existence is in peril. The threat of Moloch Ball looms across all Tamriel, and chaos spreads in its shadow. Danger roams the land and will assume many forms. Do not let it catch you off guard. You must find your own path, but perhaps there is a reason for the place in which you find yourself. Explore, search for a cause to lend your hand. Join with others. You might even seek out those who rescued you from the sea. The choice is yours.
Closing out the conversation, I received some loot, skill points, experience, and a new skill line for finishing the quest. Now serves as a great time to swap out gear, apply skill points, and explore the different abilities and skill trees for my class. For example, the sealed urn contained an almost full set of armor that had enchantments for boosting my stamina. After all, once I leave this boat, it's off to the real world that's filled with mystery, adventure, and hardship. The action only picks up from here. With that, thus ends the quest, Soul Shriven in Coldharbour. You'll notice that I don't have a quest locked and loaded. Well, I do, but it doesn't belong to the Planemeld questline. Technically, ESO has cut me loose. This is the point where I'm free to explore Tamriel, embark on other adventures, and pave my own path in the Second Era. The game encourages the player to seek out other storylines and to participate in the Three Banners War. Because my character belongs to the Daggerfall Covenant, the ship I ended up on is in Hammerfell's Strosbakai, Port Hunding to be exact. Already, I can see a plethora of other quests in the area. No doubt, these would lead me on grand and exciting journeys. Usually, in MMOs, it's a good idea to grind as much as you can. Typically, these worlds have their own leveling system. If you fall behind, enemy encounters and questing as a whole become much more difficult. However, with ESO, the world scaling works a little differently compared to other MMOs. It's more akin to the Elder Scrolls titles, where the enemies match your level progression. Honestly, I'm still trying to wrap my head around how that mechanic works in a multiplayer setting. Basically though, the simplest way to put it is that every player's experience will be unique, and that level discrepancy only affects your playthrough, not everyone else's. In any case, while the world of Tamriel is calling out to me, it's best to stay on my selected path. There will be plenty of time to go over side quests and other storylines, or to explore the provinces and meet new NPCs, but for the time being, I'm just focusing on the Planemeld questline. In order to initiate the second quest, the Harborage, I need to get acquainted with the Wayshrine system. Only after traveling to a main guild-affiliated region does the Prophet reach back out. It took me a few tries to land at the right location. I went to Merchant's Gate in the Hrothgar Mountains and took a bit of a beating. I tried Hugh's Bane on the southern end of Hammerfell and just ended up doing some sightseeing. Finally, after landing in Hyrox's Glenumbra, I came across the Prophet's projection and got into the next quest.
There you are. Do not panic. Only you can see me. Come, we have to talk. There you are, Vestige. We must speak at once. Listen well. I have located a safe harbor from which we might plan our course of action. You must meet me there. I awoke in a city of Bretons, its air heavy with the smells of baked bread, horses, and intrigue. Daggerfall. The Harborage is in an abandoned cave outside the city.
So, I suppose one of the few details that does get altered by the player's allegiance is where the Harborage is located. For the Daggerfall Covenant, it ends up being just outside of Daggerfall. For the other two alliances though, the Harborage will be located somewhere in their respective regions. However, beyond the physical location, the overall experience within the hideout is pretty much universal. Running beyond the city and into the wilds, the cave's entrance is fairly close to Daggerfall's walls. The Harborage is also a solo instance, so even though I witnessed a few other players head on in, the experience is isolated. Wandering through the tunnels and passages, I soon landed at the Prophet's encampment. Assuming this was all his doing, he didn't waste any time setting things up.
Welcome to the Harborage, Vestige. This is as comfortable a home as an old dried-up husk like myself could hope for. Despite my blindness, nay, because of it, my other senses seem to have heightened. This place had the right smell about it. Indeed, but let us not get ahead of ourselves. Without an understanding of where we are bound, every road will get us nowhere. Before we truly understand our destination, we must speak of the past. Of a sort. I invite you to enter my mind and walk with me through visions of the past, that you might understand the events that brought us to this time, this moment. Enter my mind, Vestige, and walk with me through the shadows of past events.
So this quest is a bit of a lore dump from the Prophet. There's a lot of information and dialogue that help to set up the questline story. It's a lot of talking on his end. I'll let him do most of the explaining, and I'll just chime in periodically to talk about certain details and any thoughts that I may have.
Follow me, Vestige, and learn of the events that precipitated our current crisis. My part in the story began when I awoke on the steps of the Abbey of the Moth Priests, with no memory of my prior life. The Moth Priests took pity upon me and brought me into their fold. I was weak and near death. It was there I first set eyes upon the elderscrolls and devoted my life to their study. The scrolls allowed me to glimpse the very fabric of reality, but each profound insight dimmed my vision and eventually left me permanently blinded to the light of the world.
This vision or realm that I'm currently in has important memories and pieces of the past that belong to the Prophet. The setting is a little strange though. The realm feels ominous and almost sinister. Honestly, the layout doesn't look far off from the landscape of Coldharbour. Off in the distance, I can see blurred out floating platforms. They clearly contain the Prophet's other memories, but perhaps these are ones that he's forgotten about, or just doesn't want to share.
The prophecies of the Elder Scrolls are a fluid, living thing. They are not fixed. At many points throughout history, the actions of heroic mortals have rewritten them. I only know that you are important, Vestige. The scrolls reveal to me that your destiny is intertwined with that of the Five Companions. The Five Companions were a band of adventurers who sought out an ancient artifact called the Amulet of Kings. They hoped to use this artifact to persuade Akatosh, the dragon god, to accept their leader as one of the Dragonborn. The Dragonborn are mortals destined for greatness, with the blood of the dragons in their veins. It is said that only a true Dragonborn can ignite the eternal dragon fires in the Imperial City. Baron Aquilarius, the son of a Colobian duke, who led a rebellion against the Emperor Leovic and took the crown himself. Alas, Varen was not truly a dragonborn, as those who sit upon the ruby throne must be, in accordance with tradition. You have already heard enough babbling from this old blind fool. It is time you met the 5 companions yourself, and witnessed their fate. The first companion, Lyris Titanborn, daughter of giants, was the mightiest warrior in the service of the Emperor. Next, Abner Tharn, a powerful sorcerer and Grand Chancellor to the Imperial Elder Council. The Red Guard Swordmaster, Sai Sahan, leader of the Imperial Dragon Guard. The Imperial Emperor, Varen Aquilarius, who attempted to light the dragon fires and failed. And finally, Manamako, the traitor, the king of worms, a powerful necromancer, and your executioner.
Now I'm starting to hear familiar lingo. Even though ESO takes place a whole era before Oblivion, the Elder Scrolls 4 did come out first. I know that a dragonborn ruler needs to possess the Amulet of Kings in order to keep the dragonfires lit. This is what staves off a Daedric invasion. Furthermore, there are names here that I recognize. Lyris is obviously from the tutorial. It appears as though she does play an important role in Tamriel's history. I also know of Manamako. He too is seen in Oblivion as well as Daggerfall. It seems as though his role in ESO is bigger than it was in the previous installments. Then there's Abner Tharn. I don't know of him personally, but I do know of the Tharn family name. Jagger Tharn serves as the Elder Scrolls Arena's antagonist, and apparently the apple hadn't fallen far from the tree. As for Sai Sahan and Varen Aquilarius, I'm personally not familiar with them, but something tells me that I'm about to be.
These were the 5 companions who set out from the Imperial City on an epic quest to recover the lost Amulet of Kings. Manamako convinced Varen that the amulet could be used to perform a ritual that would rekindle the dragonfires. He claimed this would please Akatosh and entice him to adopt Varen as one of the Dragonborn. By tradition, only the Dragonborn can lay claim to the Ruby Throne and rule as the one true Emperor by divine right. Varen conquered Citadel and took the throne, but unless he became Dragonborn, he feared he'd always be thought of as a pretender. Manamako the traitor, the great enemy, the most powerful necromancer this world has ever known. His worm cult infiltrates and corrupts every corner of Tamriel. It was he who convinced Varen to perform the ritual you are about to witness. Disaster, war, and pestilence. A world brought to its knees. Now watch and see how one man's arrogance brought about the greatest threat our world has ever known.
The 5 companions disappear from the table, and the prophet continues his tour. From one of the archways, the companions reappear and walk to the center of the island. This is a reenactment of the events that plunged Tamriel into chaos.
There it is. The Dragonfire Brazier. Manamako, you certain this will work?
It will work, my liege. The Amulet of Kings will rekindle the dragon fires and ensure your rightful place as Emperor. You have my word.
It better work, Manamako, or you'll find your neck at the business end of my axe.
My lord, I wonder if you'd muzzle your half-giant pet. She really is annoying.
Enough, both of you. We are here to ensure my lord's rightful claim to the Ruby Throne.
Abner, begin the ritual. I have a destiny to fulfill. By the lighting of the dragon fires, I claim my rightful lineage. By the fires of creation, let me be reborn. By the will of Akatosh, I proclaim myself Dragonborn.
Varen Aquilarius, you are no heir to Elysia. You will pay for your sacrilege. The veil between Tamriel and Oblivion tears and splits asunder.
What's happening? The sky's opening up. This is bad. This is very bad. Ah!
This isn't supposed to happen. What's the meaning of this? Manamako, what have you done?
Gullible fools! The veil between oblivion and this world has been torn. My master, Molag Bal, is free to claim Tamriel for his own.
Akatosh, forgive me! Have mercy on our souls!
This betrayal took place a few years before the events of ESO. However, it was the catalyst for Molag Bal's invasion, and ultimately, it's what led to the player being sacrificed at the beginning of the game. It's what set you, me, and all the other players on our character's destiny to stop the Planemeld.
The ritual tore the veil between Nairn and Oblivion, allowing Mannimarco to begin stealing the souls his master needed to power the Dark Anchors and initiate the Planemeld. Akatosh gave Alessia the Amulet of Kings as a symbol of his covenant with Nairn. So long as the amulet remained in the care of Alessia's heirs and the dragon fires remained lit, Tamriel would be protected from the Daedra. Mannimarco tricked Varen into breaking the covenant, and the veil between Oblivion and Nairn was torn. The elderscrolls named this event the Soul Burst. It gave Molag Bal the opportunity to disconnect the souls of Nairn from their hosts. Varen was lost. In the chaos of the moment, Sai Sahan took the Amulet of Kings and fled. Leris was captured by Mannimarco and delivered to Coldharbour, the realm of Molag Bal. Tharn remains Chancellor of the Elder Council, and his daughter Clivio rules as Empress Regent, but the true power remains in the hands of Mannimarco and his worm cult. When I discovered the truth about the 5 companions, I made subtle inquiries, but apparently not subtle enough. Mannimarco got word of my interests and abducted me. He took me to Coldharbour, where I remained a prisoner until you freed me. The truth is always a threat to evil men. Mannimarco feared I would reveal his treachery, and if knowledge of Nairn's vulnerability were to become known, it could threaten his master's schemes. Molag Bal does not favor loose ends. Walk with me. Long ago it was written, so long as the Amulet of Kings was borne by Alessia's heirs, Tamriel would be protected from the forces of Oblivion. But the Soul Burst tore the veil between worlds and gave Molag Bal the opportunity he desired. Molag Bal's dark anchors pierced the torn veil and seemed to draw Nairn into the depths of Coldharbour. These terrible engines of destruction were appearing all throughout Tamriel. If the Lord of Brutality and Domination is successful, he will merge our world and his own in a terrible Planemeld. Few will survive the ordeal, and those that do will be enslaved for all eternity.
Essentially, Molag Bal is trying to pull Nairn out of Mundus and into his Daedric realm. He's the Prince of Domination, and he aims to enslave all of mortal kind, or as put by the Prophet, whatever's left of it. If Mannimarco and his cult continue on their path, that'll likely become a reality. Plus, the Amulet of Kings and a Dragonborn ruler are currently in the wind, so hope seems dim. However, as suspected, that's where the player comes in. This is where the Vestige's destiny begins to unfold.
And so it falls to us, Vestige. We must stop Molag Bal and his dark anchors, or our world is doomed. And now history seems to have caught up with us. Shall we return to the Harborage? As you say.
And just like that, I'm back in Tamriel, or perhaps I never really left. I'm not quite sure how the Prophet's mind realm works. In any case, chatting with him once more, he signs off his history lesson and sends me back out into the world.
And so it begins. The remainder of the story has yet to be written. It is your story now. And there is so much to do. But know this, you will not walk this path alone. We must grow in strength and in numbers. You will need more than the company of an old blind man to alter the course of history. We must assemble our own group of companions. The first you have already met. Lyris sacrificed her own freedom to allow us to escape. She remains a prisoner in Coldharbour. I must determine her precise location if we are to mount a rescue. That will take time. Mannimarco's agents leave a web of lies and deceit. They pit the races of Tamriel against one another and divert their attention from the real threat. Seek out these agents, wherever they can be found, and expose their lies. Forgive me. Bringing you into my mind seems to have taken quite a toll on me. I must rest. I will contact you when the time is right. Until then, walk in the light, Vistage.
Wrapping this one up, I'm rewarded with more loot, gold, and a skill point. I received more pieces of armor, the Prisoner's Set. These add buffs to magicka instead of stamina. Also, with my additional skill points, I put those into dual-wield abilities that further my proficiency with twin daggers. While there wasn't any combat in that last mission, the next one would surely make up for that deficit. With that, thus ends the quest, the Harborage. Exiting the cave and wandering back out into Glenumbra, I'd have to wait for the Prophet to contact me again. However, unlike last time, he wasted no time reaching out and summoning me back to the Harborage. All I had to do was set foot in the city, and that was enough. While tempted to explore the streets and vendors of the town, I put those on hold in favor of story progression. I'll have to see what's available to me later, and in fact, the following quest would be perfect for that. However, first things first, I need to deal with what's next, rescuing Lyris Titanborn.
It is good to see you again, and I do see you in my own way. You're a wound in time, a tear in reality that shouldn't exist and cannot long endure. Fate speaks in riddles. Your fate was written in the scrolls long ago. It is entwined with the fate of the 5 companions. I have finally located Lyris Titanborn in Coldharbour. She works a terrible forge under the lash of the great deceiver Molag Bal. Her soul is in great danger. You must go to her. I can manifest a gate to that dark realm, but you must go quickly. Tread carefully in Molag Bal's realm. You are important. The scrolls have so named you.
Before heading back to Coldharbour, I can ask the Prophet about what happened to Lyris. This led me to learning a little more about the Prophet himself.
After Lyris took my place in the Wailing Prison so that we might escape, the Daedra moved her to the Foundry of Woe. It is a place of torment and despair. She toils endlessly making weapons for the enemy. The God of Schemes invaded my mind many times during my imprisonment. It was a tortuous experience, but by forcing his way into my mind, he inadvertently opened his own thoughts to me, and thus created a chink in his own armor. We are connected, he and I. With concentration, I can see through his eyes. He feels my presence, and it fills him with rage. When you enter the Foundry to recover Lyris, I can keep his attention focused on me. He will be blind to you for a time. It will be a far greater danger for you to enter Coldharbour without this distraction. It is Molag Bal's realm, and his power there is great. I will endeavor to distract him in this manner whenever you travel there.
Definitely a convenient power to have on my side. With the Prophet diverting Molag Bal's attention, I'm able to sneak into Coldharbour completely undetected. This puts me in an area called the Foundry of Woe. Here there are more of the Soul Shriven. These helpless shells are supposed to be manufacturing weapons for the Prince's army. However, they're not really doing much of anything. Hence the Dremora Kaitifs whipping them senselessly. Speaking of which, the action picks up again as I get to face off against Bal's guards. It's been a moment since I've gotten a fight, and after completing the last quest, I had some new abilities that I wanted to try out. Looking around the Foundry, I managed to locate Lyris, although given her size, she's a pretty hard NPC to miss.
You're alive. Are you really here, or is this another trick? Then he's still alive. Thank the gods. But you can't stay. You have to leave before they find you here. You don't understand. They've done something to me. I can't leave. It's hard to describe. My memories, my feelings, they've been fragmented, ripped apart, and all the fragmented pieces have been locked away in different parts of the Foundry. I've tried. The Daedra took everything. My willpower, my courage, my sense of self. I'm an empty shell. The fragments are reflections of my worst fears and most painful memories. I can't. I don't think I can face them.
Give or take, this mission ends up being a walk down memory lane for Lyris, only add a few more Daedra to the mix. Escorting her through the Foundry, I get to learn more of Titanborn's backstory and what exactly led her to this moment. The first location is the Cliffside Graveyard. This appears to hold Lyris' earliest memories, and some of her deepest regrets.
This can't be. It looks like my childhood home in Skyrim. My parents' graves. My mother died in childbirth. My father was distant, cold. I think he blamed me for my mother's death. I ran off to become a mercenary when I was 16. I never saw my father again. He was murdered by an old enemy. Father? Papa? Is that you?
Bleed, you bastard! Die like the monster you are!
The instance shows Lyris' father, Gjaldr, being held up by someone named Ragyar. The real encounter left Gjaldr gutted and dead. However, in Coldharbour, Lyris is given the opportunity to defend and fight for her dad. Together, she and I approach Ragyar and begin attacking. Once his health hits half, Ragyar is revealed to be a manifestation of regret. It taunts us and says that we should abandon any hope of rescuing Lyris. However, once it's been defeated, I'm able to reach out to the spirit of Gjaldr and can begin a dialogue between him and his daughter.
Who are you? Why does Lyris walk with you? In life, I was Gjaldr, father to Lyris. My spirit was torn from its rest and brought to this foul place. The Daedra forced me to experience my own murder again and again. I thought my torment would never end. I don't understand. Lyris was always a free spirit. Why would my presence bind her here? Lyris, is this true, child?
Always so cold. So distant. My mother died giving me life. It was my fault. I should never have been born.
Lyris, look at me. The blood of giants flows through my veins. Your mother was a Nord. I gave her my seed without thought for her safety. That's why she died. Not because of you, child. Because of me.
I thought you blamed me. You couldn't even look at me, Papa.
Do you not see? When I looked at you, I saw her face. I loved her, child, just as I love you, more than life itself. We cannot change the past, nor should we cling to it. You must not let these feelings haunt you. Let them go. Let me go.
I love you too, Papa. Rest now. Be at peace. He's gone. Come on, let's get out of here.
With grievances aired and a reconciliation between her and her father, that's one step closer to freedom for Lyris. It's funny, I just assumed that Nords in ESO were freakishly tall, but nope, apparently Lyris really does come from a line of giants. It opens up a lot of questions, but I'll keep those to myself for now. The next location for Titanborn's memories is an Imperial encampment. This area brings forward more recent encounters, and they begin to link to the 5 companions.
It's my old mercenary camp. Varen was our commander. We were fighting to free the Empire from the yoke of the Longhouse Emperors. I tried to be a good soldier, but the rest of the unit, they treated me like a freak. I think they were afraid of me. They liked to hide my armor so I'd fail inspection. Bastards. In a camp full of people, I never felt so alone.
The trial for the Imperial encampment is fairly straightforward, and it's meant to embolden Lyris. Scattered around the camp are pieces of her armor. They're in chests, and it's as simple as collecting all of her gear. The catch is that there are Daedric patrols in the camp. What's more, they're taking on the form of the old members from her unit. As Lyris and I took them on in direct combat, they'd hurl insults and discouraging words at her, trying to break Titanborn's spirit. Fortunately, their attempts didn't work. Lyris fought through the noise, and together, we defeated our assailants and conquered her old memories. With all of her armor collected, Lyris was one step closer to becoming her old self.
Did you find something? I can't believe it. This armor is who I am. It's what I am. A warrior without her armor is like a bear without claws.
Lyris in full steel armor is a pretty intimidating sight. It's like a tower that can crush you at any given moment. I'm glad she's on my side of the battle. The next area for the Foundry of Woe is called the Paths of Toil. Here, there's more of your standard dungeon crawl. I fought against undead as well as Daedra. I took the chance to try out a bow and arrow build, flipping some of my skills to accommodate the new weaponry. Again, it wasn't a bad experience, it just wasn't very efficient. My current abilities don't have much in the way of ranged attacks. Everything either involves getting up close and personal to my enemies, or it literally puts me directly in their face. Nothing's very conducive to being far away and taking pot shots at my target. I'd use the bow a little longer, but after that, I'd put it away in favor of the twin daggers.
Abner Tharn, you traitorous bastard. I should have expected to find you here.
Don't be a fool, Titanborn. I'm trying to help you. Your hatred poisons you. Warriors are like steel. When you lose your temper, you lose your worth.
Help me. You betrayed us all, then went back to licking Manny Marco's boot before the smoke cleared.
I did what I had to do. And as a show of my good intentions, I have a gift for you. But be warned, Coldharbour will not give it up easily.
Is that... Sure's bones, it is. Vestige, that's my battle axe!
Approaching the weapon, an ancient clanfear spawns atop the mount. This serves as Daughter of Giants' boss fight. The clanfear has powerful AoE attacks, melee strikes, and even has the ability to heal itself by feeding off the vestige. Honestly, this match was kind of scuffed. I had the creature on the ropes and was one hit away from killing it. However, it latched onto my character, regenerated some health, and pushed me further back into the zone. I guess this was far enough away though to where the encounter would end up resetting. The clanfear ran back to its mound and essentially left me hanging. So here I was with impacted health, and there it was with a completely full status bar. The second attempt was much closer than the first, and honestly, it came down to the wire. Lyris did what she could with her fists, but really, I was alone on this one. Both my character and the clanfear were one hit away from death, and I just got lucky in that I let off the killing blow first. However, this was the event that made me go, yeah, maybe I'll just stick to dual blades. In any case, once that whole ordeal was over and done with, I could reunite Titanborn with her axe.
My axe. Ah, it feels good to have it back. It's part of me. Losing it was like losing an arm. I don't know. I don't trust him and I never will. But it's odd. The blind hatred I felt when I saw him... I could have strangled him with my bare hands. But now... I think he was right. That hatred was poisoning me. Better. Stronger. Almost whole again. Isn't that strange? I feel powerful enough to take on Umaril the Unfeathered himself. I feel like a warrior again. We're not done yet. We need to keep moving forward. The passage is blocked by a rock slide, but now that I have my axe back, I might be able to break through it.
Honestly, Abner Tharn's role in everything is quite fascinating. There's a little bit of mystery in his involvement, and at times, he even displays some compassion for the companions. Don't forget, Tharn was a victim of Manny Marco's betrayal as well, but it seems like he came out in a much better position than the rest of them. Grand Chancellor of the Elder Council and in high places, reporting to none other than Manny Marco himself. Again though, it seemed like he was trying to help Lyris by uncovering her axe and helping her become whole again. It's an interesting dynamic, and surely in time, we'll see where it all leads to.
Did you hear that? It sounded like... No. It couldn't be. Sai. What's happened to you? What have they done?
Lyris. Lyris. I can see you. Are you really there?
Sai, it's me. We're seeing some kind of vision of you. Do you know where you are?
I don't know. They're torturing me. They want the Amulet of Kings. Want me to tell them where it's hidden. But I haven't broken. Not yet.
Sai, you need to hold on. We're going to find you. I'll make sure of it. We'll find you. Somehow we'll get you out of there. Sai? Sai! No! Bring him back, you bastards!
The trip down memory lane continues, except again, we're seeing projections of real, living characters, members of the 5 companions no less. While Tharn is free to walk, it seems like the same can't be said for Sai Sahan. He's in a similar position as Lyris was, a prisoner to Mana Marco and Molag Bal.
That was no trick. That was Sai Sahan. Sai's a friend. Maybe my best friend. We need to find him and get him out of there. We need to tell the Prophet about this. He'll know what to do. But first, we need to find a way out of here. I don't care what else they throw at us. Nothing's going to keep me from helping Sai.
From here, it appears as though Lyris has seen and experienced all that she needed to. Titanborn's ready to face whatever obstacles are in her path, and it seems like the Prophet has been able to win her favor. She'll make an excellent ally in the upcoming battles. Progressing through the rest of the Foundry, I'm able to tear through my opponents with newly developed skills and abilities. Honestly, I was starting to get worried that the gameplay would become a little dull. The right combo could end a fight in seconds.
Something's wrong. All the doubt, the fear, the loneliness. It's all coming back. I have to push through this. Let's go.
Wandering to the next chamber, Lyris and I ran into the final enemy for this quest, the Manifestation of Terror.
Tendar defend us. That thing. It's the source of all my fears. I can hear it whispering to me, taunting me.
I shared my fear of becoming overpowered for this exact fight. As an assassin character, I was able to take direct damage from the Manifestation and still came out unscathed. This was because I could shred through this monster's health before it had any chances of reciprocating. It was nothing like the Clanfear fight, which saw me using the bow and arrow. I guess it also helps that this time around, Lyris has her battle axe and can actually do some damage herself.
I did it! The voices, the whispering, it's gone. This whole time it was like watching myself from a distance. I felt disconnected. But now, this is the best I've felt in years. Like I've been reborn. And I owe it all to you. Thank you. Let's get out of here. We need to rescue Sai. And we've got a world to save.
Directly in front of us is a portal that leads back to Tamriel. After performing a once-over for any extra loot, I took my leave of Coldharbour and closed out Lyris' rescue.
Lyris, child. Are you alright?
Yes, Prophet, I'm fine. The vestige freed my mind from the Daedra's control.
Thank the Divines. Your loss would have thrown all into chaos.
They won't take me again. Not alive, at least.
Landing back at the Harborage, safe and sound, I spoke with the Prophet once more and put an end to this chapter.
You brought Lyris back, and largely intact from the look of her. And she will need time to recover. One does not leave such a place unscarred. What did he say? Did Sai tell you where he is being held? Then we must locate him before Menimarco forces him to reveal the amulet's hiding place. Did he? I thought he had firmly aligned himself with Menimarco and his worm cult. Curiouser and curiouser. As you saw in my visions, the amulet's misuse ripped a hole in the barrier that protects Tamriel from the forces of oblivion. That damage must be undone, and the amulet is the key. But to find the amulet, we must first locate Sai Sahan. For now you must leave me to my meditation. I must set my mind to the task of locating Sai Sahan. Until then, embrace the unknowable. The drops of water cannot know themselves to be a river, yet the river flows on. Perhaps it was simply arrogance. Perhaps it was all part of his grand scheme. Who can know the logic of a Daedric prince? I will call upon you again when the time is right. Farewell, Vestige.
The rewards for this mission include some enchanted jewelry, a few armor pieces, a skill point, and some gold. The next objective is pretty clear. I need to rescue Sai Sahan. However, what exactly that entails is to be determined. With that, thus ends the quest, Daughter of Giants. Exiting the Harborage, again it didn't take long for the Prophet to call me back in. I ran about 100 meters, reached the city gates, and heard Michael Gambon talk about our next meeting. However, before I'd begin the quest, Chasing Shadows, I decided to do a little sightseeing in the city. It is ironic, as I'd be headed back here for the next mission, and it's literally the perfect time to get acquainted with some of the townsfolk, but a head start on shaking hands never hurts. I also had to resist all of the NPCs calling out to me in hopes that I'd begin their quests. Very tempting offers, but the goal is to be on the straight and narrow for now. While in town, I ended up purchasing a backpack upgrade, allowing me to carry 70 items instead of the baseline 60. Lately, the issue has arisen several times where I can't complete a quest because I don't have the inventory space for the rewards. I haven't really been doing my due diligence by selling off excess loot to vendors, but still a little extra pack space never hurts. On that note, I found another vendor to dump all of my unwanted gear at and made a little extra gold and then looked around for some potential weapon upgrades. Honestly, my daggers weren't even that bad. I guess I just wanted to see what the weaponsmith had for sale. Typically, in MMOs, you might want to buy early game gear from vendors, but as your character levels up, most of the good stuff comes from enemy drops and quest rewards. I suppose it's not all that dissimilar from the other Elder Scrolls games. Either way, I wasn't impressed with the weapon vendor's wares and just decided to leave it at that. Maybe I'll save up another 18,000 gold for a mount, although as it stands, the extent of my travels is going from the cave of the Harborage to the walls of Glenumbra, so there's not much need for it at the moment. Now, continuing on with the story, I returned to the hideout and met with both Lyris and the Prophet. The former was playing Wonderwall on the lute, while the latter was simply awaiting my arrival.
Good, you are safe. Good fortune did not abandon us entirely. Despite many days of meditating and scrying, Sai Sahan's whereabouts still elude me. The projection that you witnessed in the Foundry of Woe showed him to be in great peril. If we are to find him, I will need your help, Vestige. Though Sai remains hidden from my sight, Lyris brings news that an agent of the enemy lurks in Daggerfall. Fear is on the lips of the people. Darkness walks among them. Even a blind man can sense it. It is the hand of Menamarco. If it is truly an agent of Menamarco's worm cult, it may provide us with a clue that will hasten our search. Seek this agent, but tread carefully. The worm cult is a cult of necromancy, and the undead are fearsome opponents. Venture to Daggerfall. Speak to Old Maid Maxell and Husnia the mercenary. It was on their lips that Lyris first heard murmurs of trouble lurking in the shadows. Locate this agent of evil. Return with any personal effects they carry with them.
This quest serves as the first detective/investigative mission for the storyline. I'm always interested in trying out these styles of quests in the Elder Scrolls. I know ESO has some limitations with regards to the complexity of missions, but we'll see how this one plays out. Maybe I'll get a different perspective from my trial video, as after all, I only embarked on a handful of missions. It's not exactly fair to judge the game's overall quest quality based on those select few. Now, a brief update of my thoughts on the Planemeld storyline. So far, I'm enjoying it. The lore and new information on the Second Era are fascinating. The questline seems straightforward, but I'm hoping it won't be as predictable as it appears to be. Reunite/rescue the members of the 5 companions, recover the amulet, close shut the jaws of oblivion. I'm also not sure how I feel about the reuse of the franchise's big plot points, like the Amulet of Kings. I could probably let the return of Menamarco pass, as I like what they're doing with this character in ESO compared to, say, Oblivion, but the Amulet was Oblivion's thing. Finding the right ruler, connecting them with the Amulet of Kings, and stopping the Daedric invasion has already been done. I'm hoping that the Planemeld storyline throws in some kind of curveball or twist to set itself apart from Oblivion's, but I'll have to keep playing in order to find out. Now back to the quest, the first key NPC I came across was Maxell. She was listening to some kind of speech out by the town square, but I didn't see any issues with a little interruption.
You're new to Daggerfall, aren't you? I know everyone in town. I don't like to gossip, but there's been an Imperial vagrant nosing around for the past few weeks. Suspicious-looking fellow. I actually saw him picking through the trash outside the castle a few weeks ago. I've no idea where he is now.
Here I have the option to try and persuade Maxell. However, I apparently need the Persuasion perk in order to select this prompt. With that being said, I like how ESO implemented speechcraft skills into this game.
I'm sorry, but I am not in the habit of ogling strange men.
The conversation ends at a roadblock, but at least I have some kind of a lead. I'm looking for an Imperial man who spends his time outside the castle. It's a start, but I'll need a little more to go off of. So, heading inside of the Rosy Lion, I found my next contact, Husnia, and struck up a conversation.
Who's this now? I bet you've got a wild tale or two to share. Present company excluded? Well, there was a dodgy-looking Imperial hanging out in a doorway near Southgate Alley this morning. He was eyeballing everyone who happened by. Seemed like a cutpurse looking for an easy mark, if you ask me.
Here, I have the option to intimidate Husnia. However, without the intimidation perk, it doesn't go anywhere. So it's back to basic questioning.
Sorry, that's all I've got. I'd be willing to bet he's staying on the south side of town, though.
Husnia's intel was actually pretty useful. The South Gate is what I've been using to enter the city from the Harborage. If the cultist really is staying there, does he know that he steps away from the Prophet and Lyris? Two high-profile targets for Mana Marco and Molag Bal. One wrong move and this whole operation comes crumbling down. Well, with some luck, I'll be able to get to the agent first before he can get to me. Approaching my quest marker, it led me into a space called Vachel's house. Interestingly, Vachel has nothing to do with this mission. It's just that his house holds a secret entrance into the cultist's Glen Umbra base. I wonder how he didn't figure that one out. Helping myself to some of his goods, I readied myself and slipped into the abandoned cellar. The start of this small dungeon held some traps, as well as a few skeletal warriors. They patrolled the paths leading further underground and would attack on sight. However, at this point in the game, they're nothing to write home about. A combo or two later, and they were back to being piles of bones. Now, further on into the cellar is where things got intriguing. There was a lone NPC praying to some kind of altar, and he was surrounded by Daedric runes. His name was Aldimian, and as soon as I was within range of him, he'd aggro onto me. The only issue is that he didn't match the description given by Maxell or Husnia. Aldimian was a high elf and somebody else entirely. He actually had a fair bit of health, and his moveset was quite unique. We were engaged in combat for quite some time before I had landed the killing blow. Once the Altmer was defeated, I spotted his journal on a nearby bench. Giving it a read, I learned more about who, or rather what, he was. A strange request indeed. I was on my evening stroll, having a bite to eat in a back alley, when I noticed that the Imperial neck I feasted upon bore a golden medallion. I recognized the trinket at once as the sigil of the cult of the Black Worm. While I considered this, I heard the dull thwack of a blunt object hitting flesh and bone, and my world went black. I awoke in a cave, bound to a chair, my head throbbing with bittersweet pain. A number of hooded cultists surrounded me, each with the unmistakable gleam of murder in his eyes. I quite liked them. One of the cultists seemed different than the others, and I recognized him as their leader almost immediately. He had a cold yet calm demeanor and seemed completely unafraid of me. He introduced himself as Abner Tharn. He was somewhat displeased that I had made my evening meal on one of his most loyal guards. Normally, he explained, I would have been discorporated for such an infraction, but he said that he liked my style and my violent proclivities. He said he saw a lot of promise in me and would like to propose a mutually beneficial arrangement. If I agreed to join the Worm Cult, I could replace this agent. I would reside in a conveniently placed underground lair within the city limits, which would assure me a continued stream of meals along with a virtually unlimited supply of black soul gems. The agreement did sound promising, but just to play Daedra's advocate, I asked what my alternative might be. In answer, Tharn opened a portal to Coldharbour right at my feet. My chair began to teeter, and the screams of the damned filled my ears. Lovely to listen to, but not something I wished to experience firsthand. Needless to say, I chose servitude. Now I while away my days guarding this wretched cavern while prowling the city streets after dusk. It's not a bad existence. In fact, I've even begun to take up the study of necromancy. At some point, perhaps Tharn will consent to teaching me the finer points himself. Time will tell. And I have all the time in the world, don't I? Well, there's always going to be a first time for taking on a vampire. Plus, Aldimian's defeat is necessary for quest progression. With the cellar cleared of all foes, I approached the altar at the back of the chamber and laid eyes on a peculiar item. there was a sphere that was shrouded in this crimson energy. It was called the Orb of Discourse, and interacting with it, I ended up calling upon a familiar face.
What is the meaning of this interruption? Why have you contacted me? This is Abner Tharn. The Master and I are very busy. This had better be important. Wait a moment. I don't know your face. Identify yourself immediately. Yes, your report, you insipid twit. What, did you contact me by accident? How dare you speak to me in such a... Wait. You're not one of ours, are you? Color me intrigued. You speak to Abner Tharn, Overlord of Nibene and Chancellor of the Elder Council. Well, correct me if I'm wrong, but didn't you contact me? Fascinating. Are you merely a blundering local, I wonder, or something more? Are you indeed? I didn't think that Redguard has-been had a single friend left. Not in this world, at any rate. Let me give you some free advice. Forget about Sai Sahan. Even if I told you where he was, attempting a rescue would be suicidal. Of course I do, but do you really think I'd tell you and risk incurring Menemarco's wrath? I think not. Ah, the owner of this place returns, and he doesn't look pleased. Farewell.
As the projection of Abner Tharn disappears, a man by the name of Severinus Falco comes running up from behind me. This is the aforementioned Imperial Worm cultist that's been skulking around Glenumbra. He too is immediately hostile towards me, and a fight breaks out. Even though Falco and Aldimian were different classes, the former a shaman, the latter a berserker, I placed them at around the same difficulty. Their health bars are valued at an identical number, and they were able to do some damage onto mine. Fortunately though, by the end of it all, I was able to come out on top both times. My dual-wield abilities combined with the assassin skill tree make for some incredibly effective combos. As of this moment, I can tear through an opponent's health no problem. However, an issue I can foresee is getting complacent with my offense and not putting as much effort into my defense. I should be blocking, staggering, and dodging more, but instead, I kind of just tank all of my enemies' hits. This would be okay if maybe I was a Dragon Knight who has a whole skill tree based around fortifying their armor, but as a Nightblade, I should probably start to shake this habit. We'll see what I end up doing as the questline goes on. But for now, it's back to the Harborage with the Orb of Discourse.
You've returned. What have you found? Abner Tharn shows his face again. I get the sense that he might have a larger part to play in the coming events, but for good or ill, I cannot say. Leave the orb with me. I shall be able to use it to locate Sai Sahan.
As I sign off with the Prophet, Lyris beckons me over. I guess she heard something that piqued her interest.
I heard you and the Prophet talking about Abner Tharn. Didn't the Prophet tell you the story of the 5 companions? I don't know where to start. There's so much to tell. We were chosen by Emperor Varen to join him on a quest to recover a lost artifact called the Amulet of Kings. The 5 included Varen, myself, a Red Guard named Sai Sahan, Abner Tharn, and the traitor Menemarco. Abner Tharn is Grand Chancellor of the Elder Council and Chief Advisor to his daughter, the Empress Regent. He is also Menemarco's toady. Tharn's first loyalty is to his family and the Empire, and he's a ruthless bastard when it comes to defending them. The Worm Cult obviously doesn't share those loyalties. Tharn would never trust them, but he's too much of a coward to betray them. Maybe. But what could we offer him? He's already got more gold than the gods themselves. I know it's a lot to take in. We'll talk more later. In the meantime, I'll keep an eye on the Prophet. Hopefully that orb will help him find out where Sai Sahan is being held. Once we know that, we can plan our next move.
Completing the quest, I received some more gear, gold, and a skill point. With a level up as well, I can unlock certain abilities while having the option to morph others. On that note, I was given 2 new identical weapons called the Swords of the Twin Sisters. They're now my most powerful blades, and they have enchantments on them that allow for extra damage and the ability to restore stamina. The rest of my gear are also from the Twin Sisters set, which in terms of enchantments follow the same stamina buff route. So far, this playthrough is shaping up nicely. I couldn't be happier with my build, and I find myself engaged with the story. As of this moment, I'm only a handful of quests in, so who knows what can happen. Maybe the Planemeld storyline continues to pick up, or it drops flat. Only time will tell. Doing the old boomerang tactic, I left the Harborage and lo and behold, the Prophet had summoned me back. This time though, his message was quite intriguing. He said that the path before us had been revealed, although it was dark and twisted. Plus, apparently there's a special guest waiting for me back at the Harborage. I thought for a moment about who that could have been. I've only met a handful of named NPCs on this journey, and most of them were already in the hideout. So this was either one of the other members of the 5 companions, Cadwell, or someone else entirely. As it would turn out, my prime suspicions were correct. Standing before the Prophet and Lyris was a projection of Abner Tharn. It certainly seems strange and counterproductive to have him here with us, but maybe there's more going on here than meets the eye.
We have an unexpected guest, Personage. My attempts to use the Orb of Discourse to locate Sahan did not meet with success, so I decided to try a more direct approach. I used it as it was intended, and contacted Abner Tharn. He admits that he knows Sahan's location, but he will not reveal it. He demands to speak with you directly.
An interesting turn of events. I guess I left some kind of impression on the High Chancellor. Maybe he intends to turn us over to Manimarco, or perhaps he's here to negotiate.
We meet again, Vestige. I wish to speak with you on a matter of some urgency. Manimarco and his vile master have dark and terrible plans for this world. If you wish to stop them, you need to find the Amulet of Kings. But to find the amulet, you must first locate Sahan. Of course I do. And I might be willing to share that information. For a price. If Manimarco learns that we've spoken, he'll have me executed. I'm a danger to him. I know too much. Therefore I, Abner Tharn, Chancellor of the Elder Council, Overlord of Nibene, formally request asylum. Do I look to be in a mirthful mood? There comes a point when even a patriot's loyalty is stretched too far, when the things he has done, and has seen done, become too much to bear. Would that I could. As it happens, I find myself to be somewhat of a prisoner, in dire need of rescue. My proposal is this. If you retrieve me from Manimarco's fortress and grant me asylum, I will give you Sahan's location in return. You can't. And you'd be a fool to trust me completely. But the facts remain, you need me if you wish to find Sahan, and I must keep my head if I am to ensure the continuance of the Empire. Neither of us has a choice.
Tharn is quite correct. We have little choice in the matter.
You can't be serious. How can we possibly trust him?
As our visitor so eloquently pointed out, we cannot. But if we are to locate Sahan, we must do this. Go with the Vestige, Lyris. Rescue Tharn. Give him the chance to redeem himself. He may surprise you.
Lyris has every right to doubt Abner's true intentions. This does seem a little odd and could very well be a trap. Although, I will say, even though I barely know the man, he's shown himself to be quite the complex character. He was also betrayed by Manimarco, and he helped Lyris retrieve her battle axe. He doesn't wear his heart on his sleeve like, say, Lyris, but that doesn't mean he's necessarily lying here, right? Only time will tell.
You appear to have arrived in the wretched Squalor, a shantytown of Shriven outside Manimarco's castle. As luck would have it, Manimarco is away on some errand for the Daedric Prince. The castle garrison is not on alert, so you should only encounter a token defense. The main gate is sealed, but there are undoubtedly other routes one might take. You're the hero, aren't you? Improvise.
From here, it's up to Lyris and I to come up with a plan. As she's about to put it, better safe than sorry.
Improvise, he says. I can't believe we're risking our lives to rescue that skeeving Horker. Subtlety and stealth. Let's not bring the entire castle guard down on our heads. And didn't he say this was a town of Shriven? Maybe we can find one who knows his way around. Try to be inconspicuous. We just got free of this place. The last thing we need is to get recaptured.
Honestly, I took Lyris's words literally here. After all, my character was a Nightblade, so why not mess around with ESO's sneak mechanic? Not to mention, the Wretched Squalor is quite the friendly zone for stealth. The few cultist patrols are fairly spaced out, and even after launching a full-on assault, nothing really came of the noise and chaos. Pretty quickly into the crawl, I came across a somewhat sane soul Shriven. His name was Gaznar, and he was able to set me on the right path.
I'll butcher these worms and stack their corpses so high Malakath himself couldn't see over them. That's easy. All you've got to do is get captured, killed, and stuffed into a soul gem like yesterday's laundry. If you're serious, Cadwell can probably get you in. Might be too late though. They just chased him into the guardhouse.
Honestly, I thought the tutorial was the first and last time I'd come across Cadwell, so it's good to hear that he's still up and at him. However, according to Gaznar, that might not be for very long, so time is of the essence. Continuing to sneak my way around, I was able to ambush a few cultist patrols and not draw any unnecessary attention. I'm pretty certain that bull rushing through the Wretched Squalor wouldn't have any actual impact on the experience, but this stealth approach was doing the trick. I could cast Teleport Strike and catch them by surprise. Then I'd let off an incapacitating strike, flurry, and finally twin slashes to close out the match. Again, as of this moment, it seemed like I was in a really good spot for offense. However, just give it a bit of time and I promise you, the humility starts to seep in. As it would turn out, Cadwell was still inside the guardhouse, and luckily, he was alive. However, before we could rescue him, Lyris and I had to take on Warden Cornexius. The Warden had a fair amount of HP. He was also able to use this bull rush attack that would knock back anyone who's in his path. For a 2v1, he did a pretty good job. He certainly worked a number on both Lyris and I. Once the guardhouse was settled though, I collected myself and spoke with Cadwell.
I say, jolly good timing. Lyris enchanted, as always. And you're looking fit for someone, so how can I put it? Deficient in the soul department? Wherever the forces of evil prey upon the innocent, wherever souls are stolen and bodies shriven, wherever a people cry out for justice, there goest I. I mean, this whole eternal servitude business is rather nasty, don't you agree? Tiberius Garters, why? Lovely grounds, no question, but it's positively brimming with angry cultists carrying rather large weapons. I see. A rescue, is it? Well, that's a different kettle of fish, isn't it? There is a cistern that drains into the waterway. The door is locked, but that's not stopped me before. Why don't you meet me there, and we'll see what's what?
It never hurts to add another companion to the roster. Plus, maybe Cadwell is an excellent fighter. I guess we'll find out soon enough. The rest of the Wretched Squalor contained mostly soul-shriven NPCs, humanoid shells of nothingness, lifeless beings that are stranded here for the rest of eternity. It's surreal to think that if Lyris and the Prophet had never rescued the Vestige, this would be their fate as well. Some zombified, mindless husk. Now, just beyond the village, I found the entrance to the castle cistern. Believe it or not, this area was an even more inhospitable place than the last. Clanfear were feasting on the dead, and Daedric entities I've yet to come across were sweeping through the land.
You keep up nicely. I can't abide dawdlers. This whole bloody castle sits on top of an ocean of unstable oblivion, what's it? The Daedra use pipes to control the flow of it all, and it comes out as steam. Well, most of the doors in here are sealed with pressure from that steam. It's all rather complicated, but in a nutshell, if I can tamper with the pipes, we can open the doors to the inner keep, and you can slip inside. Well, I can handle the tinkering, but you'll have to keep the beasties off me. It will be quite a romp. Are you game?
From here, Cadwell charges ahead, and it's up to Lyris and I to deal with the baddies. Contrary to what he says though, Cadwell is more than capable of defending himself. In fact, he's the one who aggroes onto most of the surrounding enemies. His kit is simple, as he fights with just a short sword, but the way I see it, he serves as an extra pair of hands and another meat shield. After the Clanfear were dealt with, we came across a being called Corpse Terror. As it would turn out, this is a named Daedroth. I wouldn't call it a mini-boss per se, but it certainly felt like it. He packed a punch and had quite the health bar. We'd come across more Daedroth after it, and none of them were this challenging. So yeah, maybe I would classify Corpse Tear as a small skill check. Beyond the named NPC, Cadwell was finally able to tinker with the space's pipes and vents. The three of us would slash through more Daedric patrols, and he'd pull over to the side to start working his magic. He got through 2 of them and said that there was just 1 steam vent left. Excellent. I jumped ahead and started carving out a path. I cut through the Jamora in record time as I was eager to see what would come next for Coldharbour. I waited by the door for a bit, only to realize nothing was happening. I couldn't go through the passageway. Furthermore, the objective said to follow Cadwell, but Cadwell wasn't moving. He was stuck firm to the ground, and interacting with him wouldn't bring on any sort of advancement. I looked around the area and there was nothing more for me to activate, kill, or speak with. Somehow, someway, my MMO experience was glitched. Honestly, I don't think I've ever encountered a bug in an MMO before, but of course, it would be during the solo instance. Doing some research, the follow Cadwell bug is a somewhat common one. It apparently happens whenever the vestige jumps too far ahead of him in the cistern. He has to go through his motions in order for the plot to advance. The easiest fix would be to bring another enemy to him. However, seeing as how I just wiped them all out, that wasn't going to happen. So instead, I tried another fix, which was to use the /stuck command. I paid 47 gold, teleported back to the wretched squalor, and even returned to the Harborage. I just wanted to be sure that the instance would reset. Well, after accidentally skipping through Cadwell's dialogue, believing it to be a conversation I already had, it turns out that it did indeed work. Cadwell worked his magic while I was away, and the door was now accessible. Furthermore, I'd have to take on all of the Daedra again, including the Corpse Terror, and without the help of Cadwell. Well, sort of. He didn't follow us past the entrance, but somehow we found him engaged in combat by the exit, so he helped us with the latter half of the fight then. Probably easier to just not ask questions on this one. Basically, for the dialogue I skipped, all Cadwell said was that Tharn could be found at the top of the Tower of Bones. The vestige then asks what Abner's doing up there, and Cadwell says that Manimarco has him inspecting soul gems. I guess this is to make sure that they're in good condition, and possibly to check what kind of souls they're capable of holding. Finally, my character asks Cadwell to come with us, and he says that he will, but first, he's going to make sure that no one follows us into the inner keep. Honestly, Lyris put it best. He may be kooky, but Cadwell always comes through. Now, as for the inner keep, upon first going inside, I overheard 2 guards bad-mouthing Tharn. They were essentially making fun of him and his daughter, Clivia, calling both of them unfit to rule. I suppose there really isn't that much love between the cult and the High Chancellor. Beyond that small interaction with the cultists though, the inner keep comes to an end fairly quickly. After that, it's on to the aforementioned Tower of Bones.
Oh good, another projection of Tharn. Maybe if we ignore him, he'll go away.
There you are. I was beginning to think you were captured. We've a bit of a problem, I'm afraid. The door at the top of the tower has sealed with a warded barrier. I've seen the worms use similar sorceries before. It will sear you to ash if you touch it. Here's a thought. The flesh atronachs that patrol the castle halls are assembled in a laboratory very close to the warded door. If you created your own atronach, it would be bound to obey you. You could force it to smash through the barrier. It's a simple process. A child of 5 could do it. Unfortunately, we don't have a child of 5, so I'll be forced to walk you through it. You'll need some good-sized chunks of flesh. Take them to the laboratory and I'll contact you there.
This next part of the quest has Lyris and I searching for fresh human flesh. At least I think what we're looking for is human. I'm honestly not sure. These collectibles can be picked up throughout the tower, or they could be looted via enemy drops. As we ascend the zone, we come across other flesh atronachs as well as cultists. The monsters have what we're looking for, while the cultists fight tooth and nail to keep us away from them. Really though, there weren't many challenges, at least not in the beginning. The last few fleshy parts were placed on a large ledge just outside the tower. Wandering over, I picked up collectible 4 out of 4. Great. Only, Lyris and I had actually walked right into a trap. Out of nowhere, in comes this beast called the Haunter of the Cliffs. As of this moment, it was the most challenging matchup I've had yet. The gargoyle wreaked havoc on my health bar, while most of my attacks barely left a scratch. If it weren't for Lyris' tanking and her ability to take an absolute beating, I would have suffered my first death. As I mentioned earlier, slowly the humility was coming to my character. With each new unique matchup, I could see the difficulty level go up a notch. I'd need to learn my role in ESO sooner or later, or I'd get pummeled into the ground. In any case, I eventually landed at the laboratory. Here, there were fleshy masses hanging from the ceiling, body parts harvested from who knows what and sewed onto one another. Certainly off-putting, but as of this moment, I have need for these grotesque creations. Dropping the 4 collected parts into the ritual circle, Tharn then directs me to the nearby book, Ritual of Atronach Binding. Reading from it, I'm able to cast the proper spells that give life to these abominations. Within moments, a runty flesh Atronach rises from the ground and begins to follow Tharn. Abner stops just outside of the ruined door, but the Atronach continues to walk forward. Once it hits the sealed passageway, it triggers the enchantments and instantly gets vaporized. However, this was enough to lift the warding on the door and allowed for further passage into the tower. At least Tharn gave me the heads up on the trap, or that oozing puddle on the ground could have just as easily been myself or Lyris. Beyond that, it doesn't take much more effort to reach the tower summit. In fact, it's just one more tussle with the flesh Atronach, then it's off to the final stretch for this quest. The beginning of the summit consists of a long crawl across a natural bridge. Periodically, handfuls of Jamora come out of portals that are placed along the way. To me, this was a sign that we were getting close to Abner, as the cultists were firing on all cylinders to stop us from reaching him. Hacking and slashing away, I was soon brought into a large chamber. Here, I could see Tharn inspecting soul gems, while cultists were watching over him. He certainly looked more like a prisoner than he did a guest, so, teleport striking in, I took out Tharn's babysitters and finally caught up with the Imperial in person.
So, we meet in person at long last. You look taller in your projection. And not a moment too soon. If I had to inspect one more bloody soul gem, I'd have thrown myself from the tower. A fair question. I know things that can help you. Here's a bit to whet your appetite. Menimarco isn't doing any of this to serve Molag Bal. His ultimate plan is to out-scheme the God of Schemes and to replace him. The Amulet of Kings is the key to everything. Why do you think he kidnapped Sai Sahan? He's torturing him, trying to get him to reveal the amulet's hiding place. Precisely. With the amulet at his command, Menimarco believes he can trap Molag Bal's essence and absorb his power. He seeks to become a god himself. I'd love to discuss this further, but this is hardly the place. Get me to a safe haven and I will tell you the rest. That was our agreement, was it not? Now, let's... Wait. Did you feel that?
Now, Tharn. No telling my secrets. Go to your room, Abner. I will deal with you shortly. Ah, dear Lyris. Your old position at the Foundry is still available. We'll even give you your own set of unbreakable chains. And you, the thorn in my side, the pebble in my shoe. How strong are you? Shall we test your limits?
This has turned out to be quite the homecoming for the 5 companions. Abner Tharn, Lyris Titanborn, and Menimarco all in the same place after how many years? Except it's not that welcoming or friendly.
Infuriating. The process drains the energy from most victims, yet you keep fighting!
Abner has been taken to who knows where, so that plan could be out the window. Furthermore, Lyris and I have incurred the wrath of the King of Worms. Fortunately, we seem to be dealing with his projection as opposed to his corporeal form, but still, he's able to do some damage from afar.
Your strength surprises me. But how much more can you take, I wonder?
As is his shtick, Menimarco summons undead to corner and defeat myself and Lyris. They come in various forms of spellcasters and melee fighters, i.e. pyromancers and ravagers. The final enemy for this fight is an entity called Bone Colossus. It appears to be similar to the Child of Bones I had fought all the way back in the first quest. Furthermore, it, or Menimarco, are also able to summon minions called Risen Dead, which again act like the grandchildren of Bones. They mostly serve as distractions and nuisances for the battle though. However, I'd probably still place the Haunter of the Cliffs as the most challenging foe yet. The Colossus put up one heck of a fight, but the Haunter was still so much worse.
Menimarco, you dare attack the Chancellor of the Elder Council? your Wayne's vestige. Strike him down while his attentions are on me.
How dare you betray me, Tharn? Your suffering will be legendary.
And just like that, the tower summit is once again quiet, but who knows how long that'll last for. Chatting with Tharn, we hash out our escape plan.
He will not remain discorporated for long. His consciousness will be adrift for a few moments, but that is all. Because Manimarco has delusions of godhood. He cares nothing for the Empire. He seeks only power. I've never done battle with him before. He's far more powerful than I imagined. Oh well, too late for regrets. In for a bean, in for a beanstalk. First things first, we need to get out of here alive. We certainly can't go back the way you came in. I'd imagine they're swarming the grounds already. There's a refuse chute further down the path. It's a bit of a drop, but we'll probably survive.
From here, a new form of dialogue gets introduced to the game, and honestly, it's some of my favorite to listen to.
You must be the ugliest princess ever rescued from a tower, Tharn.
I'm shocked your lack of education and repeated blows to the head haven't dulled your wit, Titanborn.
Tharn's presence creates tension amongst the group, especially with Lyris. This brings on banter that's extremely entertaining and sometimes informative. You never know what might come up in the heat of the moment between those two. Also, in comes a familiar face to open up the gateway. Cadwell to the rescue again. If anything, he's become the unsung hero for this story.
Arche preserve us, you're as battered and bruised as a peach in a sack of rocks. Bit of the old derring do, was it? No matter. You'll be needing an escape route, no doubt. Well, it's what I do, quite honestly. We should probably hurry it up. The entire castle is as bristly as a sack of sewing needles after all that noise. Come with you? You mean leave Coldharbour? Well, I don't know. It's been a very long time since I've seen the world I left behind. Do you think it's wise?
From here, I'm faced with a decision, and honestly, I don't really know what becomes of it. I can either ask Cadwell to leave with us, or convince him to stay behind in Coldharbour. While he's been a gem in the Daedric realm, I also thought he might make for an excellent companion back in Tamriel.
Well, that's settled then. And after all, you do need someone to lead you out of here. Onward!
From here, Cadwell leads us to a chute that drops down into some place called the Path of the Scorned. Taking it, I safely plummet into a lake of oblivion what's-it. Judging from all of the floating corpses though, I should be considering myself one of the lucky ones. Swimming to the shoreline, the prophet chimes in and says that he's opened a portal. This is my ticket out of Coldharbour again, and with luck, maybe I can leave this place behind me for some time. However, recognizing the pattern, I know that I'll be back in a few quests. Taking the portal, I noticed that Cadwell stayed behind, even though I told him to come with. Again, we'll have to wait and see what becomes of the Knight of Coldharbour.
My estates, my titles, my own life, it's all forfeit now. All in the name of preserving the Empire. I swear by all the gods Manimarco will pay dearly for this. Of course, I am Abner Tharn. It will take more than a few brainless cultists to rattle these old bones. Now then, where were we? Ah, yes. Truth be told, I don't know the precise location, but I do know that he is Manimarco's prisoner, and that the King of Worms is trying to pry the location of the amulet from him. Now, before you lose your temper, let me clarify. I don't know precisely where he is, but I can find out. I'll just need a little time.
What? You son of a bitch!
Are you insane? Get away from me, you brutish she-troll!
Lyris, stand down.
He's done nothing but lie to us from the beginning. I don't care what he says. He'll always be Manimarco's toady.
Please. Manimarco wants me dead. Did I pretend to capitulate to him? Yes, I did. Do you have any idea how many lives I saved by doing so?
The only thing you saved was your holdings in your own hide, you pompous ass!
Enough! Abner had no choice, Lyris. And we are guilty of our own deceit, are we not? The time has come for the Vestige to know the truth.
What's this? The Vestige doesn't know? Oh, this is rich.
Sire, don't.
Vestige, until now, you've only known me as the Prophet. But that is not my true name.
I am Varen Aquilarius.
Our fallen emperor, in the tattered robes of a moth priest, blind as a newborn kitten.
I am sorry I deceived you, Vestige.
Not only does Abner not know where Saisahan is, but as it would turn out, the Prophet is the missing fifth and final member of the Companions. He's the wannabe emperor that inadvertently plunged Tamriel into its dark path. Also, I guess the elderscrolls have some kind of aging effect. Abner and Lyris have barely aged a day, while Varen looks as though he's lived an entire lifetime. He certainly has some explaining to do.
You are angry. It is to be expected. I was once, but no more. My name is Varen Aquilarius. In truth, I feared you'd kill me where I stood if you knew who I was. You certainly wouldn't have allied with us so readily. I caused this, all of this. If Molag Bal destroys this world, the blame will be mine, and mine alone. You must not blame Lyris. She did as I instructed. She's my sworn protector, but she is also your ally. You have my solemn promise, Vestige. When this is over, if you still judge me harshly, you can end my life. I will offer no resistance. We must find Saisahan. Everything depends on that. In this matter, nothing. Abner and I must confer. We will contact you again when we have more information. I did not foresee Abner's defection, but I welcome it. Manamako fears him, and with good reason. He can help us. I feel certain of it.
Honestly, while somewhat surprising, it wasn't enraging to hear that the Prophet was actually Varen all along. If anything, his whole save the world story would have made more sense if he had just led with that. I'm sure he could have told the Vestige that he wanted to undo what he had done, and it would have gone over smoothly. Instead, he chose an awkward time to have a tell-all. In any case, the Prophet, or as I guess I'll be calling him now, Varen Aquilarius, is still good in my books. I don't distrust him or Lyris. I just hope that they're open and honest with me going forward, and that they disclose any important information ASAP. As for this quest's rewards, I received some more gear. Upgraded versions of the trainee armor set. I'll always take improvements and higher ranked items. With that, thus ends the quest, Castle of the Worm. From here, I took my leave of the Harborage, fully expecting to be called upon in a matter of moments. While that did technically happen, it wasn't in the usual manner. The Prophet, or Varen, didn't reach out to me for this quest. Instead, it was Tharn, or rather, one of the Imperial's messengers.
You! Tharn wants to speak to you! Go to the Daggerfall Mages Guild! Quick! Quick!
Honestly, I thought I was getting ambushed by the worm cult or something of that nature. A Daedra appears out of nowhere and starts screaming. You'd think you did something to rile up a Daedric prince or a powerful necromancer. Also, it's interesting that Abner wants to meet at the Mages Guild Hall. That's away from the prying eyes of the companions. Is the selected location a purposeful tactic, or does it come down to simple convenience? I guess I'll be finding out in just a moment. Entering the hall, I could see at least 4 different side quests for the faction. I personally love the Mages Guild and their various plotlines, so believe me when I say it was hard to resist their calls. For now though, I just kept my head down and located Tharn. Needless to say, the High Chancellor did well to blend in with his surroundings.
Ah, excellent, you got my message. Apparently that little creature isn't completely useless. Banekin can be such children. I hope you've nothing pressing. We could be here a while. I can't be strutting around the city wearing my imperial regalia, can I? Your concern about my fashion sense is touching but irrelevant. I've called you here for a reason. If we are to determine a course of action, we need more information. By now, it should be clear your Prophet Emperor brought these catastrophic events upon us. Everything that transpired is his fault. Granted, Manamako can be very persuasive and charismatic when he wants to be. We all believed him when he said we could change Varen's bloodline with the Amulet of Kings. You saved Varen's life when you rescued him in Coldharbour. In return, he lied to you about his true identity and his part in causing the Soul Burst. He manipulated you from the very start. Perhaps the better question is, why don't you blame Varen? Varen wants to assemble a new group of companions in the vein of the original 5. Claims it fulfills a prophecy in those wretched scrolls of his. Superstitious nonsense, but he is quite correct on one point. We need to find Sai Sahan. In the chaos following the Soul Burst, Sahan stole the Amulet of Kings and fled the Imperial City. We're going to need that relic, and he is the only one who knows its current location. He was captured by Minimarco's agents and taken to an undisclosed location. We need to find out where he's being held. Minimarco keeps his most secret documents at Norvolk, a hidden lair of Daedric cultists in the Stormhaven countryside. We must travel there and search for clues. Travel to Stormhaven's eastern reaches and look for the Norvolk ruins. I will be waiting for you inside.
Before heading out, I have the opportunity to ask Tharn some questions regarding his current social standing.
If I can endure Titanborn's inane prattle, I can survive your assuredly erudite elucidations. Proceed. Well, if you must pry, I am Chancellor to the Elder Council and Overlord of Nibene. But of all my titles, the greatest is my family name, Tharn. We are the greatest of the noble houses, with seats at the Imperial Court for countless centuries. Politicians? A grossly inadequate word to describe our duties and our legacy. The Tharns have a storied history of advising kings and emperors that can be traced back to the First Era. We understand the ebb and flow of power. Clivia. She is comfortably lodged in Minimarco's pocket, along with my nephew, Jabard. I doubt they've given my disappearance a second thought. Ah, fair Clivia. My charming girl grew to be a ruthlessly ambitious woman. I taught her well. Ah, there's the rub. With my untimely defection, my family will likely be divested of its holdings. The name Tharn is probably being stricken from every document in the Imperial archives as we speak. I detest being on the wrong side of history. Don't sound so smug about it. This is a setback, nothing more. By allying with you, I will liberate the Empire from Minimarco's grip. The Empire is all that matters to me. I will do what I must to ensure its survival.
I don't know, call me crazy, but as of this moment, I kinda like Abner Tharn. I know that he's a bully and can be difficult to work with, but I think his character adds tension and offers different perspectives. He's complex, yet very simple. He's what I'd call a neutral character. He only cares for his family and the Empire. He'll do whatever he must against whomever he must in order to ensure their survival. This makes him unpredictable, which in turn sort of makes him predictable. He's not my friend, and I don't think I'd put my full trust in him. I get the feeling that our time working together will come to an end once he gets what he wants. However, until that moment comes, Tharn will probably be a very important and powerful ally. He knows Minimarco better than the rest of us, so his intel is going to be incredibly valuable. Now, back to the quest. This is the first time since the Harborage that I get to travel around Tamriel. Over by the docks, there's a Redguard navigator by the name of Azufa. She's able to take me to other allied territories, and in this case, it's off to Stormhaven. Stormhaven is still in High Rock, but at least I get a change of scenery from Glenumbra and the hideout. As for Norvolk, it's located about a kilometer north of the city. The journey there leads me through some of Tamriel's curiosities. Included is obviously the city of Stormhaven, which by the looks of it has plenty of resources to offer. Then, just outside of it, there's an abandoned farm that's been sacked and burned by Daedra. I was thinking of getting a closer look, however, I saw an entity called Garzugar. This thing's health bar had adornments like I've never seen before. I learned that that's how you can tell how powerful an enemy is, so I just slowly backed off and went on my way. Maybe one day I'll have it in me to try that fight out. However, what comes next though sort of makes up for my cowardice. Thinking I was heading to Norvolk Ruins, I ended up taking a wrong turn and landed at a spot called Menevia Dolmen. Little did I know, this was a Dark Anchor spawn point. Essentially, that means that I'd walked right into a PvE event. Worm cultists spawned in from nowhere and summoned a Dark Anchor. Other Covenant players came barreling in and started swinging for the fences. Horns blared, the screen shook, Molag Bal recited a few speeches, runes lit up the battlefield, and Daedra started to pour down from the sky. It was all-out mayhem and every moment was chaos, yet I loved every second of it. This was my first real experience for the player versus environment aspect of the game. PvE and PvP are what MMOs are built off of. Interacting with other players, if only for a moment, is crucial for that online experience. Plus, this served as a great way to farm more XP, and I got some decent loot out of it. In any case, distractions aside, Norfolk was just up the ridge from Menevia Dolmen, and heading inside, Abner Tharn was already waiting for me. Other than some comments regarding the stench in here, he didn't say much to me. Instead, we put our heads down and started the crawl. It's interesting. I never really thought about it, but I guess there could be Ayleid ruins in other parts of Tamriel. I just always assumed that they were local to Citadel, given that the Heartland High Elves dominated the region and established their empire there. But I suppose they could have built kingdoms and fortresses in surrounding provinces, like Eastern High Rock. What's next? I'm actually going to discover some living Ayleids? As for the enemies in here, Tharn had already warned me these ruins were overrun with Daedra. The Jamora come in groups of 2 to 3, and there's certainly an abundance of them. It's nothing like the Tower of Bones or the Wretched Squalor. Although, this is a universal player dungeon, meaning that I could easily find other Covenant members in here. The spawn rates and enemy count should be higher in order to appease the masses. Eventually, Tharn and I found ourselves at the first item of interest. It was called a Speaking Stone, and accompanying it was a journal from Mannimarco called the Unbreakable Redguard. For all his self-doubt, Saisahan has proven monstrously difficult to break. Perhaps the years of physical training he endured to condition his body make the tortures of flesh pale in comparison. Likewise, threats of bodily harm to friends and acquaintances have no effect. He merely closes his eyes and promises to avenge them. So deftly he pulled the Amulet of Kings from the fingers of Varen's withering husk amidst the chaos of the soul burst, and then he was gone, a fleeting shadow in the night. I must have it back if I am to enact the final stage of my plan. Since that day, I have played a waiting game as Molag Bal's Planemeld continues unabated. For the time being, this works to my advantage. But I must find the amulet before the Planemeld concludes, or my plan is doomed to failure. I would tear this continent apart stone by stone if I had to, but for now, I shall be patient. Saisahan cannot endure these tortures forever. He will break, and the Amulet of Kings will be mine once again. Interacting with the Speaking Stone, Tharn and I saw a projection of Sai being tortured.
You will not break me, King of Worms!
I can and I shall! Where is the Amulet of Kings?
You cannot break the will of a son of Yakuda. I spit on you.
So, Saisahan is alive and he has not been broken. An important piece of the puzzle to be sure, but where is he being kept?
I'd say the Daughter of Giants quest more or less already revealed his fate, but it's true. The big question is, where can we find Sai? Moving to the upper level of the ruin, Abner and I took out a few more Daedric patrols before we landed at the next stone and journal. This one was called the Kim El Adabal, the Amulet of the Kings of Glory, Pendant of the Red Diamond, Kim El Adabal, Ayleid Relic of Divine Investiture. Whatever myths exist concerning its creation, this much is fact. As a vessel of Akatosh's will, it is tied to him in a very real way. The corruption of the Dragonfire ritual was a taxing endeavor. I spent weeks inscribing the glyphs and preparing the incantations that Aquilarius foolishly believed would change his ancestry and birthright. Trusting simpleton. Nirn now lies adrift in the Mundus, vulnerable to the parasitic Daedra that feast upon the souls of its people. Tharn once asked me, outright, if the amulet could be used to repair the damage wrought by the soulburst. Subtlety was never part of Abner's repertoire. I could see the scheming machinations behind his eyes even as he pledged his loyalty to me. I think he knew, even then, that he was disposable. Who needs a scheming politician when one aspires to be a god? The answer to his question is, of course, yes. This is why I must seize the amulet and protect it. It is the vessel through which I will supplant my would-be master and assume dominion over 2 worlds. Why would a god settle for just one? Again, turning our attention to the Speaking Stone, this time we saw a projection of Mannimarco.
Kim El Adabal, the Amulet of the Kings of Glory, an artifact of the Divines, a badge of office for the ruling emperors of Cyrodiil, and the key to my ascendancy. Yet it eludes me. Exploiting its power to bring about the calamity of our age was intoxicating. It made me aware of the limitless possibilities available to one strong enough and fearless enough to use it to achieve his own ends. The amulet has the power to create or destroy, but it also has the power to undo the damage caused by the soul burst, to mend the tear in the barrier between Nirn and oblivion. I must recover it before some fool fixes that which must remain broken.
He knows of our plan to use the amulet to set things right. We must rescue Sai Sahan before he can be broken.
Well, I suppose the notion that the Amulet of Kings can fix the Soul Burst has now been confirmed by multiple sources. This is good, as we now know there's a way to set Nirn back on its course. However, Tharn's right in that time is of the essence for reaching Sai. There's only so much torture someone can endure before they break. From here, Abner and I continue our crawl through Norfolk in search of the final item. You may have noticed it by now, but I did a small ability swap somewhat recently. As a Nightblade, I have access to 3 skill lines: Assassination, Siphoning, and Shadow. The one I had yet to touch for quite some time was Siphoning. I guess I just thought, why bother healing me and some allies if I'm playing alone and could just strong-arm my way through everything. I know, not the best reasoning. Well, I've since learned my lesson, as Strife ended up becoming one of the most useful abilities to date. By casting it, I ensure that my health is always topped up, as it heals me for 50% of the damage inflicted every 2 seconds for 10 seconds. And said damage is magica based, dealing upwards of 4,000 points per cast. That's all to say, I'm kicking myself for not taking it earlier, but better late than never. Also, after reaching level 12 with my Assassination skill line, I had finally unlocked Deathstroke, my first ultimate ability. This move deals 10,000 hit points, and my targets take 20% more damage from my attacks for the next 8 seconds. Definitely a useful spell, and it worked wonders for defeating this dungeon's boss, Nerium. For those who don't know, the ultimate gets recharged with every hit I land on an enemy. Depending on said hit, some attacks fill up the bar faster than others. In any case, with all of the action handled, Tharn and I came across the final stone and journal. The Duchess of Anguish reveals the most with regards to Sai's current whereabouts. It became necessary to relocate Sai Sahan when it became clear that standard interrogation techniques would not work. His will is very strong, no doubt forged during the years he spent training in solitude, attempting to restore the ancient Yakutan art of sword singing. Despite his utter failure to manifest the spirit swords, a task that came as naturally as breathing to the ancient masters, Sai Sahan maintains an unusually strong sense of self. When it was determined that he could resist or outright ignore physical pain, I had him relocated from the dungeons beneath the Imperial City to a location that might be better suited to break his will and extract the information I seek. My contacts amongst Molag Bal's Daedric servants were receptive to the suggestion. After all, it had been years since any of them had the challenge of breaking a subject with such a strong will. The lovely Duchess of Anguish has a touch that is like razors against the flesh. Her voice sears the mind and soul, her lips are coated in venom, and her intellect is as sharp as her tongue. She has practiced her art for uncounted centuries, and I am confident she will extract the information from the Redguard without killing him. I suppose the Redguard will need to be disposed of when this is over. Once the information is mine, perhaps I will give him to the Duchess as a gift. She will almost certainly kill him, I think, but first she'll enjoy him as a plaything for many long years. Flipping to the stone, it reveals another projection of Mana Marco.
The Redguard's iron will cannot be overcome with standard interrogation techniques. Physical tortures appear to be useless. I have therefore instructed the Daedra to move Sai Sahan into the halls of Torment. The Duchess will be most pleased to have a new guest. His flesh is strong, but perhaps her tortures of the mind will break him. I have come too far to allow this upstart sword master to thwart my plans. I will find the amulet, one way or another.
This is the information we've been looking for. At last, Sai Sahan has been taken to the halls of Torment. Oh yes, it's Coldharbour's most nefarious prison. The Daedra in the halls of Torment reach deep into the dark places of a prisoner's mind and torture them with apparitions of the things they most dread. It's an effective tactic. The Daedra mock our emotional attachments and the memories that form our sense of self. Daedra have no use for such things. They are immortal. It's impossible to kill Daedra. They simply reform over time. Of course I can. I am Abner Tharn. But first, I have a bit more research to do. Go back to the Harborage and tell Varen what we've discovered. I'll meet you there once I've made the necessary preparations.
Tharn opens a portal to who knows where and steps on through, leaving me all alone in Norfolk ruins. Fortunately, most of the enemies have been wiped out, and leaving is as simple as following the path. These alien ruins hold tales of Vermina's dreamers, as well as a few side quests. One day, this would be an excellent dungeon to return to, but for now, it's back to Glenumbra, and from there, the Harborage. It's funny, on my way out of Stormhaven, I crossed by the Dark Anchor spawn point, as well as the abandoned farm. There were also NPCs shouting in the distance, begging for help and screaming bloody murder. I also heard Lee from The Walking Dead apologize to me. That one threw me for a bit of a loop. Again, I'm going to sound like a broken record, but there really is so much to this game. The time and effort that went into making it is incredible. Every town, city, settlement, and dungeon has its fair share of stories to tell, and so far, nothing's been disappointing. I know I've only embarked on a handful of quests, but I've enjoyed every single one so far. Let's just hope that the storytelling continues to impress.
An unexpected visit. What brings you back, Vestige? At last! Where can he be found? Well done. I will begin searching for a safe route to the Halls of Torment immediately. I was going to say that a river flows and we are slaves to its current, but I am done with riddles and metaphors. I don't know what awaits us. I'm not a prophet. I'm just a foolish old man who glimpsed the wisdom of the scrolls and survived. When Tharn returns, we will combine our resources. We will find a path to these Halls of Torment soon enough.
Completing the quest, I received some more gear, gold, and a skill point. The gear was quite interesting. I didn't really pay much attention to the axe or mace, but I was interested in the armor. The Blessed armor set is heavy. My character has been using medium armor this whole time, so it was a bit of a change to have that switch up. However, the armor rating was of course that much better, and the cuirass, greaves, and helmet offered buffs to my character's health. Plus, if we're being honest, I also really liked how the armor looked. Sometimes, aesthetics go an even longer way than functionality. With that, thus ends the quest, The Tharn Speaks. Leaving the companions to their research, I slipped back over to Glenumbra. Of course, Varen would call me back faster than the Grey Fox could say capital, but I had loot to sell and items to shop for. It's funny, there's a whole world out there for crafting. Alchemy, enchanting, blacksmithing, there's so much to play around with. If I ever decide to take up a trade, I'd have to think about which one would benefit me the most. Blacksmithing sounds the most interesting, but for a Nightblade, I don't know how useful it would prove. Clothing might be the most beneficial, as I can craft light and medium armor. But again, I'm currently donning a set of mostly heavy armor, so that's kind of out the window, isn't it? Enchanting feels fairly universal, so that could be a fun one to explore, but I think I'll deal with all of these mechanics in due time. First, I'd like to learn a little more about this build and how to properly buff it up. In any case, returning to the Harborage, I seem to walk in on quite the intense moment.
Put a cork in it, Tharn. Sai's my friend. Probably the best friend I have. If the Vestige is going, I'm going too.
Yes, I see. And you are the most qualified. Why? Is it your superior knowledge of Coldharbour? Your expertise in dealing with Daedric entities? Or is it simply the unrequited puppy love you feel for that shirtless mammoth?
Clearly there's a piece to this puzzle that I'm missing, and chatting with Varen, the kicker gets revealed.
The time has come for another foray into Oblivion, Vestige. We have one last ally in need of rescue. Indeed, Abner Tharn and I have been meditating, scrying, and poring over Menamarco's notes, and at long last we've discovered the location of the Halls of Torment. Our friend has suffered unimaginable and unending torment for nearly 2 years, far longer than any mortal man should endure. But Saisahan is something more than mortal man. He's a descendant of Leki, the Yokudan sword saint. I've seen it. We have been able to determine the precise area of the halls where Sai is being held. This is why we were so long about the task. I shall open a portal for you. Lyris and Abner have both agreed to accompany you, but I fear their mutual enmity will complicate your task. Speak with them and hear what they offer, but you must choose one or the other.
The age-old dilemma, Abner or Lyris. At this point, I might have already had my mind made up, but first I wanted to hear out each companion.
What's wrong? What did Varen say? Then your choice is clear. I've known Sai Sahan longer than anyone. I should be the one to go. It's your decision. Just know that I'd give my life for you or for Sai. Would Tharn do the same?
You look perplexed. What inscrutable riddles is Varen spouting now? Did he? What surprisingly good advice. Titanborn and I are more likely to kill each other than we are to help. The choice is yours. But I recommend choosing brains over brawn. I have valuable knowledge of the Daedra, and don't forget, I'm the mage.
I was hoping Abner could give me a little more than that. The choice was already favored for Lyris, and without better rationale than Tharn being a spellcaster who knows Daedra, I'm going to have to go with Titanborn. Lore-wise, she probably would try a lot harder to rescue the Redguard than Abner would. He'd probably stop short at the Amulet of Kings, while Lyris would be dead set on saving her friend. For this one, Titanborn's got a fire in her eyes that Tharn just doesn't have. Plus, with this build, I'd favor a heavy-hitting tank over a mage any day.
Thank you. You won't regret it. Back in the Coldharbour slave pits, the Shriven used to whisper about the halls of Torment. When I think of what Sai must be going through, we'll bring him back, or die trying.
Go with Lyris. Save Sai Sahan from the halls of Torment.
I guess since I got to stretch my legs in Tamriel, it's only fair that I get sent back to Coldharbour for this one. Entering the halls of Torment, Lyris and I seem to have walked in during an interrogation.
Where is the Amulet of Kings?
The halls are littered with skeletons, scattered bones, and old corpses, and accompanying them are torture devices like cages, shackles, and sharp spikes. This is seemingly a popular area for the Daedra to take their victims. I'd assume the person gets tortured and killed, and while their remains stay here, their soul, or whatever's left of them, gets sent to other regions of Coldharbour. Battling our way through some skeletal enemies, Lyris and I could hear a familiar voice in the distance.
That's Tharn's voice. What is he doing here?
Where is the Amulet of Kings? Tell me, or I'll gut you like a fish with your own sword.
We managed to find Sai Sahan pretty quickly, however he's bound senseless via magic. The best Lyris and I can hope for is to take out his torturer, a doppelganger of Tharn. The copy fought with a greatsword and was able to cast a variety of spells. He had over 160,000 health points and was accompanied by a skeletal sword saint. Not a tricky foe per se, but one that could easily get someone back. For Tharn, I just made sure to stay on top of my siphoning skill line, as that was the only means of topping up my health. About a dozen or so combos later, and the imposter was down for the count.
How touching. Your friends are here to save you. Pity they arrived too late. It's time for your next round of torture. You'll enjoy this one.
Sai was right there. We had him. We were so close. Tharn was always mocking Sai, making jokes at his expense. Sai never responded, but I know it hurt him deeply. The Daedra must have sensed that. On the plus side, a doppelganger with Tharn's face was much more satisfying to kill. The Sword Singers are legendary. They were a group of Redguard swordmasters, wiped out in the First Era by the Yokudan Emperor Hira. Sahan spent years trying to resurrect their lost art, but never succeeded. He considered it his greatest failure. And it took on Tharn's appearance because he was a familiar rival that Sai secretly despised. Imagine seeing your nemesis succeed where you failed, day after day, year after year. I can't think of anything worse.
While I didn't get to see her form, I finally heard from the Duchess of Anguish. I've obviously read about her and heard what she's capable of, so let's see how the rest of this scrawl plays out then. I'm sure she has some interesting surprises up her sleeve. Speaking of which, I quite like the format for the Halls of Torment. The goal is obviously to reach Sai. In order to do so, Lyris and I advance from area to area. Along the way, the Duchess speaks to us and tries to break our spirits. Of course, this doesn't work, but we get to learn more about her personality and just how cruel she can be. Now, instead of one long crawl through the dungeon, we stop at specific chambers to fight some aspect of the Duchess. However, the illusion put on by the Daedra will reveal one of Sai's deepest secrets, grievances, or regrets. With Tharn, it was a combination of his failures and hatreds. Next up is Lyris, and well, it's something else entirely.
Just tell me where the amulet is and we can be together forever, Sai. Isn't that what we both want?
At this point, I'm looking at Titanborn and scratching my head. Is there something that maybe she neglected to tell me? Entering the Chamber of Seduction, the torture continues.
Sai, my love, where is the amulet? If you tell me, this will all be over, and we can finally be together.
I know that Lyris said they were the best of friends, but surely this isn't what she meant, right? She never mentioned a romantic relationship, so is this some kind of trick, or is there more going on in Sai's head than Lyris thinks?
They're after the amulet. Don't worry, my love. My sisters will deal with these pests.
Titanborn goes on to deny this as reality. She says it's not like that between her and Sai, so I guess I'll have to be the one who breaks it to Sahan that he's been friend-zoned. Now, the Chamber of Seduction has an interesting mechanic to it. For Tharn's doppelganger, I could just put my head down and start swinging. There were no catches or prior steps to confronting him. For Lyris's, however, the setup is quite drawn out. Dark seducers, or more specifically, predators, cutthroats, deadeyes, and nightblades start to spawn in. They're protecting these contraptions called shielding stones. There are 4 stones, and these are what create the force field around the doppelganger and Sai. By deactivating all of them, I can get access to my targets. As for the seducers themselves, they're honestly no more difficult than the Jamora I've been facing. Even as a level 10 Nightblade, with the correct casts, I could take on a few at a time and still come out of the battle relatively unscathed. With the force field shut down, Lyris' doppelganger comes rushing out. She wields the same axe as the real Titanborn and is able to let off identical types of attacks. Slow, heavy-hitting swings that can easily knock back my character. Once the doppelganger's health hits half, it transforms into a type of Daedra I've never seen before. These are apparently called the Harvesters, and they have decent restorative abilities. It summons these floating orbs that, after some time, get absorbed by the Harvester in exchange for hits of health. Taking it on at half HP wasn't really an issue, but I'd be interested to fight this thing at full capacity, and without the help.
Too late, once again. Come, my friend. Time for your next step.
When I get my hands on Menemarco, I'm gonna slice that traitor stem to sternum and wash my hands in his body cavity! How should I know? Sai and I are friends. Good friends, nothing more. What? No! Our friendship is based on honor and loyalty, not foolish games of love. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to snap at you. This is just so unexpected. Confusing. I'll show her anguish when I bury my axe in her skull. Let's keep moving. And listen, don't mention this whole thing to anyone. I need some time to figure out what it means.
I think what it means is that Sai Sahan has feelings for Lyris. She thought that they were just companions who fight and drink together. Meanwhile, he thinks a little more of her. I wonder if he was aware of Lyris and I during that fight, or if he was completely blinded to his surroundings. In any case, the crawl continues onwards as more skeletons are encountered and the Duchess resumes threatening the vestige. You know, nothing against the voice actress, but I don't think the pleasant, calm, and collected tone is what I would have chosen for the Duchess of Anguish. In its own right, it's not a bad touch, but it's not really making me feel any type of emotion. Just sort of sounds robotic, and to me, it doesn't fit the atmosphere all that well. There's confidence in her voice, but there's nothing scary, sinister, or fearful about it. In my opinion, it just doesn't scream evil torturer.
Where is the Amulet of Kings?
Where is the Amulet of Kings? This can all be over if you just tell me. You can finally rest. You'd like that, wouldn't you, Sai?
I've been here 2 years. Or 2,000 years. I can no longer tell. But I will never break. Never.
This time, there are 3 doppelgangers of Varen Aquilarius. They shame Sai for failing the 5 companions and for plunging the world into chaos. Stepping on up, all it takes is a siphoning cast to get rid of the facade.
Who dares to defy the Duchess of Anguish? I will tear out your heart and make you feast upon it. What death do you prefer, mortal? Slow and painful or quick and painful? I think I'll kill you quickly, then resurrect you and kill you slowly. An eternity of agony. It will be glorious.
Here comes the final matchup for this quest, a boss fight with the Duchess of Anguish. She takes on the form of a Zivkin. These are taller and more powerful versions of Jamora. She fights with a battle axe, has access to a few fire abilities, and can summon a flame Atronach. To be honest though, I didn't find this fight to be all that challenging. Not to sound like a broken record, but the Haunter of the Cliffs and even the Corpse Terror back in Castle of the Worm were a tougher matchup. They had more health than the Duchess, and I'd argue that they hit harder too. Maybe this all stems down to my Strife ability though, as again, a means of healing my character goes a long way for these tussles. In any case, with the Duchess of Anguish defeated, Sai Sahan was finally within our grasp. He could no longer be moved around the halls of torment, and that meant that Lyris and I could actually free him from his bonds.
I do not know you. Why are you here? Who sent you? The Emperor? He lives? This day is filled with wonders. They tortured me for many months. Years, perhaps. But I did not break my vow. The amulet is hidden and safe. My strength is returning. Lead on.
You have done it, Vestige. Bring him through the portal quickly.
Honestly, I'm just waiting for Lyris to confront Sai about his visions, but it might be a while before that actually happens. Jokes aside, Sahan quickly becomes one of my favorite characters. He's pretty much the complete opposite of Abner Tharn, hence why they butt heads. Sai is superstitious, spiritual, a traditionalist, and thinks with his heart. He's also incredibly humble, caring, and chock full of lore and wisdom. The Redguard's like a history book, and it's always a pleasure to learn from him. He often sheds light on Yakutan history, and he's able to relate a lot of events back to his own life experiences. Returning to the Harborage, all 4 of the companions are finally reunited. The 5th member is obviously out of the picture for good, but I suppose that's where the Vestige comes in. After all the work that the players put in, they should very well be considered the final companion.
Sai Sahan lives. You've outdone yourself, Vestige. The minds of some men can endure hardships far greater than anything that Daedra can concoct. The forces of loyalty, honor, and friendship are powerful indeed. We must recover the Amulet of Kings, but only when Sai Sahan has had time to recover. He is a man of great strength, but he will still need to rest after such an ordeal. Sai locked the amulet away in the ruins of Sancre Tor and entrusted the key to one of his close associates. But he can tell you himself. Speak with him. He's eager to meet his liberator. I'll contact you when we're ready to move forward.
Turning my attention to Sai, I spoke with him once more to close out this chapter.
I owe you my life. My lord calls you Vestige. A strange name. Is it true your soul was taken from you? Stranger still. My people say that bravery and honor are the hallmarks of a great soul. Yet you have both of those things in great measure. I had begun to think that honor was a relic of the past. You give me hope. I cannot say. Physically, I am unharmed. But mentally, I feel a darkness in my heart. A weight on my soul. I do not know how long this emptiness will remain. I hid the amulet in a sacred catacomb protected by magical wards. The means of lifting these wards are in the keeping of my old mentor, Kasura. As soon as I am able, we must meet with her. I will try to rest, but I am a warrior. We cannot sit still for very long. I should certainly bathe before we meet with Kasura. I am unpleasantly fragrant, and if she happened to be downwind of me, well, I would never hear the end of it. The path ahead of us is a dark one. but it pleases me to know that I shall walk the path with friends. May we all rest a little easier tonight. I know I shall.
The rewards for completing this quest are the usual: more gold, gear, and a skill point. What's more, it seems as though there's even a clear path laid out for the team. Meet with this Kasura, retrieve what we need from her, and enter the ruins of Sancre Tor for the Amulet of Kings. It should be enough to vanquish Manamarco and Molag Bal, but like most plans, it's much easier said than done. There are surely going to be trials and hardships along the way, as well as unforeseen roadblocks and detours. The King of Worms is surely going to find out about Sai's rescue, and that won't bode well for the rest of our journey. More than likely, the Necromancers and Daedra will stop at nothing to have the Redguard return to Coldharbour, and who knows, that could create an even more destructive alliance. Finally hitting level 10, I get access to my first mount. Obviously right now it won't make that much of a difference for my travels, but for future quests, storylines, and general exploration, this steed will work wonders. I've seen some pretty interesting mounts around Glenumbra, like cats, bears, and even Dwemer spiders. I wonder if those are purely cosmetic upgrades, or do they come with speed buffs too? Maybe one day I'll find out, but for now, Varen's eagerly awaiting my arrival back at the Harborage. We're so close to recovering the Amulet of Kings, but there are a few hurdles we need to jump through first. I'm nervous those hurdles are going to throw more detours or setbacks in the companion's way, but as of right now, there's only one way to find out. Entering the hideout, I'm directed to a recovered Sai Sahan for our next move.
Honor and faith to you, my friend. We are nearly ready to depart. My Lord Varen requested that Tharn and Snow Lily join us, for safety's sake, though I have seen fewer places as tranquil as the Valley of Blades. An old friend Kasura dwells there. Before I was captured, I placed an enchanted ring in her keeping. The ring is a key of sorts. Without it, we will not be able to open the secret chamber where the Amulet of Kings lies hidden. She was my first mentor and instructor, a true master of blades. She still trains young swordsmen in the valley, though she deems worthy of her instruction. Swordsmanship, but much more than that. Her teachings revolve around a trinity of body, blade, and brilliance. The sword singers of old were said to be masters of all three. Oh, look, there will be time for questions later. Are you ready to depart?
Video Games 101 says that anytime an NPC promises a place will be calm, that almost always means that something bad is going to happen. Heading through the portal, the four of us are teleported to the entrance of the Valley of Blades, a settlement that's hidden within the Dragontail Mountains of Hammerfell.
Do you smell the scent of burning embers in the air? Oh, we may be in for a treat if Kasura is teaching the firewalk. It is tradition for Redguard men to shave their heads, following a time of great trials. I shaved mine long ago, when I failed in the task to restore the lost tradition of the Sword Singers. Also, long hair gets in the way during battle. There is an old Redguard proverb: a man is only as great as the beard that wears him. A full and healthy beard carries with it a sense of great honor and wisdom. Also crumbs. Oh, a few have tried, but a fool and his fingers are quickly parted. The Abbey is just down the path. We're fortunate that my Lord Varen opened a portal for us. This landslide appears to have blocked the valley's only approach. I cannot say. I've never known these mountains to experience earthquakes. Strange.
Sai continues reminiscing while Abner makes fun of his sensitive side. This causes Lyris to target Tharn, and the cycle of bickering continues. It doesn't take the four of us very long to gaze upon the Abbey. As soon as Sai said that he had smelt embers, I knew that he was foreshadowing bad tidings. I have no idea what the valley is supposed to look like, but what I'm seeing appears to be a rubble-ridden, destroyed, and burnt-down settlement. Within moments, alarm bells go off from Sahan, and he starts running to the village. Abner chimes in and says that he's seen destruction like this before. The mage tells Titanborn to keep her eyes to the sky. No doubt, he's referring to Manamarco and Molag Bal. As Sai reaches the center, he begins to shout for his former master, Kasura. A few moments go by and he manages to locate her. Kasura is alive, which is obviously great for her well-being, but also for our quest.
Kasura, are you injured?
Sai-Sahan.
What happened?
Intruders. Cultists. They attacked the Abbey. So many of my students have fallen.
The Abbey is in ruins, Kasura. How could they?
Gigantic beast. Like nothing I've ever seen. Cultists. They're opening rifts to oblivion.
No. Save your strength, Kasura. We will make them pay. I promise you.
What do you think? Trap?
It's only a trap if you don't know about it. I assume everything is a trap, therefore it's a challenge.
From here, the objective is straightforward: destroy the 3 sigils. However, doing so incurs the wrath of Mannimarco. The king is able to call upon his cult and the forces of Oblivion. Daedra and necromancers spawn from the sigils and start to fight back. Really, this portion isn't too much of a challenge. With the 3 companions by my side, the battles go by rather quickly. Someone else takes aggro, and all I have to do is keep up with the DPS. As soon as all of our challengers have been defeated, the sigil disappears and we're free to move on to the next one. The types of Daedra spawning from each sigil vary, and the switch up is rather refreshing. At the end of the day though, it's nothing to write home about. However, once all 3 sigils have been destroyed, that's when the real fight begins.
Ah, Sai-Sahan and company at last. My pet has been waiting for you.
In comes the Titan. These are dragon-like entities, only more demonic, or in this case, Daedric. Honestly, appearance-wise, they remind me of the Balrog from Fellowship of the Ring. They have similar builds, features, and details. The Titan is one fearsome foe, coming in with almost 120,000 health points and the ability to pack a punch with its attacks. Personally, it wasn't something that I could tank. Prolonged aggro put my health at dangerously low levels, and even my siphoning skill line had trouble keeping up. Although, I did manage to come up with an escape plan for those instances. I could run behind the rubble at the center of the battlefield, and that would put me far enough out of harm's way. The Titan would then refocus its efforts onto the other companions, allowing me to get some licks in without any worry. However, when the companions were downed, the Titan would then turn its attention back to me, and I'd have to figure out some other route. Even though the Titan had less health than, say, the Haunter of the Cliffs or even Corpse Terror, there were 4 of us on this thing and it was able to hold its own. The battle was lengthy and it was grueling, but of course we managed to come out on top. With the beast defeated, I was directed back to Kasura in search of more information.
Well fought. Sai-Sahan travels with worthy companions. My injuries are not serious. What are a few more scars to an old warrior? Scars have the virtue of reminding us that our past is real. My students, in my home, have not fared half so well. I'm glad to see you, but curious why you are here. I did not find the Ring of Stendarr's mercy, but now that the King of Worms knows you are here, it is only a matter of time before he launches another attack. Indeed, atop the eastern stair is the secret entrance to the ancestral crypt. The ring is within. Follow me. The hidden entrance will not be obvious.
Why would a crypt need a secret entrance?
It's a wonder there's an unplundered crypt in all of Skyrim. You Nords could learn a thing or two from the builders of Hammerfell.
Perhaps Hammerfell could also teach Nibene the virtue of good manners.
Charging ahead, the 5 of us ascended the platform and funneled into the ancestral crypt. It's probably pretty obvious, but something tells me that the hardships aren't over yet.
I can feel the presence of my ancestors whenever I come here. I am burdened with a great responsibility to honor their sacrifice and uphold their legacy. I, along with some of the most renowned sword singers who ever lived, we must tread carefully and with great respect. We both thought it would be well protected in the Valley of Blades. The most gifted young swordsmasters of Hammerfell are invited to train with Kasura. The town was bristling with strength and steel before the Titans showed up. I cannot say. Perhaps someone told him of my past. Perhaps he pried the memory from me during my time in the halls of Torment. Either way, I am to blame for the valley's destruction. No one I love will be safe until Mannimarco has been dealt with. And I shall need a proper weapon. Kasura said that my father's greatsword lies with the ring. It seems proper that I should wield it in his honor.
It is interesting that Mannimarco was able to reach the Valley of Blades before any of us could. How did he know that this was step 1 to reclaiming the Amulet of Kings? He must have only recently found out too, or else he probably would have sacked the village long ago. Interesting questions to think about, but answers we unfortunately don't come across until later. Believe it or not, reaching the Ring of Stendarr's Mercy was void of any hiccups. There were no defenses or challenges in our path. All I had to do was run through the crypt and retrieve it from a chest. Maybe sometimes things really can go our way for a change.
The ring is yours. Guard it well. I must return to my students to begin the long task of rebuilding. Thank you, but I cannot leave the Valley of Blades. I must bury the dead and tend to the wounded.
I knew you would lead me to the ring eventually. Give it to me.
Your presence defiles this place, Mannimarco.
Give me the ring, and I might spare your pathetic lives.
We struck down your Titan and we'll strike you down soon enough.
The Titan was a prelude of what's to come if you continue to defy me.
Defy you? Your delusions of godhood are laughable, you ignominious corpse herder.
Very well then. I'll simply take the ring from your corpses.
Blasphemy! How dare you raise the honored dead to fight your battle?
In an instant, Mannimarco raises the fallen warriors of the Valley's crypt. These are ancient swordsmen and some of Sai's mentors. Figures like Devad Hunding, Ra-Abba, and Ra-Adia take up arms against the companions. These are pretty tough undead enemies, likely some of the strongest ones I've had to face. Fortunately, they don't all charge in at the same time. It seems like we only need to take on 2 or 3 of the undead warriors at a time, and dividing the group of companions into 2, this shouldn't be an issue. It's funny, at a certain point, Abner says what we're all thinking. Why would Sai hide the key to the amulet in a crypt, a place where his sworn enemy can conjure up soldiers in a moment's notice? These are no mere skeletons either. These are the corpses of some of Hammerfell's most prestigious fighters. In total, we needed to take on 7 assailants, and after all was said and done, the crypt once again fell silent. Both Sai and Kasura promised to take revenge on Mannimarco for defiling their ancestors. This is more or less where the quest comes to an end, as it proves to be quite the short adventure. But the ring in hand, the companions are free to leave the valley.
The ring is ours for the time being. Guard it well. You must return to the Harborage and give it to Lord Varen. It will remain safe in his keeping until it is time to travel to Sancre Tor. Lyris, Abner, and I will remain here to help Kasura bury the dead and tend to the injured. Lord Varen has been observing our progress. He will open a portal for you to return. There it is, at the top of the stairs. Go, quickly!
On my way out, Kasura thanks for my help in defending the valley, and Sai says that once this is all over, he'd like to return and train a new generation of swordmasters. As Lyris puts it, definitely a noble goal, but first things first, we have more pressing matters to deal with. Once again, the 3 companions bicker on their way back to the Abbey, and I'm left to return to Daggerfall. Back at the Harborage, I spoke once more with Varen to close out the quest.
In my mind's eye, I witnessed your battle with the worm cult, and with the undead Unsay abominations. Your mission was successful, was it not? I witnessed the Titan's assault, and sensed the deaths of many innocents. It is a great and terrible loss. Sai-Sahan and the others will need time to aid Kasura. I will contact you when they return, and we will begin the journey to Sancre Tor.
Completing the mission, I'm rewarded with some armor, weapons, a skill point, and some gold. The Dagger of the Withered Hand makes for a great main weapon, as it's able to deal additional magic damage and even absorbs my foe's magicka. Then, as quickly as the Blessed Armor was put on, those pieces fell to the floor in exchange for the Withered Hand set. The heavy armor that favored health got swapped out for light that benefits magicka, and once again, my Nightblade was able to maneuver around the battlefield as light as a feather. Plus, at this point, my casts were starting to outpace my magicka bar, so the extra touch-ups in that department were definitely needed. With that, thus ends the quest, Valley of Blades. From here, there's a huge adventure on the horizon. With the key to Sancre Tor in our possession, the companions can journey to the ruins and finally collect the Amulet of Kings. However, if Mannimarco was one step ahead of us at the Valley of Blades, I'd bet Azura's star that he's already camped out at the ancient Imperial City. Getting the classic return to the Harborage message from Varen, I prepared myself for the upcoming voyage. Granted, me gearing up mostly just involves selling off excess loot. I don't even do anything with the gold either, I just clear up inventory space. There's nothing that I really feel the need to purchase or even save up for. I've had a steady supply of upgraded gear, my abilities are able to provide me with health regen, and the game just gifted me my own mount. Maybe down the line I'll splurge on some huge buy, but for now, I'm content with the way things are.
And so we've come full circle. I led the original 5 companions on a quest to reclaim the Amulet of Kings. At the time I told myself it was for the good of all Tamriel. I was wrong, and now all the world suffers from my hubris. Perhaps, but I wonder, will history repeat itself, or rewrite itself? In truth, I fear using the amulet again. Its power is both great and terrible. Destiny can crush us by fulfilling our wishes just as surely as it can by denying them. It was a holy city in the First Era, founded by Queen Alessia herself. It has since fallen into crumbling ruin. Before its capture, Tharn hid the Amulet of Kings in the catacombs beneath the city. It is in the mountains of Calovia, the land of my youth. But I have little memory of that time. My exposure to the elderscrolls stole much of the man I once was. Speak to Tharn. He can answer your questions far more accurately than I.
I still think Varen's a little too hard on himself. The other 4 companions were tricked by Mannimarco and Molag Bal, not just him. His heart was in the right place, and it seemingly still is, given that he wants to make amends by reigniting the Dragonfires.
The time has come for us to enter the catacombs of Sancre Tor. Do not underestimate the dangers that await us. In ages past, Sancre Tor was a place of light, but I fear that is no longer the case. We must be prepared for anything. I have been through much, but this body is tougher than the great oaks of Valenwood. I go with neither hope nor fear. It is useless to guess at a future that has yet to be written. You may hope if you wish, my friend. I will not judge. My Lord Varen will open a gateway to Sancre Tor. The amulet lies in a vault protected by powerful magic, a ward of Stendarr, the god of justice and mercy. Also a god of well-earned luck. I thought this could not hurt. The catacombs contain 2 shrines dedicated to the divines. We must consecrate them in Stendarr's name. When that is done, the Ring of Stendarr's mercy should open the vault doors. It is written that Alessia received the divine inspiration for her slave rebellion at Sancre Tor, and so built her holy city there. But that was long ago. The city is a ruin now. It has become a dark place with areas best left undisturbed. We should avoid the Crypt of Heroes. I saw enough angry dead there to fill 9 lifetimes. Kasura and I barely escaped with our lives. We will enter through the inner courtyard and avoid it entirely. Now come, time waits for no man.
For those who have played through the Elder Scrolls IV Oblivion, you more than likely know of Sancre Tor. During the Oblivion Crisis, an event not unlike the Planemeld, the hero of Kvatch needed to retrieve Tiber Septim's armor from the ruin. The crawl and layout for ESO's adventure is quite different from Oblivion's, but there is a whole era's worth of time in between the entries. The landscape and structure of the city would have changed as the years continued to take its toll. For example, the so-called Crypt of Heroes doesn't exist in the Third Era, but that could easily have been renamed to Riemann's Tomb, or the Catacombs. As for where the 4 of us get sent, this was definitely not a playable area in Oblivion. However, I'm more than certain that the city was much bigger than the scale we received in the Elder Scrolls IV. In any case, shortly into the crawl, we came across a projection of the King of Worms. Of course, he was waiting for us, but the question is, how?
What brings you to Sancre Tor, old friends? Looking for an amulet, perhaps?
Mannimarco, how did you find this place?
Do you really think I'd allow you to escape the halls of Torment if I couldn't track your every movement?
Sai, no! Mannimarco, stop! You're killing him!
Where is the Amulet of Kings? My master, Molag Bal, demands it.
Your master, please. You would use the amulet to betray Molag Bal.
Fool! When I ascended, you could have been at my right hand, Tharn. Instead, you chose to align yourself with mongrels and imbeciles. Now, you'll die with them.
You won't get away with this. Do you really think you can betray a Daedric prince?
With the Amulet of Kings, all things are possible. Nations will tremble and bow before me. I will be a god!
The Amulet of Kings will never be yours. It is protected by a ward of the Divines!
You mean your ward of Stendarr, god of merciful forbearance, patron of gutless, law-abiding dimwits? It won't even slow me down.
That's how Mannimarco was able to get the jump on us in the valley. He's been tracking Psy's movements. I wonder if the Mannimarco and Psy connection is similar to the Molag Bal and Varen connection. Is it a two-way street where Sahan can use it against the King of Worms? Or does Psy need to have some proficiency with magic? Perhaps as the story goes on, we might get an answer.
Mannimarco has been watching our every move. We led him right to the amulet. Mannimarco may be powerful enough to break through Stendarr's ward eventually. If we can get to the shrines quickly and receive Stendarr's blessing, we can pass through the ward, but leave it in place. He may not be able to follow for some time. We must make our way to the inner courtyard. From there we can access the chambers where the shrines are located.
Psy, are you well enough to continue?
Have no fear, Snow Lily. I am Redguard. We are like mountain bamboo. Far stronger and more flexible than we might appear.
I find it hilarious that Mannimarco chose such a massive projected appearance. He's obviously overcompensating for something.
Abner roasting the King of Worms' package wasn't on my bingo card, but hey, I'll take it. From the central room, there are a few different passageways we can take. Wanting to stay on task, at least for now, I went through the southern corridor and ended up at the Sancre Tor inner chamber. Interestingly, this brings the four of us to the entrance for the Crypt of Heroes, the place Psy said we should avoid at all costs. I figured if a specific zone got name dropped and I was told explicitly to stay away from it, the quest would no doubt bring me there.
Persistent, aren't you? Do you really think you can keep me from acquiring the amulet?
The Amulet of Kings is under the protection of Stendarr's ward. It will never be yours.
Ah, Psy. You still don't understand, do you? My plan will succeed because of your ward of Stendarr. It will prevent Molag Bal from observing or interfering. By the time the ward is down and the amulet is mine, it will already be too late.
You're insane if you think you can betray the god of schemes.
Naive child. You know nothing. Chim El Adabal, the red diamond at the center of the Amulet of Kings, is the most powerful soul gem ever created. With the amulet in my possession, I will absorb Molag Bal's power, reducing him to an empty husk of ethereal flesh. Then I will trap his essence within the gem. In time, the name Molag Bal will be forgotten. In time, all of Tamriel will bow down before me. Soon, the god of schemes will have a new name. Mannimarco.
Certainly a bold plan from the King of Worms, to drain the life essence of a Daedric prince. It gets you wondering though, could it work? We know that from Oblivion, if a dragon-blooded ruler uses the amulet in a specific manner, they can mantle an avatar of Akatosh. That's all to say that Chim El Adabal is very powerful and its limits have yet to be tested. The only thing though is that said act destroyed the Amulet of Kings. So who's to say once Molag Bal's essence gets captured that Chim El Adabal won't crumble to pieces? Really, there's only one way to find out, but the whole point of this questline is to avoid that possibility. In any case, Mannimarco decided to leave a few servants in his wake. These included cultists as well as the infamous Bone Colossus. Nothing too tricky, but it served as the warm-up for the rest of Sancre Tor. The next zone led the four of us over to the inner courtyard. It was here that Sai finally decided to take a breather. Apparently, that previous jolt from Mannimarco had done more damage than he thought.
Please, a moment, my friends. I must rest before we continue.
Sai, are you all right? That bastard really hurt you, didn't he? I swear to the gods I'll take his head off.
I'll be fine, Snow Lily. I just need a moment to catch my breath.
Take all the time you need. I'll keep watch. If there's anything I can do, just name it.
An enchanting moment. I'll be over here bringing up my lunch.
I was really hoping this was where the story would address the bull netch in the room, Sai's feelings for Lyris Titanborn. Rubbing my hands together, I approached the Nord first and began to pry.
You better keep an eye on me. I'm getting ready to punch Tharn again. Sai Sahan is nothing if not determined. He once told me that achieving victory is like wrestling an ogre. You don't quit when you're tired. You quit when the ogre is tired. He'll see this through. Don't worry. Me? I'll chase Mannimarco to the furthest corners of oblivion if I have to. Vengeance is a powerful motivator. And I don't know if you've realized it yet, but under this hardened shell, I'm an optimistic fool who'd take a blade for any one of you. We're two of a kind. Stoic. Isn't that what people call us? Our hearts are connected, but we don't talk about our feelings. We don't even understand them ourselves. Maybe we'll talk about it someday, but today is not that day.
Considering she gets overly animated with threatening Tharn and taking off Mannimarco's head, I don't know if I'd consider Lyris stoic. In any case, not quite the juicy answer I was expecting, but also not really the time or place to discuss it either.
Zet's tears. I thought I could handle this. Mannimarco's sorcery brought back all of the pain and doubt I felt inside the halls of Torment. I have pushed my body much further than this. It is my mind that pains me. Mannimarco filled my head with shattered memories. They're like broken glass. With every beat of my heart, they stab into me. That voice, Mannimarco's voice, it taunted me over and over in an endless cycle for years on end. He never broke my will, but he broke something. I will make it through this, my friend. I did not endure years of torture in the halls of Torment only to give up now. My pain has subsided. Let us make haste and finish this. We must consecrate the two shrines with Stendarr's blessing before the vault can be opened. The first shrine rests in the Dragon Guard tomb, where so many of my fallen comrades were interred. We must take care to respect their resting place.
Again, you'd think that at this point, Sai is just being naive, or rather he's hopelessly optimistic. I'm sure that by now, everyone else on the team knows that anything that was once buried in here is coming back to life and attacking us. That's just how it's going to go when you're facing off against one of Tamriel's most powerful necromancers.
The shrine is on the far side of the room. Quickly, we must find our way across.
I've a surprise for you, Sai. Do you remember your fallen comrades from the Dragon Guard? I've taken the liberty of raising them, and they're quite anxious to see you.
Again, the King of Worms defiles the memory of the honored dead. I have no wish to disfigure the corpses of my old comrades of the Dragon Guard, but we must consecrate the shrine.
And there you have it. The Dragon Guard skeletons come in a variety of different classes. You have soldiers, assassins, mages, and archers. At this point in my adventure, I judge an enemy's toughness based on how many combos it takes for my Nightblade to defeat them. There's also a separate category for the damage they do to me, but I find it's easier to just go off of their health bar. A combo for my character is starting off with Strife, so Lifesteal, then ambushing in to get close. From there, I cast Bloodthirst and Whirlwind, two of my dual-wield skills, and then if need be, finish off with Concealed Weapons. For the Dragon Guard skeletons, I'm getting 1 combo takedowns, and I have help from the other 3 companions, so I think the Dragon Guard Tomb Crawl is going to go just fine. At the end of the line, I ended up coming across a ceremonial brazier. This was a shrine to the Divines, and it was the first of 2 that needed to be consecrated. Interacting with it, my character showed reverence while Sai prayed to Stendarr. He asked for the Divine's blessing, and it ended up working. With the brazier lit, the four of us were free to leave the Dragonguard tomb. We didn't even face any resistance on the way out, and now we were headed for our next destination, the Riemann Vault. On the way there, Sai tells me that the chamber has a puzzle that needs to be solved, only he can't seem to remember the solution. I was due for a good problem-solving session, so I was quite excited for this one. Essentially, the vault has a drawbridge which leads to the other side, aka the final brazier. In order to lower the bridge, 4 levers need to be activated and pulled away from the chasm. Where the puzzle portion comes into play is that each lever moves another one with it. So, you try to pull one towards you, only to have another one move away. At first, it seemed like a daunting task, but as soon as you figure out the lever patterns, it becomes pretty easy to solve. For example, the far left lever moves the one next to it, and the far right one also moves the lever next to it. The second from the right ends up moving the second lever from the left, as well as the one to the far right. My approach was to just make sure that the left-hand levers and the right-hand levers were synced up. Then from there, it was simple enough to get everything in line. Honestly, it mostly came down to just tinkering with the mechanisms until I liked what I saw. There wasn't that much strategy involved. In any case, with the bridge lowered, the 4 of us were free to cross over. The brazier was on the western side of the island, and approaching it, we were able to receive the second and final blessing. However, the difference this time around was that Mannimarco decided to block the exit as opposed to the entrance. We now had to fight our way through another Bone Colossus, as well as some new foes, Wraiths. I imagine these are ESO's take on the ghostly specters from Oblivion. I'm not sure how I feel about the design difference though. They certainly feel more Grim Reaper-like, but they're also more simplified. There's less detail to them, but then that gets you thinking. Shouldn't these energy beings not have all that much corporeal details to begin with? Anyways, tangent aside, these were merely singular combo foes and were probably added in for the variety.
Dank corridors, crumbling walls, nauseating smells. This place has all the charm of a Riften brothel. It must feel very much like home to you, Titan.
You mean a crypt filled with the rotting corpses of inbred kings and failed statesmen? Must be what it's like at a Tharn family reunion.
It is much more pleasant in the summer months.
I'd say that Lyris won that one. Also, for those who don't know, Abner Tharn apparently had 16 children with 7 different wives. I think it's safe to say that when he's not advising the Emperor, Tharn's got other things on his mind. In any case, the adventure leads the companions to the Vault Antechamber. This is another open area with what looks to be an obvious battleground at its center. For the time being, the antechamber is calm, which is typically another indication that something big is about to go down. Descending to the island, I prepared myself for what was to come.
Your pathetic efforts will not succeed! The Amulet of Kings will be mine!
I swear by Stendarr's grace and the sword of my father, you will not win, Mannimarco.
Soon, you will know the extent of my power and bow before me. Through the power of the Amulet of Kings, I will be transformed. All the nations of Tamriel will bow before me. They will worship me and beg for my mercy. All will know the name of Mannimarco as their one true god.
You'll never get away with it, Mannimarco. We'll fight you to our last breath.
By all means, my old friends, try and stop me.
As the projection disappears, groups of skeletal minions start to spawn in. They attack in waves, and each group has no more than 3 undead. Again, their classes vary from soldiers and assassins to mages and archers. It's more of a distraction than it is a challenge. However, by the end, yet another Bone Colossus spawns in and starts stomping around. It's funny to think how the Child of Bones, the first boss during the very first quest, used to be the benchmark for difficulty. Now, these things are practically a dime a dozen, and while combo-wise, I'm still reaching double digits, they aren't anything to be intimidated by. I guess that's the beauty of character progression. As soon as the battlefield fell silent, the 4 of us were free to move on to the Vault of Kings, the final zone for the crawl through Sancre Tor. By the entrance, we could see the warded door, plain as day. It was infused with magicka and had a gigantic rune placed at its center. It looks untouched, so maybe there's hope that Mannimarco hadn't gotten through yet. I'll only know by unlocking the ward and seeing for myself.
There it is. The door to the Vault of Kings. The shrines have been consecrated in Stendarr's name. Now you must use the Ring of Stendarr's mercy to open the vault doors. Stand in the casting circle and direct the ring at the doors to lift the ward. The door should open wide.
Following Sai's instructions, I was able to interact with the ward via spell. The ring had cast a beam of light over the door, and within moments, the rune was removed. As the door swings open, Sahan says that he can already see the amulet. Just as we were about to head in though, Mana Marco appears yet again. Only this time, it's no longer an aspect. It's the King of Worms live and in the flesh. He's planted himself in the middle of the courtyard, and it looks as though he's channeling some kind of energy. Reading all of the signs, I prepared myself for what was to be the most fun and most challenging fight so far for the Planemeld storyline. There was no dialogue, banter, or even a battle cry. As soon as I stepped into the circle, it was game on. I knew that this matchup meant business, as Mana Marco's health bar was displayed in a way I had never seen before. There was a large representation of it at the top of my screen. Just for kicks, it was also displayed in a normal fashion. With that one, I could see all of his adornments, and once again, that means that Mana Marco had an incredible power level. Combo-wise, they were countless, and damage-wise, he did a great deal. For whatever reason, I couldn't seem to drop aggro for this fight. I tried to disengage and back off, but no matter what, the King of Worms kept his eyes on the prize. This meant that if I was tanking, I really had to be on top of my siphoning skills and ensure that I had a constant stream of health regen. Otherwise, it'd be lights out. The Swallow Soul ability was probably cast every 10 or so seconds, if not more frequently. As for abilities of his own, Mana Marco had some decent attacks. His basic one was called Deathbolt, and that was a simple projectile from his staff. Death's Gaze allowed him to fire a constant beam at my character. This beam dealt damage, slowed my movement speed, and reduced my damage dealt by 5%. Next, his heavy hitting ability was called Doom. This is a projectile that explodes upon impact, and anyone who's in the blast radius gets knocked down. Beyond those, Mana Marco also has the ability to teleport, so he can easily maneuver around the battlefield and disturb our combos. At certain health increments, Mana Marco will open a portal for enemy spirits to come through. This briefly gives him allies, although they mostly serve as nuisances. The real consequence to this move though is that for every portal opened, one of the companions needs to drop out of the fight and contain the flow of spirits. They're able to hold the portal and no other enemies can enter the battle from that specific passage, but that also means that there's one less fighter in the match. The first person to drop out of the fight was Abner, so without our mage, that leaves a tank and 2 DPSs to seal the deal. The key here is to just keep pressing the attack. For all of the newbies out there, like myself, the idea is to try and block or stagger him whenever possible. He has certain abilities that require a bit of a wind-up animation, and when shoved at the right time, those moves get cancelled out. The next fighter to drop out for portal closing duty was Sai, so that just left myself and Lyris, the original dynamic duo. By now, I was really feeling the pressure. With each passing phase, there was less damage being dealt to the King of Worms, and again, his focus was solely kept on me. Don't get me wrong though, I was having the time of my life here. This battle was engaging, challenging, fun, and of course, meaningful. This is one of the big climaxes for the storyline and the companions' chance to finally get revenge on Mana Marco. Of course, a third and final portal eventually opened up, and that meant that it was officially a 1v1 between the Vestige and the King of Worms. At this point, he had a sliver of health left. Because of that, all strategy went out the window. The only thing I could think about was watching his status bar hit 0. I continued to swing for the fences, ignoring his attacks and siphoning probably every other cast. Before long, I was able to land the killing blow on the High Elf and put this whole battle to rest. And yes, I really did mean the killing blow. Mana Marco himself even says it, he's now dead.
Do you really think that death can stop the most powerful necromancer Tamriel has ever known? This is merely a transition. My first step towards true immortality. Now witness my true power! Watch as I rise up from the grave and ascend to godhood!
Worm! You think you can betray the Lord of Brutality and Domination without consequence? You will pay for your arrogance. You will writhe in agony for the rest of eternity. Your tortured screams will echo throughout oblivion, to serve as a warning to others.
And with that, Molag Bal captures Mannimarco's soul and takes him back to Coldharbour. I get a glimpse of his fate later on, and trust me, I don't think anyone would want to be in his position. To be honest, I'm a bit surprised that Molag Bal didn't try and interfere with the companions there, given that we're about to reclaim the Amulet of Kings. However, it can probably be chalked up to limitations, as the prince can't unleash an invasion just yet. Either way, distractions and antagonists aside, it's now time to take the amulet.
Everything Mannimarco did was designed to pit us against each other. We can't let that happen. Look what we can accomplish when we work together.
How uncharacteristically optimistic of you, Titanborn. I may have that embroidered on a pillow.
The Divines gave you a nose for a reason, Tharn, so you can keep your mouth shut and still keep breathing.
Well played, Titanborn. Well played.
One by one, the companions funnel into the portal and teleport back to Tamriel. Before leaving, I took one last look at Sancre Tor and the Dark Anchor. Just because Mannimarco is now out of the picture, that doesn't mean that our problems end here. The four of us still have to worry about the Planemeld and Nirn being pulled into Coldharbour. If anything, King of Worms and his cult almost felt more like a distraction than the main antagonistic force. It's going to take a little more than a battle in a courtyard to defeat Molag Bal and foil his plans. When ready, I returned to the Harborage and closed out this quest by chatting with Varen.
It is done. The Amulet of Kings is ours once again.
Mannimarco will pay dearly for the rest of eternity. One cannot out-scheme the god of schemes without paying a heavy price.
I cannot imagine the torment that awaits him. Sai Sahan must rest, as must we all. We can sleep a little easier knowing the King of Worms has been defeated, but we cannot rest too long.
Molag Bal is still a great threat, and the Planemeld must be stopped, or this will all be for naught. I've not forgotten Vestige. It is another piece of the puzzle, and we shall address it in due time. But for now, let us rest and recover. As always, I will contact you soon. Walk in the light, Vestige.
Completing this quest brings on some rewards, as well as enough experience to ascend to level 12. After the trials of Sancre Tor, I decided that improving my magicka should be a top priority. My casts allow me to let off powerful combos, and in order to spam my combos, I need an ample supply of magic. As for assigning my points, I'm mostly focused on passive skills like armor buffs. Even with my new gear and a transition back to medium armor, I just decided to scatter my points between all three types. At this rate, you never know what's around the corner for rewards and upgrades. It's funny too, I was even getting the itch for a return to archery, but I'd have to figure out the best way to approach that one, all in due time. With that, thus ends the quest, Shadow of Sancre Tor. Now, even though the previous quest felt like peak ESO, there's still so much more ground to cover for the Planemeld questline. Mannimarco may be out of the picture, for now, but I still need to deal with Molag Bal and stop the Planemeld. With that being said, the next few quests are pretty dialogue heavy. There's going to be a lot of talking from the characters, and I'll weigh in whenever I can. The next few missions are all about making the necessary preparations for stopping the Daedric invasion. This takes the story to all new heights, and I get introduced to brand new concepts as well as NPCs. It's a very exciting time for the story, and I'm sure that you're all going to enjoy it as much as I did. Crossing over to Glen Umbra, I got the rally call from Varen. Assuming there was going to be some sort of grand adventure ahead, I did a quick gear dump at the local vendors and cleared some inventory space. With the Amulet of Kings in the group's possession, we could be launching our attack at any moment. I'm in the dark until they choose to tell me otherwise. However, with this quest, Council of the Five Companions, it was more of a heartwarming and tragic mission. This is unrelated to it, but re-entering the Harborage, guess who I finally saw at HQ? Cadwell. The knight finally decided to come to Tamriel, and it appears as though he's taken up residence with the rest of the companions. The way I see it, the more the merrier, and if anything, he's earned the title of 6th honorary companion.
Welcome back, Vestige. News of Mannimarco's demise spreads far and wide. Like worms, his followers burrow deep into the earth to escape the searing light of the coming dawn. As ever, straight to the point. You've done the impossible,
The King of Worms has been consumed by the wrath of Molog Bal. The power of his worm cult is broken forever. That is the grim truth of the matter. But the Amulet of Kings is in our possession, and there is still much to do. In my sleep, I hear his tormented screams, and Molog Bal forces visions of his eternal torture into my mind. I can show you exactly what I see, if you wish it.
Of course, I wanted to see what Mana Marco's torment was like. Accepting the offer, I'm brought back into Varen's consciousness. This segment isn't very long, but it's meant to offer the player more of a, quote, satisfying reward for the last mission.
Behold the fate of the King of Worms.
Please, no more! It was a misunderstanding, Great One! Let me serve you! Let me prove my loyalty! No more, I beg of you!
Mana Marco's torment will be endless. The god of schemes will use him to set an example. All who follow him will know you cannot hope to betray the greatest of betrayers. I cannot help but pity him, despite all he has done. But this is not why you were called here, Vestige. Come, Saizahar will speak with you first.
Honestly, while Mana Marco's fate doesn't look very fun, I'm positive that Saizahar suffered much worse at the hands of the Duchess of Anguish. There is a conversation to be had about ESO's version of Mana Marco compared to, say, Oblivion's and Daggerfall's, but that's a topic I'll probably touch on in the future. For now, this mission has the Vestige making the rounds through the companions.
The greatest of the Sword Saints, Divad, tells us that destiny's a chain, forged one link at a time. Our chain is nearly complete. There is but one link remaining. It is you, my friend. You are the link. I will not bore you with effusive praise, but state it plainly. You are a great warrior and a trusted friend, and we would like to extend you an offer. When Emperor Varen first brought the 5 companions together, he did so in the hope of creating a Tamriel where all men could live freely and safely beneath one banner. The 5 companions failed, betrayed from within by one of our own, the Worm King, Mana Marco. All that came after was the result of one man's treachery. Now 4 of the 5 are reunited to right that great wrong, but destiny requires a 5th. We want you to join us as our 5th member. You were the champion we should have had with us back then. Don't look so grave. This is largely symbolic, but please, humor an old soldier.
Honestly, I kind of just assumed that I was already the 5th member, as I've been calling myself that for quite some time. But hey, I'll gladly take a formal invitation. Interestingly, there is an option to decline Sai's offer. I didn't select it, so I don't know what comes of it, but I'm sure it's nothing major or game-changing.
My lord, with your permission.
You needn't call me that anymore, Saizahar. We are equals now.
All those years ago, when we fought beneath our lord's banner to free the Empire from the Longhouse Emperors, we did so with a dream of freedom and peace in mind. Not just for the Empire, but for all of Tamriel. Together, we forged a fellowship stronger than any blade, only to see it shattered upon the rocks of deceit by one of our own. That fellowship is no more. Yet we 4 have assembled here, united by a single purpose. It is not vengeance that drives us, but truth and loyalty and justice. I, Saizahar, steward of the Abbey of Blades, call for the 5 companions to be reforged this day. By the light of Stendarr and the heart of Lorkhan, may our blade of fellowship be forged anew, and may the Vestige, our mutual friend and ally, become its tip, that we may thrust it straight into the heart of a Daedric prince.
Saizahar is right. You are the member that we should have had all those years ago.
It is as the scrolls foretold. The soulless one will become the brightest of 5 stars, and they shall guide us to the coming dawn.
Oh, please, you melodramatic sots. Fine, fine. If seeing one of your foolish prophecies come true will help to ensure the safety of the Empire, I'll play along.
We stand united once more. The 5 companions are reforged, and together we will strike down the God of Schemes.
Come here, my friend. I've got a few things I want to say before you go.
There you have it. The vestige joining the 5 companions, although I'd call us 6 to include Cadwell, completes some prophecy that Varen once saw. Like Abner said, it may not even mean all that much, but often the mental game is just as important as the physical one. If there was any small confidence boost that came from that declaration, that's a win in my books.
It's been a long road, hasn't it? My father used to say that if you avoid all of life's abrasions, you'll never be polished enough to shine. We must be pretty damn shiny by now. I've been thinking about our adventures and the hardships we've faced together. We're in the last leg of this journey, aren't we? I don't regret any of it, but it occurs to me that we haven't had much of a chance to talk as friends. Where do you see yourself going after all of this is over? I mean, assuming we survive, get your soul back, and stop Molag Bal.
This was actually a pretty interesting question. I personally don't know what's next for my Nightblade, as I haven't decided yet. However, of the 3 options, dismissing her, exploration, or fighting in Citadel, there was one that did interest me the most.
Bloody business war. There was a time that I loved my axe for its sharpness and my armor for its sheen, but no more. Today I love what they defend. Don't lose sight of what's behind you in the hatred of what's before you. Me? I don't know. Maybe I'll go back to Skyrim and settle down. Squeeze out a few whelps. Maybe raise sheep or grow cabbages. What? No! Can you imagine it? Lyris Titanborn, shepherd, farmer, housewife? I need to be out in the wind and wild. And if I ever find my life mate, he'll feel the same way. My turn. What's your one regret about all we've been through?
Considering it feels like my journey just started, I don't even think it's possible for me to have any regrets. I do often think about what this playthrough would have been like if I had selected Warden instead of Nightblade as my class, but then I'd probably have the same thoughts about Nightblade, just the other way around.
You're a hard heart, eh? No regrets, no tears, no doubts. Don't look back unless you're planning to head in that direction. I guess that's exactly the kind of person we need right now. Oh, lots of things. Friends lost, missed opportunities, failed endeavors. Maybe the best we can hope for is to end up with the right regrets. I do regret not taking the time to get to know the people I fought with. I hope to change that. One last thing. You like mead? Never? Mead is the honeyed kiss of the gods themselves. You must try some. Let's not forget the struggles that got us to this point. We're almost home. We just have a bit further to fight.
Are you all insane? You do realize what we need to do, right? We have to fight a Daedric prince. Amulet or no, this is going to mean more death. Vestige, come here. I'll tell you what they're afraid to mention.
Pushing all of the heart-to-hearts to the side, Abner Tharn gives it to me straight. The mage fills me in on what exactly this upcoming task is going to entail, and unfortunately, it doesn't look very promising.
Getting all chummy with Titanborn? I enjoy the company of clever, well-informed people. You really should try it sometime. So, you felled the great Manimarco. Well played. You've done the Empire a great service. The farmer doesn't thank the cow when it voids itself on the field, but it still makes the crops grow taller. I suppose it is, but that wasn't the reason for this heartwarming reunion. Varen and I have spoken at length since you recovered the amulet, and have determined our final course of action. Molag Bal remains a threat, and Tamriel is still in grave danger. First, the Planemeld must be stopped. Even now, forces gather and plan an assault on Oblivion itself. You must join them. Then, and only then, can you take the fight to Molag Bal himself, to restore protection to Nirn and reclaim your soul. I know more about the Daedra than any man or mer alive. For good or ill, my family has always kept ties with the forces of Oblivion, and this much I know. One cannot kill a Daedric prince. But we have the Amulet of Kings. With the amulet in our possession, we may be able to wound him severely, and in the process force him to relinquish every last soul he has stolen, including your own. This is where your condition works to your benefit. The ritual we performed with the Amulet of Kings caused the soul burst and damaged the veil between worlds. If the damage is to be repaired, I must attempt the ritual again, this time with you. Only if we use it here on Nirn. But if we were to travel to Coldharbour, we might be able to harness its power, imbue you with divine agency enough to challenge the Daedric Prince. But there is a price. Calling upon the power of the amulet in this manner will consume someone's soul, utterly. One cannot channel the power of the gods without paying such a price. Unfortunately, you don't have a soul to consume, and I am needed to perform the ritual. More specifically, one of our 3 companions. I suspect that's why they're so nauseatingly over-appreciative and fawning. Of course it is. The fact of the matter stands, however. One of the 5 will need to give their life to fuel this attack, when the time comes.
So you said before the vestige arrived, and I've already thought it over. I'll do it.
Snow Lily, no. You should not need to give your life this way. This is my duty. Penance for my numerous failures. This is my chance to make things right.
The scrolls said nothing of this moment, and so I am not bound to their dictates. Vestige, I ask that you let me do this one thing. All that has happened was because of my hubris. I shall be the one.
Sire, you've done enough. This was Manimarco's doing, not yours.
As the one who will fight the Daedric Prince, the Vestige should decide.
I don't see you leaping to volunteer, Tharn. Saving your own backside again.
Hard as it may be, Lyris, don't be an idiot. I'm the only one who knows the ritual, and we don't have time to teach anyone else.
That's enough. It won't be decided here and now. Vestige, come here. I have some final words for you.
So, someone needs to be sacrificed. One of the 3 remaining companions won't be around to see the end of the Planemeld. Their soul will be consumed and they'll cease to exist. No Aetherius, no Sovngarde, no Void, no Oblivion, nothing. Just nothing. Honestly, if I actually get to choose who gets sacrificed, I already have my candidate in mind. I didn't need all that much convincing or time to think about it.
It appears we have come full circle, Vestige. That millions of others may live, yes. Do not be troubled. Any one of us would gladly make such a sacrifice. As Tharn has said, there are already plans in motion to infiltrate Coldharbour. You must be part of them. The chains that anchor us to oblivion draw us ever closer. They must be severed once and for all. When the Planemeld has been thwarted and the dust has settled, the 5 companions will gather one last time to face our destinies. The god of schemes must be stopped, Vestige. That is the only thing that matters now.
I'm unsure when this sacrifice is going to take place, but I can only imagine it'll be during the last stages of the storyline. Completing the quest, I received some new armor, a new blade, and some gold. The Spriggan set has better armor ratings than the Withered Hand, plus it offers buffs to stamina instead of magicka, which isn't really what I need, but I am a sucker for a better overall armor rating, so I made the swap anyway. Unfortunately, the Spriggan set doesn't look nearly as good as the Withered Hand or even the Blessed set, but again, the gear in this game seems to be a revolving door. I'm sure by the next mission or so, I'll be back to heavy armor. With that, thus ends the quest, Council of the 5 Companions. Exiting the Harborage, I received a bit of a surprise for this next mission. Fully expecting to be contacted by Varen, I was instead visited by someone I had never seen before.
Ah, good. I found you. Speak with me a moment, if you would.
This is Vanus Galerion, as in the subject for the book, Galerion the Mystic. He's a bit of a famous figure in the 3rd and 4th eras of Tamriel.
Greetings. I am Vanus Galerion, head of the Mages Guild. I have need of your assistance. Yes, it's high time Tamriel was free of Molongbal's grip. The Anchors, the Daedra, the Undead, they devastate our fragile mortal plane. I have a plan, and I need your help. I think you're the only one who can help me see this done. I want you to meet with Copper Daria, leader of the Ring of Daggers. She'll be at the Mages Guild in Daggerfall City. Even Emmerich's personal agents think my idea is sound. I'll be along shortly. I just have a few final preparations to make.
So it would seem that it's not just the 5 companions who've decided to take action against Molag Bal. Even the various factions of Tamriel have had enough of the Planemeld and want something done about it. As of this moment, I don't know if Vanus was contacted by, say, the Prophet or Abner, or if this was all of his personal doing. It doesn't even really matter either. All that's important is that the ball gets rolling across Tamriel. Checking into the Mages Guild Hall, I happened across Galerian's contact, Copper Daria.
About time you got here. Name's Daria, but my friends call me Copper. I head up the Ring of Daggers, the King's espionage agency. You're looking for Vanus, right? I'll eat sand before I give orders to the King's right hand. You want to help Vanus with his crazy plan? Be my guest. Really? Zet's tears you're as crazy as he is. I better get to work then. There are a lot of preparations to make. Vanus should be here shortly. I'll let him give you the details. Also, you owe me 10 gold. I'll collect later.
From here, Copper turns to her guildmate, Mariset, and the two banter for a bit. They make bets on the next time someone will make an attempt on their lives. They talk about how it'll likely come from the Pax Armigers, and that the next time spies try to get information out of them, it'll come from a Dominion rep named Cariel and not Razumdar. Honestly, it's not all that relevant to the Planemeld storyline, but I'm sure this would make a lot more sense if I knew more about the Three Banners War and the Covenant's part in everything. Like I said before, all in due time. Eventually, Vanus wanders into the hall, and from here, we talk more about his grand plan.
Thank you for coming so quickly, champion. I've been consulting with Countess Hakruba of the Fighters Guild. Both of our guilds believe the time has come to take the fight to Coldharbour. But this places us in a delicate political position. Trust, as always. The Alliance leaders will never agree to join forces, and if our guilds only work with one alliance, the other two will see it as a betrayal. For both guilds, our neutrality is our strength. We can't afford to take sides. The war in Citadel has been long and bloody, and all 3 alliances are spread thinly. They can't commit resources to an assault on Coldharbour without making themselves vulnerable. I want to bring all 3 leaders together, maybe cut a deal. You're in a unique position. You can speak with authority, but you're not an alliance leader. You're respected, you have a reputation. They may let you get a word in before they leap at each other's throats. In short, you're the perfect diplomat. I found the perfect meeting place. A neutral location far from disputed territories, an island called Stirk. I can get you an audience with each leader and provide magical transportation. You just need to convince them to travel to Stirk. That's all I ask. I'll open the portal. I think it's best that I travel with you and make introductions as a neutral party. That might make things easier.
Quite an interesting plan. Have the 3 war leaders meet on neutral grounds and discuss a temporary truce. Reminds me of Season Unending from Skyrim. If it worked in the 4th era, it might be possible in the 2nd. Entering the portal, I'm transported to Mournhold. This is in the province of Morrowind, and it's where I can get an audience with the Ebonheart Pact.
Watch yourselves, outsiders. Give us a good reason and the Armigers will cut you down where you stand.
We'll burn you.
And shatter you.
Any questions? I didn't think so.
Silence, Thrush. Master Galarian, please continue.
My companion hopes to speak with you about the impending Coldharbour crisis.
I have heard tales of this one. The Skald King favors the bold, even among his enemies. Come, champion, let us speak.
The pack consists of Dark Elves, Argonians, and Nords. If you know the history, or in this case, the future for these 3 races, you'll probably recognize it as an odd trio, the elf-hating Northerners and the beast-folk slavers. In any case, their leader is Yoren the Skald King, and I'm sure this will make sense to most of you, but in terms of personality, he's as Nordic as a Nord can get. Also, he's voiced by Peter Stormare, aka John Abruzzi from Prison Break. It took me a moment to place him, but once I did, it put a smile on my face.
I will stay your execution since you came all this way. But choose your words carefully. I'm not a patient king. Yes, well, I am both suspicious and curious. If you are an assassin, though, get on with it. But remember this, you're coming to Sovngarde with me. To fear death is to fear life. I am Nord. When my time comes, I will embrace it. Sovngarde will be glorious. No meetings, no schemes. But you're not here to talk philosophy. What do you want? Who? The three alliances? Has magical travel rattled your brain? Speak plainly. What do you ask of me? Where the All Flags army was born. If the other leaders agree, I will attend. If nothing else, it should make a good story. Now leave me before my dinner gets cold.
Well, that was a little easier than I expected it to be. Yoren didn't take all that much convincing. I wonder if that's because he's mostly curious to meet with the other leaders, or if he also recognizes the threat that the Planemeld brings.
That went well, I think. Shall we move on? Eldenroot. We should have a somewhat warmer reception there, as I have known Queen Irene for quite some time. That being said, I expect that she'll be accompanied by heavily armed guards. Irene is friendly, but not foolish.
Even as Vanus and I take our leave, Yoren's court is still locked and loaded. One wrong move and the entire might of the Pact comes down on our heads. I'm curious to see if the leaders get to bring an advisor or a bodyguard of some kind to this moot, but again, that'll be something I see when the time is right. Traveling through the portal, Galerian and I are brought over to Eldenroot. The last time I was in Valenwood, more specifically Eldenroot, was during my adventure through Arena. But again, Arena takes place a whole era after ESO, so it's kind of funny how that whole timeline thing works out.
Greatly esteemed Queen Irene Arana Aldmeri, it is my great honor to present to you...
Vanus, you're so formal. I remember the patience and kindness you showed an awkward, freckled waif all those years ago on Fair Somerset. You captured this child's heart then, and it remains with you to this day.
You warm an old man's heart, my queen. I remember well those halcyon days.
As do I, my old friend. Sorry about all these guards. I'm told they're necessary. These are dark days.
A wise precaution, my queen. My counsel would be no different. If you'll permit it, my companion would like to speak with you.
Ah, yes. Let me meet this hero I've heard so much about. It's not often the heroic deeds of one who by all rights should be considered a mortal enemy reach my ears. Come, let's talk.
This place is magnificent, and it seems to be carved into one of the province's great oaks. As already pointed out by Vanus, we're here to see Queen Irene, and her reception is indeed a little more welcoming. Continuing on the train of A-list actors, Queen Irene is voiced by Kate Beckinsale. Talk about a strong cast. The Queen is currently guarded by a group of Dominion soldiers, although their presence is slightly less threatening than the Pact's. Knowing that one day this squadron evolves into the Thalmor, it almost makes you want to start swinging, but that would be the complete opposite reason as to why I'm here.
Vanus is a dear man. In many ways, he is family to me. Since he has given you his trust, I'm willing to set aside our differences. But under different circumstances, you and I would be sworn enemies. Well spoken and point taken. To be perfectly honest, I couldn't pass up the opportunity to meet you. Your exploits are legendary. A true champion is like a stone cast upon the waters of history. The ripples it creates travel far and wide. Humility is a noble thing, but you must also remain strong and self-assured. A true champion is also history's pawn, and history is a cruel and unfeeling master. But enough philosophy. What did you wish to speak with me about? And you need all three of the Alliance leaders to attend this meeting. A bold suggestion. I like it. Very well. I make no promises with regards to the negotiations themselves, but I will attend. That much I promise.
Again, little convincing or persuasion required on my end. Like Yoren, it seemed like Irene is more so tagging along for the display of power as opposed to wanting to save the world. Whatever reasons she may have, all that matters is that she's there for the conversation.
I didn't think it possible. Well done! We must return and begin the preparations. We have much to do. Come.
Tell the lovely Copper Daria that this one looks forward to seeing her light figure in her
Raz,
tight leathers.
inappropriate.
This one has no regrets.
That completely out-of-pocket comment came from Razumdar, the Dominion spy that Copper Daria recently spoke of. Honestly, if there wasn't a whole Mer supremacy thing going on in the Dominion, I really would have liked to stick around, as they seem kind of entertaining. But I'm a Breton, so that wouldn't really work out right now. Plus, there's a world to save. Stepping through the portal, I'm teleported over to Stormhaven, the domain of King Emmerich. Chatting with Galerion, he says that all of the necessary preparations have been made.
All 3 leaders have agreed to join us on Stirk. Now comes the tricky part. Individually, the leaders are rational, even reasonable. But get them together and, well, you'll see soon enough.
Completing the quests, I'm rewarded with some gold as well as experience. Really quick, you may have noticed that some of the dialogue may have seemed out of place. Copper called me the right hand of the king, and Iren addressed me as her sworn enemy. At first, I was confused by these threats and titles. However, I've since learned a little more about what's going on here. Prior to the 1 Tamriel update, there were level requirements for each quest. I would have needed to have been level 45 for Galerion to appear at Glenumbra like he did. Otherwise, this quest would have been given out by King Emmerich after advancing far enough in the Alliance storyline. That's why I didn't need to speak with King Emmerich for the preparations, why Copper called me his right-hand man, and why the Dominion and Pact see me as such a threat. The 1 Tamriel update, among other things, made it so that you could binge a questline without having to jump back and forth between a few of the others. Although the game was originally designed with story hopping in mind, and the necessary alterations to the dialogue were never made. 1 Tamriel makes for a straightforward and consolidated experience. However, I'm sure like most things, there are pros and cons to it, like hearing dialogue that doesn't really make sense with your story progression. In any case, all that matters is that the leaders of the 3 alliances have decided to meet on Stirk, and from there, it's up to me to convince them to focus on the Planemeld as opposed to the war for the throne. This could either be a walk in Glenumbra or a sprint through Coldharbour. Interestingly, because I had stepped away from Vanus and the Fighters Guild Hall, I had a bit of trouble accessing the aforementioned portal. Galerion was nowhere to be found, his portal was gone, and my only instructions were to quote, wait for portal. Since nothing was happening, of course my mind went to the worst case scenario. There were a few solid moments where I thought this was it, and that my adventure would get hard stopped right here. However, luckily for my paranoia, simply leaving the hall and coming back in seemed to do the trick. Vanus was back, and after a little chat for good measure, he reopened the portal. Apparently, Vanus was busy gathering the members of the Fighters Guild. With him was a Redguard named Countess Hakruba, and she plays a vital role in this upcoming quest. Stepping on through the portal, I'm finally transported to the island of Stirk. Arriving, Galerion and Hakruba wanted a word with me.
Welcome to the island of Stirk. Representatives from all 3 alliances are gathering at the meeting place. It's just up ahead, through the ruins. I'm told they'll be arriving at the meeting site by portal any moment. After all the bloodshed in Citadel, I fear the leaders won't be quick to trust one another. Perhaps you can help them see the wisdom in cooperation. I don't envy you the task. We've already assembled quite a team of experts for the Coldharbour invasion itself. I'll try to introduce you to some of them on the way to the meeting. Lead on.
For those of you who don't know, because I didn't just until recently, Stirk is a small island that's just west of Citadel. In fact, it's centered in between Hammerfell, Elsewhere, Citadel, and the Somerset Isles. I suppose in some odd way, a small territory in the middle of a war zone happens to be the most neutral place for a meeting. Along the way to the summit point, Vanus stops to introduce me to an acquaintance of his. It's a high elf named Tellinger, and weirdly enough, Vanus instigates a bit of a spat between the two. Maybe their history is explored in a different questline, or perhaps this is meant to set up an interaction for a future mission. Either way, it was quite out of the blue, and because of that, I assume Tellinger's going to play at least some minor role in the events to come. Continuing ahead, myself, Vanus, and Hakruba finally reach the meeting point. Within moments, the three leaders teleported in, and the big negotiation for saving Tamriel had started.
High King Emeric of the Daggerfall Covenant. Queen Irene of the Old Merry Dominion. Yoren Skald King of the Ebonheart Pact.
We must put aside our differences and work together, or this assault is doomed from the start.
How do we know this isn't a ruse? A clever plan to divert our forces while your armies take the Imperial city.
I thought backstabbing was your favorite tactic, Emeric.
Please, are you both so arrogant? Your weapons are children's toys compared to the horrors that Molag Bal commands.
I will not wager the future of my people on the word of a snow barbarian and an adolescent female. I fear for Tamriel's future if either of you were to sit upon the Ruby Throne.
Since when do you care about your people? You never lift a finger except to count your gold.
Please, my lords, this bickering is pointless.
What a waste of time.
Obstinate fools, both of you.
What a mess. Apologies, Vanus, but I'm going to check on my Lion Guard.
An unfortunate but expected outcome. These three leaders have spent the better part of the last 2 years at each other's throats. I'm not sure that anyone could have thought that today would be the day they would let their grievances go.
This is going about as well as I expected, unfortunately. Even if we can get them to stop bickering, they'll never agree to send troops to Coldharbour. That would leave Citadel unprotected. An interesting idea, but they need to stop bickering long enough to consider it. Why don't you visit each of them in their camps? See if you can reason with them individually.
That's certainly an interesting angle, and would probably work out much better. Have the guilds lead the assault on Molag Bal instead of the alliances.
Intractable fools. Their pride will see us all dead.
We've served as the first line of defense against Molag Bal's invaders, destroying his dark anchors all across Tamriel. They've succeeded in reducing their ranks and leveling half of Citadel. What do you think? Willing and able. But, like the Mages Guild, we are constrained by a non-interference pact. The alliances will only tolerate our presence in their realms if we remain neutral. Unless all three alliance leaders consent to it, our hands are bound.
In order for the guilds of Tamriel to get the go-ahead, the three alliances need to essentially sign off on the attack. It's an unfortunate stepping stone because the plan makes sense, but who knows how cooperative the three alliances will actually be, especially at this current moment. From here, it's my job to approach the three leaders and talk some sense into them. Since Queen Irene was originally a lot more welcoming than Yoren the Skald King, I decided to open up the conversation with her first.
Your king needs to stop talking out of the side of his mouth. He has a lot of Dominion blood on his hands. We're not going to easily forget that, and we're certainly not going to fight by his side in Coldharbour. Is there? What did you have in mind? Perhaps. But we don't know enough about Coldharbour to fully understand what they'd be up against. Nor do I, but I'll agree to nothing until I've conferred with my advisors. Now go annoy the others. I've had enough for one day.
Honestly, I kind of figured that convincing the leaders would be as straightforward as a brief chat. Technically, Irene needs to consult her advisors, but really, what other choice does she have? If the alliances aren't going to head into Coldharbour, the next best option is to send the guilds in. From here, the next leader I spoke with was Yoren, and considering how my talk with Irene went, I figured this one would also be in the bag.
Save your breath. I will not be swayed by Emeric's lapdog. But what about the war in Citadel? If I commit troops to this invasion, the Pact will be vastly outnumbered there. Wizards and mercenaries against the Daedric hordes. Without the Ebonheart Pact, they do not stand a chance. Perhaps. But I must think about this. Go! All this talk has given me a headache.
That's 2 down, so just 1 more to go. Funny enough, this will be my first time speaking with the Covenant's leader, King Emeric. Even though technically, at this point in the story, I'm considered to be his right-hand man, I've yet to actually make contact with him. Although I'm not going to lie, from that meeting of the 3 rulers, I didn't get the best impression of King Emeric. He seemed to be the most closed-minded one there, and I'm really hoping that that won't have an effect on our meeting.
This meeting feels like two wolves and a sheep discussing what to have for dinner. I will not sit back and let them pick up my bones. That's more than I'm getting from them. What do you suggest? I don't doubt their commitment or their bravery, but they are few, and Molag Baal's followers are legion. All right then. I'll agree, provided you can convince the barbarian and the child queen. I don't envy you the task. They're more pig-headed than I am.
I guess since Emeric is my faction's leader, convincing him was always going to be the easiest. This leaves the negotiations in an interesting spot. One leader has agreed to the terms, while the other two are still talking it over with their advisors. Maybe Emeric's decision could influence Iren's and Yoren's. Only time will tell.
Any luck? Or are they still at an impasse? I hope they come to their senses soon. We're going to lose the element of surprise. With very good reason, but the sooner they come to an agreement... Does the air feel strange to you? That's odd. All of a sudden it feels like a storm is approaching. I have an ill feeling about this.
He has arrived. I can't.
Chaldean! What's happening?
Go! Get away from me! Run!
These are the great leaders of Tamriel. Pathetic. But how convenient to have them gathered together in one place, so I can crush them like insects.
Molag Baal!
Stay back, Countess!
The insects fight back! How amusing! And yet, so very sad. All of Nirn shall be mine.
Chaldean!
Protect the leaders, defeat Molag Baal's minions, and close the unstable rifts.
I'll do what I can to keep any more rifts from opening. Countess, defend me.
My pleasure, Vanus. Who said the guilds can't work together?
The NPCs may say that this is bad timing, but I think it's the best timing possible. What better way for the leaders to take action than for the action to come to them? Plus, the guilds can use this opportunity to prove themselves as worthy candidates for storming Coldharbour. The current objective is to close the 3 unstable rifts. The locations for these rifts are the 3 alliance camps. The rifts act as spawn points for some of Molag Baal's chief servants. The first camp I went to was the Covenants. Here, myself, Emeric, and his advisor fought against Bitterwind, a Storm Atronach. Of the 3 mini-bosses, Bitterwind was probably the easiest one to defeat. With the Atronach vanquished, this allowed me to get in close to the unstable rift. From there, I was able to close it, and I could then move on to the next camp, the Dominions. The Dominions boss was a harvester who went by Ralorca. Because I showed up a little after the start of the fight, Ralorca's health was already down by 1/3, and again that made for a rather easy matchup. Closing that second rift, I then moved on to the final camp, the Pax. Here, Yoren and his army were up against a titan by the name of Sormarask. Sormarask was probably the hardest fight, but not by much. It had the most HP and could pack a punch, but it wasn't nearly as strong as the titan from the Valley of Blades. With its defeat, I was able to close all 3 of the unstable rifts, and that put an end to the chaos on Stirk. What's more, as expected, mine and the guild's actions seem to have caught the attention of the Alliance leaders.
I thought we were safe here, hidden from the enemy. The god of schemes grows more powerful by the day. Agreed. There's no time to waste. We must take the fight to him. Yes, at the Iliad Well at the center of the island. After that terrible display of power, I don't think they have much choice. Honored leaders, you have seen the face of our enemy! Molag Baal threatens every living being in Tamriel. The Mages Guild and the Fighters Guild have agreed to join forces to launch an assault on Coldharbour!
Trust in us. Sanction our actions. Give us your blessings. We will not let you down.
Vanus is right. The guilds are our best and only choice. Send them to Coldharbour.
I hate to admit it, but I agree with Emeric.
As do I.
It appears that much of the distrust between our alliances was sown and nurtured by the god of schemes.
Molag Bal thrives on deception and chaos. But if you'll forgive me, this alliance war is of your own making.
Countess Hakruba! Gather the surviving members of both guilds in the Stirk interior. The champion and I will go there now to open the portal.
We'll be right behind you, Vanus.
The time has come, champion.
I'm sure you picked up on it too. Well, truthful, Countess Hakruba almost set this expedition back a peg. Honestly, there's some truth in both Hakruba and Iren's words. Molag Bal's Planemeld and evil schemes for Nirn certainly didn't help the alliance war. However, it's the distrust between the races and territories that ultimately put the factions at odds with one another. I heard Iren try to scapegoat the Daedric Prince, and I was like, no, I don't really think so. In any case, Vanus and Hakruba led the combined forces of the guilds over to the Portal Valley. Our numbers aren't the greatest, and I'm not exactly sure what the skill levels are like here, but it's a start. Besides, maybe a skeleton crew is better for slipping into Coldharbour and wreaking havoc.
We're as ready as we shall ever be. Unfortunately, yes. It's not the massive army we'd hoped for. But now that Molag Bal knows we're coming, a smaller group might be our only hope of slipping into Coldharbour undetected. It's difficult to predict where you will emerge once you reach Coldharbour. Be on your guard, my friend.
From here, Vanus opens a portal to the Daedric realm and goes on through. I got one last look at all of the brave faces following us into the unknown. This was it, the big moment. Where the 4 companions are, I have no clue, but hopefully they'll be able to join me on the other side. They deserve this chance just as much as I do. Entering Coldharbour, I'm brought to a brand new area. To my surprise, Cadwell was there too. I guess you can take him out of Coldharbour, but you can't take the Coldharbour out of Cadwell.
Survived then, have you? Jolly good. Jolly good. Rotten luck. They arrived in Coldharbour, but in entirely different locations. Bloody unpredictable. Portals to oblivion. Not to mention Molag Bal's defenses. Nasty beasties abound. Off you go, over the bridge and head inland. There's a good chap. Welcome back to Coldharbour, old chum. Jolly good to see you. I was afraid you'd snuffed it. What bridge? Is there a bridge? Tricky things, bridges. Tend to have all kinds of hideous creatures living beneath them. Except that one over there. That one leads to the Hollow City. Dreadfully dull place, and a real eyesore if you ask me, but I suppose it's where you want to start your quest. Quest! What a simply fabulous word. Quest. Quest. Quest! I just love how it rolls off the tongue.
With the guild scattered, that puts a bit of a dent in our plans. Alone, each guildmate can easily get picked off by whatever roams the lands of Coldharbour. Unfortunately, not the best start to our counter-invasion. However, maybe this Hollow City will have more to offer me. With that, thus ends the quest, The Weight of 3 Crowns. So from here, the story for the Planemeld questline gets a little intricate. I was warned by some viewers about what was coming, and honestly, I wasn't too sure how to approach it. In order to get to the final quest for the Planemeld, I essentially need to complete a whole separate storyline. There are about 11 or so quests in the Coldharbour story. At first, I assumed that only a handful of them were mandatory and that the others were optional. That does not seem to be the case though, as I ended up needing to play through pretty much all of them. However, given that the Coldharbour and Planemeld questlines go hand in hand, plus the former is chock full of lore, new characters, and entertainment, I figured that it's pretty much just an extension of the Planemeld and that I'd continue as normal. It's a very good story and it held my attention pretty well. So with that being said, arriving in the out-of-place municipality, I bumped into an NPC named the Groundskeeper. Little did I know, she'd end up being my guide for this portion of the story.
Very few would dare to enter the Prince of Murder's realm of their own choosing. Your action consists of equal parts bravery and stupidity. I think in this case, that's exactly what we need. We've been waiting for you, Planewalker. You may refer to me as the Groundskeeper, one of the few survivors that remain. I tend to this city. The magic that protects these walls and keeps us safe requires constant nurturing and the utmost care. The city's original name no longer matters. Now it is a hollow city, waiting to be filled. A perfect place to begin an assault on Molag Bal. This city can be your armor against the hazards of Coldharbour. It just needs life to return it to glory. It could be. There is no safer place in Coldharbour, for Molag Bal's reach cannot extend into the Hollow City. That is what was intended, and that is the way it is. Please walk with me. Let me show you why this city will serve your needs. Watch and listen. While I could explain things to you, it will be better to simply show you. The history of the city permeates these streets, and with a bit of magic, I can reveal it to you. Now come, let us walk.
Following the groundskeeper, she gives me both the tour and a history lesson on the Hollow City.
Long ago, this city existed in Nirn. It was alive and vibrant, and went by a different name. Its people were devoted to Prince Meridia, the Radiant One. They lived in peace and assumed themselves safe from any dangers. But Meridia has enemies, such as the despicable Molag Bal. The Prince of Murder sent minions from Coldharbour to destroy her beloved city. The city's defenders did what they could, but they were no match for Molag Bal's forces. Everyone outside the walls was slaughtered, but the warriors and mages managed to seal the gates to protect those huddled within. As fortune would have it, the Ayleid king Lalorian Dinar was visiting the city. A skilled warrior and tactician, he quickly took command of the city's defenses. The Ayleid king single-handedly protected one of the gates. As he fought, he prayed for assistance, and his prayers were answered. Meridia felt compassion for her followers, but she also saw an opportunity. Molag Bal's open portal worked both ways. The time had come to take the battle to Coldharbour. Meridia warded the city and pushed it into Coldharbour. The city arrived intact, but many of its inhabitants were either killed or scattered by this realm's protective spells. Even the Ayleid king was captured. Still, Meridia had accomplished the impossible. She stabbed a dagger into Molag Bal's side. A portion of her realm was in his domain, and he could not touch it. The survivors lost faith, however. One by one, they left the safe confines of the city to try to return to Nirn. They were foolish, and they paid the price for rejecting Meridia's edicts. Meridia foresaw a day when an opportunity would arise. An overconfident Molag Bal. Champions from another plane. On that day, this city would become the focal point for the assault against the Lord of Schemes. I say that the day has finally arrived. The great mage, Vanus Galarian, the Ayleid king, and you, our last best hope. You must gather your allies and bring them here.
Finishing the tour at the chapel, I spoke again with the groundskeeper and closed out our discussion.
This city shall serve you well against Molag Bal. Know that every choice you make in Coldharbour will have an effect on the Hollow City. It shall be reborn with every person you save, forged into a weapon by your own hands. I am your advisor. We both wish to stop Molag Bal's machinations. I offer you what help I can. The Hollow City awaits you and your allies. Use it wisely, and it shall not fail you. You must gather those who were lost. King Dinar and Vanus Galarian have vital roles to play, and they must be at your side. Rescue your missing companions. Return the Hollow City to its former glory, and we can begin the assault on Molag Bal. You shall require more than just the king and the mage, of course, but they are as good a starting point as any. Others in this realm, allies current and soon to be, all have important parts to play in this endeavor. As you seek out the mage and the king, I'm sure you shall meet others who require your aid. Look for those you trust and who would be willing to join us here. Go west, beyond the Moonless Walk. There you shall find the Ayleid King, held within a tower of darkness. Vanus the Mage is somewhere in the eastern plain. His exact location is hidden from me. I recommend heading west first to find the Ayleid King, but the choice is yours. If you wish to free King Dinar, you must recover the Lights of Meridia. The Lights have the power to unlock his prison of darkness. Originally, the Lights were a gift from Meridia, power that protected the city and made life easier for its inhabitants. When she pushed the city into Coldharbour, she filled the Lights with even more of her divine power. King Dinar is trapped within a tower of darkness, bound by shadows and dark magic. Meridia's Lights can unravel those bonds. Without them, you won't be able to set the Ayleid King free. As you no doubt noticed, Molag Bal's realm has its own defenses. Things that teleport onto this plane tend to get scattered. As were your allies. As were the Lights. They could be anywhere, but most likely, they are guarded by Molag Bal's forces. Rumors only, I'm afraid. I have heard tales of a strange prison to the northwest. A tower that is not a tower, that guards one of the Lights. And others whisper of a vile laboratory to the southeast that distorts the purity of Meridia's light.
And there you have it. That more or less sets up the story for the Coldharbour questline. It's all about restoring the Hollow City to its former glory, rescuing Vanus and Dinar from their prisons, and finding new allies for the fight against Molag Bal. It's certainly a jam-packed adventure, but it's not as lengthy as you might think. In any case, with that, thus ends the quest, the Hollow City. Having a look around the city, it appears to have some Citadelic features to it. The stonework, layout, chapel, etc. However, there are some details that look a little more foreign, or perhaps even dated. Statues of unknown warriors wearing unfamiliar sets of armor. Buildings that almost look like they were inspired by the Akavir. Trees and plants that I haven't quite come across in the third era, but could have very well existed in the second. Given that an Ayleid, King Dinar, had visited this city, I bet that it existed somewhere in modern-day Citadel, and that it's a mix of influence from earlier Men in Mer. Who knows, I could get corrected by the groundskeeper and end up completely wrong, but for now, that's my best guess. In any case, the current quest, the Army of Meridia, is a bit of an interesting one. It's actually an overarching mission that can be divided into three: rescuing King Dinar, rescuing Vanus Galarian, and restoring the Hollow City. That last one is a bit more of a passive, gets completed with every success sort of goal. The other two, however, lead the Vestige on a bit of a wild goose chase. Picking a marker at random, I decided to first try my luck with Vanus Galarian. According to the tracker, he was a lot closer to the Hollow City than Dinar was. I suppose worth mentioning too, Coldharbour is my new temporary stomping ground. I believe I can still go to and from Tamriel, but for the time being, this is where the foreseeable story takes place. I didn't exactly check how big Coldharbour was or what its limits were, although It doesn't look very linear, and there were a handful of side quests that I could have embarked on, so there are other things to do in this Daedric realm, and it's probably sizable. As per its intention, Coldharbour doesn't feel very joyous or promising. It's a dark, barren place, and other than the Hollow City, everything else is pretty much hostile. In any case, reaching the questing zone, I stood atop a rock and got a better look at the space. On the other side of the canyon, I could see a projection of Vanus Galerian. There was a quest marker attached to him, and that was meant to symbolize that he had a whole story arc surrounding his current state. Approaching the apparition, I interacted with it in order to learn more.
Greetings. This magical projection presents my current plan to my allies. Separated and alone, I decided to complete our mission, personally. I entered the Black Forge through a side door with the intention of destroying the Great Shackle beyond. In case it needs to be said, the Black Forge creates all of Molag Bal's vile weapons, including the Dark Anchors and the Great Shackle. With the Great Shackle destroyed, the threat of the Planemeld should come to an end. No need to concern yourself. I'm sure I have this well in hand. I imagine I've already destroyed the Great Shackle, and even now we're celebrating our victory over the Lord of Brutality. Yes, I'm sure that's what has happened.
That one-sided conversation is what begins the quest, Vanus Unleashed. Given the mage's timeline and his expected outcome, it's probable that something went wrong. There hasn't been any changes to Coldharbour since I've arrived, and given that the original plan involved the might of 2 entire factions, I don't think Vanus is in a very good spot right now. From here, the marker leads me across a lake of lava and into a space called the Black Forge. The Black Forge is seemingly what powers the Great Shackle. Molag Bal's forces are everywhere, and the Soul Shriven are here too, slaving away. Within the first zone, I found an aspect of Vanus Galerian. Only, the mage was in quite the strange form, and he was being held captive by some sort of magical bond.
You there, please. I need your assistance. What a ridiculous question. I am the Great Mage's essence of health. The Daedra captured Vanus. They plan to use him to power the Great Shackle. To prevent this, Vanus divided his essence into 3 fragments. Vampires feed upon this essence and weaken it. Kill the vampires and collect the energy they siphon from me. Restore that energy to me and I can easily break free of these flimsy bonds. When Vanus Galerian was captured, he cast a spell that divided him into his 3 essential essences: health, stamina, and magicka. I am the Great Mage's health. Set each of these essences free, and we can make the Great Mage whole once more. While we are the essences of the Great Mage, we aren't the Great Mage himself. Not exactly. Separated into fragments such as this, we are weak, vulnerable. It wasn't long before we, too, were bound in magical chains. The Great Mage is a virtual powerhouse of magicka energy. The Daedra want to use that power to speed up and complete the Planemeld, finally merging Nirn into Coldharbour. But make no mistake, Vanus has simply delayed the inevitable with this ploy.
Well, it seems like time is of the essence. The longer I wait around, the better the chance that the Daedra figure out how to make Vanus whole again. So, first up is rescuing his essence of health. In order to do this, I need to slay 5 of the surrounding vampires. This section of the Black Forge is overseen by vampire predators, ravagers, scourges, etc. Fortunately for me, their numbers are abundant, and collecting Galerian's health fragments is as simple as slaying the nearest vampire. What's more, they're one combo type of enemies, so honestly, this section of the crawl really didn't take that long. If you were curious, becoming a vampire in ESO isn't the same as it is in the other games. You can only contract the disease through performing the blood ritual with other players, fighting against specific kinds of blood fiends, or of course, ESO's in-game store via crowns.
You have returned. I had almost given up hope. Yes, I can sense its reinvigorating presence. Give it back to me and I shall free myself. Follow my light to the slave quarters. Then we can recover our essence of stamina.
Following the glowing orb of light, it led me into the next zone. Stamina was being held in the slave quarters. At first, I had to fight through some solo vampires, but after crossing over a few fire traps, the threats started to die down. The slave quarters mostly held non-hostile soul Shriven. This was where they'd get their brief moments of rest before heading back out to the Black Forge. From a tucked away chamber, I could see Galerian's second form of essence, which was also magically bound to its cell.
I sense the time to reforge the essences of the Great Mage has arrived. The essence before you has been used to feed the slaves and keep them working. Talk to the slaves and convince them to release my energy so that I can break free. If the slaves refuse, there is another way. The slave's taskmaster used a device to rip away my energy. The device can recover the energy, but doing so will destroy the soul Shriven you target. However, the device only works from a distance. Get too close, and you can't target a slave.
Again, there are 5 fragments that need to be collected, and each one comes from a slave here in the quarters. At the back of the zone, there's a side room that holds Taskmaster Virodison and the Essence Extractor. Virodison is more powerful than the vampires, but he's still not much of a challenge. Now, even with the Extractor in hand, I did try and speak with some of the Soul Shriven. I wanted to see how I could convince them to forfeit the only thing that's keeping them going. Just as I expected though, the dialogue prompts led me to speechcraft checks and bribes, intimidation, persuasion, gold, etc. So, ultimately, I decided to just use the Extractor on them and call it a day. Vanus' stamina is the first one to point this out, but the Soul Shriven end up dying during this process. After some brief research though, it seems as though this doesn't have any effect on the outcome of the story, so it's really just the quick version of completing this task. With all 5 of the fragments collected, again I returned to the aspect of Galerian and restored its power.
Did you succeed? The Great Mage himself couldn't have done any better, but don't tell him I said that. After you return my energy, I will break free. The last fragment is trapped in the foundry. Follow my light and I'll show you the way.
With health and stamina free, they led me to the next area of the Black Forge, the Fabrication Chamber. The chamber served as a connection between the quarters and the next desired zone, the foundry. This space had thrown enemies back into the equation. Gone were the vampires and in were the Daedra. The Jamora and Clanfear were abundant, and while not tricky, the fights were certainly time-consuming. Facing multiple at once would stop me in my tracks, and when added up, I was stuck in that chamber for longer than I would have liked. Either way, eventually I made it to the other side and had finally gained access to the foundry. Galerian's final essence, his magicka, was being held prisoner at the center of the space.
The pain. It's exquisite, but this has to end. The Great Mage must be made whole again so we can finish our mission. 4 seals contain the magic that binds me to this machine. While this essence is locked in place, they siphon my energy into the forge. Vanus divided himself to prevent them from using his considerable energy to power the Great Shackle. It didn't stop them from plugging this essence into the forge, however. Unlock the 4 seals and I'll be able to escape this damned machine.
Releasing Vanus' magicka involves a slightly different approach from the other 2 essences. This piece of the mage is held down via binding spells, so its power is more so muted than it is separated. The seals of binding are held together by several mechanisms. Unlocking those seals, aka pulling their respective levers, is what seems to do the trick for freeing his magicka. While the seals are guarded by Cold Flame Atronachs, those are more or less one combo opponents and don't offer up too much of a challenge. Technically too, you only really need to fight 4 of them, as the rest aren't even near the areas of interest. Once the 4 seals were unlocked, I was directed back to Vanus' magicka for my next steps.
The bindings. They feel brittle, less powerful. Then these bindings can no longer hold me. This essence will join you, and then we can find the physical form of the Great Mage. Through the boiler tunnels waits the mighty Guardian, Kothutwilk. Defeat the Guardian and open the cage that holds our physical form. I can lead you to the Great Mage. Just stay close and follow my light.
With all 3 of Galerian's essences freed, I'm able to move on to the next section of the Black Forge, the boiler tunnels. The tunnels had spirals and twists to them. It was a smaller section of the dungeon and it only held 2 enemies, a Clanfear and Cothatwilk. Again, I wasn't too impressed with Cothatwilk's toughness and power. He was only a 3 combo enemy and he couldn't really get many of his attacks off before dying. With the gatekeeper out of the way, I could head inside of the boiler for my final push to Vanus. Meandering through a few more tunnels, I found myself in an open chamber that held 3 magical conduits. Interacting with them, an essence of the mages would get stored into each one. After the last one was put into place, Galerian's corporeal form had returned. It absorbed each of the 3 essences, and just like that, Vanus' spirit and energy were fully refueled. The mage was up and at him. He was even ready to continue with his mission too, but first, he wanted to have a little chat with me in a safer place.
Perhaps I shouldn't have attempted this by myself. Yes, the Great Shackle, where the Planemeld begins and ends. I thought I could deal with it on my own, but I was wrong. You have restored me, released me from captivity. With your continued help, we can end this threat once and for all. The time has come. The Great Shackle must be destroyed. Stay close and follow my every command. Taking down the Great Shackle, the primary conduit for the Planemeld, requires precision and the careful application of destructive spells. As it so happens, I am a master of destructive spells. This won't be easy. Is there anything else you want to ask me before we move out?
With Vanus freed, he's ready to push further into Coldharbour and destroy the Great Shackle. With that, thus ends the quest, Vanus Unleashed. Resuming the conversation with Galerian, I asked him a few follow-up questions for the Great Shackle and our upcoming approach.
They wanted to use my energy to power the Shackle. That indicates to me that the Shackle utilizes some form of energy. Disrupting that flow of energy may be key to destroying the Great Shackle. I'll know more once we get inside.
Together, myself and Vanus made our way across the bridge and to the other side of the chamber. Arriving at the door, Vanus noted some warding that needed to be removed.
A barrier spell on the door? How pedestrian. Give me a moment and I'll open the way. I must be weaker than I thought. That took a lot out of me. Once we get inside, you take the lead.
Galerian was able to remove the warding, but doing so pretty much makes him inactive for the rest of the quest. So, buffing some stats via my level 14 rewards, I readied myself and went inside of the Great Shackle. From there, Vanus decided to hang back in order to preserve his energy, and that led me to cover all of the fighting. Again, I'm faced with more Daedric patrols, Kinval's Kaitifs and Kinlurkers. Similar to my run through the Fabrication Chamber, really the enemies pose mostly as nuisances and speed bumps. That's usually how it goes with most lesser foes in MMOs. In any case, eventually I made it through to the Power Chamber. Once inside, Vanus exclaimed that whatever was at its center could be what we're looking for. The mage approached the contraption and started to make his observations.
Very interesting. It appears to be similar to the cage I was imprisoned in at the Black Forge. Examine this pedestal and tell me what you make of it. No! What have you done? Oh, wait! You reversed the energy flow. Good work! Now go upstairs and find the other conduits.
Since I didn't have the time to touch on it before, I figured I'd speak a little bit about it now. Completing the previous quest netted me some pretty good rewards. I received a new armor and weapon set titled Of the Dragon. The helm, cuirass, and greaves were all heavy, while the dagger and sword were one-handed weapons, meaning I could dual wield them no problem. The armor offers buffs to my health, while the blades deal magic damage and have restorative qualities. These are definitely welcome upgrades, but like most of them, they won't last all that long. It's funny, switching the conversation around, sometimes Vanus can come off as a bit of a goof. The stereotypical, all-powerful wizard is usually stoic and slow to make harsh judgments. Galerian happens to be portrayed as the exact opposite. He's animated, quick to react, and sometimes comes off as a bit naive. It's certainly a different and possibly even refreshing approach to the norm that we see in other games. However, I'd also like to point out that the Elder Scrolls Mages Guild leaders have never exactly had promising track records. Trebonius, Shriven, and Auron, I know a different faction, weren't the most attentive of the archmages. They were all powerful in their own right, but there was usually a level of incompetence or ignorance to them. So far, while quite reactive, Galerion has shown himself to be a pretty incredible mage. I guess that's why he has books written about his life, and why he's deemed the most powerful spellcaster of the Second Era. In any case, my current task is to explore the rest of the Great Shackle in search of more magical conduits. Along the way, I can hear unfamiliar voices calling out for help. These are imprisoned NPCs being held captive by Watchers. Releasing them is an optional step to this quest, but it definitely pays off in the end. The two NPCs I ended up finding were Sage Tarora and Treva. Both of these Nords can actually be encountered in other quests, and odds are, this would have been the final time the Vestige had come across them. The conversation with them is brief, but in exchange for their freedom, they offer to help me and Vanus destroy the Great Shackle. As of this moment, they don't follow me around, but they do seek out Vanus and meet up with me later. From there, the crawl through the tunnels continues as I find myself in a new zone called the Power Chamber Catwalk. The catwalk is what contains the 3 remaining conduits. All it takes to alter their flow of power is a simple interaction from the Vestige. The conduits are guarded by handfuls of Daedra, but nothing that needs to be considered a strategic fight. Really, the only thing they have on their side is numbers, but so long as I keep up with my siphoning abilities, my health should stay in tip-top shape. With all of the conduits shut down, the last place I need to head to is the mooring. I visited the anchor mooring during the tutorial for this questline, but something tells me this isn't the same place. For every dark anchor, there's some kind of launch site that goes with it. As explained by Vanus though, the Great Shackle is the ultimate anchor. The other anchors are able to simply pull parts of Nirn into Coldharbour, but the Great Shackle can pull the entire planet. Waiting for me just outside of the mooring is my makeshift dungeon team. I have Treva, Sage, Cadwell, and Vanus. It's not quite the 5 companions, but they'll have to do for now.
Let's move out! The Great Shackle isn't going to destroy itself, you know!
Have at thee, vile Shackle. We're going to give you a damn good thrashing.
Defend me while I cast this extremely powerful and fantastically impressive spell!
For the next few steps, Galerion casts away while the rest of us fight whatever comes out of the nearby rifts. These are enemies like the Bone Colossus and the several types of Dremora. The foes alternate which rifts they come out of, but they never spawn from both at the same time. This made it so that way the team would not get overwhelmed, but to be honest, I don't think that that's what I wanted. I think I would have preferred to face a heavy onslaught of Daedric forces. This portion of the quest was presented as wave-based, but it hardly ever felt like there were many escalations that came with it. While after some time, the quality of enemies improved, the number of enemies attacking at once never increased. It was always just a handful at a time, and that made it a little too easy to deal with. Plus, the final types of enemies for this standoff were Atronachs. Don't get me wrong, they're more difficult than Dremora Kaitifs and Kinvals, and offer a better challenge, but I was hoping for, say, another Titan, or even a cousin of the Bones, twice removed. Unfortunately, neither of those came to be, but what are you gonna do? In any case, with the vanquishing of the final Storm Atronach, Vanus had done it. He had corrupted the energy flow to the Great Shackle, and in turn, he ended up completely destroying it.
I did it! The Great Shackle has been shattered! The threat of the Planemeld is no more!
Jolly good, and as soon as you deal with the planar vortex, everything will be right as rain.
What? Explain yourself, man! What planar vortex?
The Shackle formed a planar vortex, kind of like an oblivion straw that will suck Nirn right through and into Coldharbour. Quite amazing how I knew that.
Enough! We can discuss this back in the Hollow City. I'll open a portal before this entire place collapses on top of us.
So even though the Great Shackle had been destroyed, it doesn't mean that the Planemeld is ended. Sure, Molag Bal can't re-attempt to drag Nirn into Coldharbour, but that doesn't mean anything for the planet's current collision course. Without stopping the planar vortex, Nirn is still headed straight for the Prince's realm. For now, all the third-party companions can do is return to the Hollow City and regroup. This was still a victory, it just wasn't the victory.
We have accomplished great things this day, my faithful friend. Was there ever any doubt? Between your skills and my formidable magical prowess, the destruction of the Shackle was a foregone conclusion. We aren't finished yet, however. Cadwell claims that we have more to do if we are to truly save Nirn. I would love to explore this lost city, but apparently we still have much to do. This planar vortex that Cadwell describes concerns me greatly. Let's head inside and formulate a new plan to deal with this danger. If what Cadwell says is true, our job isn't finished here. And I'm positive we got the Daedric Prince's attention at the Shackle. He won't be too happy about what we did to his toys. That means we need to hit him before he hits us. I need to consult with my colleagues in the Mages Guild. We need to gather whatever information we can on this planar vortex. I hate going into a situation blind. Let the mages inside know that I'll be joining them in a moment. I need to finish with Cadwell and the groundskeeper first. I don't know about you, but I find them both to be more than a little, peculiar.
With the completion of the quests, I ascended to level 15. I now have access to the weapon swap feature, which allows me to completely change weapons, skills, and abilities with the click of a hotkey. I knew exactly what those slots were going to be for too, and if you've been paying attention, you probably do as well. I also received a new blade called the Prophet's Dagger. It deals oblivion damage based on a portion of the enemy's max health, reaching a cap of 2,147 hit points. With that, thus ends the quest, Breaking the Shackle. Interestingly, Vanus' portal was able to send us to the Hollow City's Mages Guild Hall. I didn't even think that a place like this would have guild halls, let alone people to inhabit it. In any case, heading on inside, I found a skeleton crew of mages who were standing idle. From the sounds of it, these are the remaining members of the counter-invasion. Their numbers are few and their spirits are low. Their acting leader was a Bosmer named Nalia, and chatting with her, I carried my orders from Galerian.
You must be the person who rescued all these people. We were part of Vanus Galerian's group before. Well, before everything fell apart. We appreciate everything you've done for us. The four of us, yes. There were many more, but, well, you've seen it out there. Even our fabled leader was lost to the harsh plain of Coldharbour. We're all that made it back. What? You've got to be kidding. I saw him being torn away. There's no way they'd let him live. You must have him mixed up with someone. There just isn't any way.
Ah, my old friend. I thought we'd lost you.
So good to see you all again, my friends. I'm glad we all made it here safely.
Barney, you're alive. That's wonderful.
Ah, dear Nalia. My heart fills with delight at the sight of you. Yes, I am safe.
Where have you been, old friend? Trying to win the war all by yourself again?
Well, yes, but I ran into a bit of trouble. Our friend here showed up and lent me a hand.
Well then, you have our thanks. I'm not sure we could have gone on without Vanus.
Cheer up, dear Nalia. I'm here now. But our mission isn't finished. We have to destroy the planar vortex and end the Planemeld.
Do you have a plan, old friend?
I know what we need to do. I'm just not sure how we go about doing it. We need to discuss this with the Fighters Guild. We need a council of war.
And that interaction is what ticks Rescue Vanus off the to-do list for the Army of Meridia. Speaking with Galerian again, he doesn't offer anything more. He just asks that I continue to build up our forces so that we may march against Molag Bal. In the meantime, he's going to try and brainstorm a game plan for the assault. From here, I'm free to take my leave of the guild hall and can return to the central hub of Hollow City. Now, real quick, I actually started to notice more life inside of the metropolis. I ran into NPCs like the author, Alfuvial, Rimsaza, and a bunch more guild-affiliated figures. While I may not have searched this part of the city during my homecoming, I'd like to think that Vanus' rescue has slowly brought people back into the area. Hopefully by the time I'm ready to take on Molag Bal, Hollow City becomes a buzzing and crowded safe haven. In any case, when ready, I left the city's confines and made way for my next objective, rescuing Lalorian Dynar, who I've nicknamed Lalo for short. The road ahead mostly contained Dremora and Clanfear, so not unlike the forces I faced at the Black Forge. Given the difficulty level, I took the time here to try my new loadout. I really wanted to play around with bows and arrows on this character. Unfortunately, most of my Nightblade's abilities are meant for close combat. However, I currently had 2 abilities available for the bow skill line, and my siphoning abilities were ranged attacks, so those could certainly help out this build as well. It's going to be a bit of a learning curve for me, and I'll have to switch back and forth when the going gets tough, but I'm really glad that ESO allows for the player to swap builds on command. It makes the grind a lot more fun, and it expands upon what's available to me. In any case, arriving at my questing zone, I seemed to be on the doorstep of some forest. Just on the outskirts of the tree line, there appeared to be a makeshift camp. Similar to my rescue mission with Vanus, I was pointed to a brand new questline. As it would turn out, rescuing Dynar has a bit of a build-up. Vanus' arc included 2 additional quests, while Dynar's arc has 3. At the center of the camp, there was an abandoned pack. Approaching it and looking through, the sack contained some goods such as provisions and a signet belonging to the Fighters Guild. This is what prompts my character to begin looking for members of the faction, which in turn brings me to the last Ayleid King. Right by the abandoned pack, there was a journal belonging to Captain Alfari. Taking a peek at it, it reads, "Something definitely went wrong with the portal spell. Instead of arriving in Coldharbour as an invading force to be reckoned with, we wound up scattered to the 4 winds. I'm now a captain without a command. The others that appeared with me, we've been fighting or running since we got here. We finally found a relatively safe spot on the edge of a dark forest and decided to set up camp. This is the first time since we've arrived that I felt safe enough to just sit down and record my thoughts. Time seems to flow differently in this realm. Sometimes it feels like we've only been here for a few hours, and other times I could swear we've been here for days. This mission has turned into a colossal failure. Instead of stepping through the portal together, we were thrown in all directions, strewn about like so many dry leaves in a bitter wind. Luck was with me though. I landed in the company of Kamu the Khajiit. If only the rest of my luck had turned out as well. We found ourselves in a strange ruin east of this camp. There were cold flame atronachs everywhere, intent on roasting us to a very fine blue crisp. We dispatched a couple of the creatures before we were forced to turn tail and run. For some reason, however, as we got close to the forest, the atronachs stopped chasing us. They suddenly seemed to lose interest in us and returned to the ruin. Well, I guess I should stop writing now and help finish setting up our camp. I'll write more after we get some sleep, provided nothing terrible happens to us in the interim. We were awakened after a few hours, minutes, days, of sleep by voices. There seemed to be people in the shadows of the woods, talking, whispering. We can hear them, but the voices aren't distinct enough to make out any actual words. Or maybe it's just a language that none of us have ever heard before. I'm not sure. Every so often, though, we clearly hear something that sounds like a cry for help. Every time we hear that desperate cry, we think of our missing allies. It could be some of them lost out in those dark woods. They might be hurt or in danger, or, well, anything could be happening in there. Kamu and I have decided to head into the forest and find the source of those pitiful cries. I'm going to leave my journal here in case any other members of our expedition come across this camp. We'll try to leave a trail so that you can follow our path. We're going to head west and then southwest, so follow after us if you can. Here's something else you need to know. Kamu discovered that if you touch one of the wisps that float among the trees, you glow and get a temporary source of light, perfect for finding your way through these shadowy woods. I suggest you make liberal use of the wisps if you're going to try to meet up with us. Well, it's time to go. I hope to see you soon, and may the 8 watch over us all. From here, my quest marker points to somewhere just southwest of the camp. While not too deep into the forest, this portion is what officially brings me inside of it. Approaching my destination, an NPC I've never seen before pops in. Her name is Ferraniel, and she seems interested in the Fighters Guild as well. As for this point of interest, it brings me to a blade on the ground. The tip is pointed in such a way that it almost acts like a trail marker. Deciding to follow its intended direction, it takes me further southwest into the forest. I haven't touched on it yet, but the forest is ripe with spriggans and these strange hostile plants called stranglers. In other titles like Skyrim, Oblivion, and Morrowind, spriggans are usually formidable opponents, but in ESO, they're one combo type of enemies. Reaching the next destination brings me to an extinguished campfire. The Bosmer from before, Ferraniel, is also here, and this time she didn't run off.
By Ifra's hairy feet, you outsiders just keep showing up. You and everyone else in this forest, it seems. My clan has already declared your allies to be trespassers. You don't want to know what we do to trespassers. The Shadow Walkers will catch them. They always do. Does a fuzzy newt goat have 7 toes? Don't look at me like that. It's a perfectly appropriate analogy. Anyway, I hope I reach them before the hunters do. Otherwise, your allies don't stand a chance. Because I'm tired of seeing people get hurt. Ugh. Things need to change round here. We've already spent way too much time talking about fuzzy newt goats. I really need to get moving. Have you noticed the swords left near these campfires? I think your companions are trying to tell us something. I'm going to keep looking for them. If I can reach them before the hunters, they might just get out of this forest alive.
So far, the only enemies I've encountered in this forest were the Spriggans and Stranglers. I'm assuming that those aren't what she means by her clan though, so I'll have to keep an eye out for other foes. Speaking of which, not too far from the campfire, I ran into an all-new enemy type. These were snake-like people called Lamia. Again, as of this moment, I'm unsure if these are Feraniel's people or not, but one thing's for certain, there's a lot of unknown to these forests. Just what else could be lurking inside of them? The next quest marker brought me over to another sword. Before I could get a good look at it, I was attacked by yet again an all-new enemy. These NPCs were called Shadow Walkers, and judging by the way they talked, I'm assuming that these are Feraniel's people. They made a comment about outsiders and the penalty for entering the Moonless Walk. I'm not quite sure what any of that means just yet, but I think I'm getting close to my answer. After defeating those enemies, I was then sent off to another section of the forest. This time, I was headed northeast and got to run through the gauntlet of the Forest Guardians. Fortunately, it didn't take me too long to arrive at my quest marker, and this time, I stumbled upon my first scene of carnage. Feraniel was standing over Captain Alfari's corpse. The captain's body was by a fresh fire, indicating that this was indeed the end of the line for the manhunt. Feraniel claims that she didn't kill him, but if that's the case, then she has some explaining to do.
This poor soldier. He didn't have to die. At least the Khajiit got away. How long can he manage to survive, though? I don't know. My clan can be very persistent. Because we made a stupid deal long time ago. We became the guardians of this forest in exchange for power and immortality. But look at the cost. Now the Shadow Walkers hunt anyone who dare sets foot in these woods. There might still be a way to save the other soldier, the Khajiit. But you need to trust me. I won't oppose my clan directly. They're my family. But I can help you find your friend. I just want to make sure no one else gets hurt. The Shadow Walkers use runners to search the forest, but you'll never see them. They become one with the shadows, all but invisible when the clan is on high alert. There is a way to see the runners, though. You need to collect the bark of a Spriggan. The bark's magic allows the creatures to... how should I put this? Feel their way through the dark woods. Infuse the bark with the wisps of light, and you should be able to spot the runners.
Luckily for me, I've been hunting Spriggans since I stepped foot in these woods, so all it took was defeating the nearest Spriggan to retrieve the 3 samples of bark. Bringing them back to Feraniel, she explains a little more about the process.
Did you get the bark? We don't just scrape a bit off the top end. There. An old trick I learned living so long in this dreadful place. My friends thought it was funny to hide from me, so I'd use this to see them. It also has an interesting side effect. While it allows you to see anyone hiding in the Shadow Realm, it also masks your presence from them. I've used this method to avoid patrols and sneak out of the forest. It really works. But remember, the effect is temporary. It doesn't last long. Touch the bark to a wisp of light, and then cross the bridge. The runners are searching for the remaining soldier. When you spot a runner, follow him. He should lead you right to your friend. And if the effect runs out, just touch another wisp.
From here, there are several wisps marked on my compass. All it takes is a simple interaction with one to go invisible and to see the runners. I have yet to talk about him, but I didn't really get to interact with Captain Alfari very much. During my time on Stirk, Vanus kept mentioning his name, and he was at the meeting of the 3 leaders, but beyond that, there wasn't much else. Alfari was the head of security on Stirk, and technically, he was the one who opted to lead the Fighters Guild forces into Coldharbour. I'm not sure where this leaves Countess Akruba, but as it stands, she's also in the wind. The Fighters Guild vacancy could certainly be an issue, however, that's actually what develops the plot for Dinar's story arc. In any case, back to the mission, following the Shadow Runner through the forest was honestly a bit finicky. More than likely, it was something that I did wrong, but I wasn't quite sure how the invisibility/following mechanic worked for this portion. I guess I was under the impression that I'd be invisible to all NPCs in the forest, but rereading Feraniel's dialogue, I think it's just plot armor that allows me to follow the Shadow Runner without any hiccups. The runner won't get scared off, but I still have to deal with every NPC and its mother here within the forest. I'm pretty sure that anytime a skirmish happens around the runner, that's when he stops in his tracks, and it's the game's cue for me to defeat all of my attacking foes. Either way, after a bit of stop and go, the Shadow Runner finally led me to the end of the line. There were 3 Shadow Walkers surrounding Kamu the Khajiit, and one of those snake beings, the Lamia. The Shadow Folk were demanding that Kamu go with them, while the Lamia stood tail down and defended him. Interrupting the confrontation, the Shadow Clan refocused their attention on me, while Kamu and the Lamia made their escape. Quickly cutting down the Wood Elves, I then followed the Khajiit's path around some stones and managed to catch up with him. Kamu was safe and sound, and while the Lamia was too, it appears as though Feraniel had finally caught up with them as well. The Bosmer and the Snake were arguing back and forth about who gets to help the Khajiit, and while they went at it, I spoke with the sergeant.
This one does not understand the game the little elf and the snake thing are playing. But we have something important to do. We need to get into this tower. The key to our victory. It's in there. I know this to be true. We heard voices in the woods. We thought it was other members of our expedition calling to us for help. But Captain Alfari figured it out. The voice comes from this tower. Whoever is locked in there needs our help, and he will help us in return. The wood elves started hunting us almost as soon as we stepped into this dread forest. They killed Captain Alfari in cold blood. I barely escaped. The snake thing found this one, lost and injured, and led me safely through the woods. This one isn't sure. The little elf appeared out of nowhere. But at least she didn't try to kill Kamu like the other elves did. They both claim to know how to get inside the tower, but Kamu doesn't trust either one of them. A safe haven in this place. Kamu looks forward to seeing such a thing. Let me rest for a moment before I head out. I wish I could go with you, but until my injuries heal, I would only slow you down. Good luck, my friend.
If you recall the groundskeeper's dialogue, she did say that the last Ayleid king was being held in a tower of darkness, just west of the Moonwalk. Without a doubt, that voice has to be coming from Lalo Dynar. Before doing anything else, I wanted to hear what both the Lamia, Siknith, and Feraniel had to say.
We shall help you enter the tower, but first you must help us against these foul wood elves. Do not listen to their lies. They murder our children for no reason. Please, you must help me save the little ones. We never asked to be dragged into Coldharbour. We never made a deal with the Daedric Prince. But ever since we got here, the Wood Elves raid our nests and slaughter our children. This cycle of murder needs to end. You are a hero. You stride through Coldharbour with confidence, and not even the Wood Elves can touch you. You can win this battle for us, and we will be in your debt. We will show you how to enter the tower, even help you in your mission.
I know you can't forgive my clan for what it's done, but they adhere to an ancient promise that will never come to pass. I can help you, though. No one knows that tower better than I do, but I need to ask for your help in return. It's important. You have to help me convince my clan to break this ages-old agreement. We've guarded these woods and that cursed tower, assuming that one day Molag Bal would reward us and let us return to Valenwood. But that's never going to happen. Like me, you've been outside this forest. You know about Molag Bal's plan. You know about the Planemeld. You have to tell them that our agreement is worthless. How can we ever return to Nirn if Molag Bal destroys it? Those monsters. We've been at war with them for ages. My people will never listen to you if you take their side. The Shadow Walkers are powerful. We would be of great help to you, but only if you aid me and convince my people. You've seen my people fight. We're trained to kill. It's what we do. Maybe if you can show them that Molag Bal has been using us, lying to us, Maybe they'll see his treachery for what it is and join your cause.
So this puts the Vestige at an interesting spot. There's a fork in the road, and I have to pick which way to go. Do I side with Feraniel and help the Shadow Clan break free of their agreement, or do I go with the Lamia and save their young? Both roads eventually lead to the same destination, but something tells me that either faction's story won't quite end there. A hint from the game is to ask for Kamu's opinion. Believe it or not, Kamu thinks that the Wood Elves would make for better allies, as they appear to be the more dominant force. However, he also thinks that Feraniel is a little too eager to help out our cause, and because of that, he's not sure what her angle is. As for the Lamias, they weren't hostile towards Kamu and Alfari in the woods, and what's more, they were the ones to come to Kamu's aid. Apparently, they also fought off a group of elves that were going to attack Kamu and Alfari's camp. Honestly, why he'd choose to trust the Shadow Clan over the Lamias is beyond me, even if we're considering outside reasoning like organization, strength, and the fact that they're snakes. To be honest, I was originally leaning towards Feraniel as I had more interactions with her than Ziknith, but the thought of teaming up with a mysterious faction of snake people interests me a lot more. Plus, as of this moment, they sound a little more trustworthy. So, ultimately, I decided to work with Ziknith and the Lamias.
You will? We have waited such a long time for someone to aid us in our struggle. You have made me very happy, outsider. Now we can get our children back. Now we can have our revenge. The vile and ruthless Wood Elves smash our eggs just because they feel threatened by our numbers. They even hold some in their dwellings, using them as hostages against us. This is not a way to live. We must get our eggs back. They keep our eggs in their camps, holding them to keep us docile. They force us to stay near our own nests, hunting us down if we wander too far. We want our children back. We need our eggs. The tower. Yes, the tower. We will help you with that, and so much more. But all of our eggs must be returned. They hide our eggs in their filthy camps. You must enter their homes to rescue our children. But be very careful. Such an intrusion will result in great pain and death if they catch you. I will find you near the Wood Elves' camp. I have ways of moving through the forest unseen. Can be dangerous, but worth the risk. I will do anything to get our children back.
Finishing the quest rewards me with some gold, experience, and new epic armor. With that, thus sends the quest into the woods. Before heading off for those Lamia eggs, Feraniel asked to speak with me one more time.
I get it. My people killed one of your own. They aren't evil, though. You have to understand. We signed a pact to protect this forest. The Shadow Walkers believe that if they fail to honor that agreement, we're all doomed. Well, yes, I can't argue with that. I understand why you would want to side with these creatures. I also know you need to get their eggs back. But my people don't need to die while you do it. Recover the eggs, but don't hurt my people. I'm not asking for anything you can't do, and I'll go with you when you're done, to help. I've been planning to leave anyway, so now's as good a time as any. You can use me, just don't kill any Shadow Walkers. Please. The Shadow Walkers watch the forest, but they're too confident. They leave our camps practically undefended. You could sneak in, get the eggs, and get out. You can do it. I know you can. Please, just consider what I'm asking.
Only because Feraniel said she'd help out the cause, I decided to stay my blade for this one. Plus, I wanted to give a stealth approach another go-around, as it's been a while. In order to help me be sneaky, I assigned the Shadow Cloak skill to my bow loadout. The ability allows me to become invisible for a short period of time, and I can essentially move around completely undetected. The part that I didn't read until later though was that it costs magicka per second. I just sort of assumed that there was a timer attached to the ability, so when the spell would randomly wear off, I'd be left feeling pretty confused. Either way, I was able to, more or less, sneak into these Shadow Clan camps and take back all of the Lamia eggs. I did get spotted a few times, and while I never like running away from a fight, I did what I had to do to avoid any more bloodshed. With the 4 eggs in hand, I met up again with Ziknith and handed them over.
You recovered our eggs. How wonderful. My people will be most grateful to you for this. I must return these eggs to our nest, but there is one more thing you must do before my people will feel truly safe. Please, may I tell you about this final task? A council of elders leads the wood elves. They live upon a large rock that floats above us. Queen Fajik's eggs were taken and hidden up there. You will need a key to open the portal and gain access to the floating rock. The key is divided into 2 shards, each protected by a Shadow Walker Guardian. As soon as you acquire the 2 shards, go to the camp in the center of the forest. My people will meet you there. Why do you insist on not harming the ones who kill my people? The little elf girl. She has confused you, hasn't she? Bah! I do not know the ways of stealth. My people kill, and we do so proudly for all to see.
Unfortunately, due to still not having the persuasion perk, I can't inquire further about the peaceful route. So, I figured I'd just have to stick to the same game plan and use Shadowcloak. Luckily, this final portion of the quest is pretty quick. The shards of light and darkness were right by our meeting point. Crossing over the bridge that held them, the shards were guarded by some named NPCs, Orango the Shadow and Balia the Light. For a few moments, I was able to sneak right past them. However, collecting the shards left me completely exposed and at the mercy of the Guardians. Luckily, I was able to snag both keys before either Orango or Balia could do any damage. Leaping off the bridge to the ground below, I seemed to be at a safe distance and the Shadow Guardians didn't even bother following me. Shadow cloaking my way out of the camp, I rushed on ahead to the quest marker and pretty much avoided all other interactions. I wasn't sure if I was still on the clock or not for killing any of the Bosmer, so just in case, I chose the completely passive route. Fortunately, I was able to reach Queen Fajik without any hiccups and could proceed with the rest of the quest as planned.
You are the outsider who has done so much for my people. I am grateful. Perhaps when this is over, my people can live without fear or worry. Once the tyranny of the Shadow Walkers has ended, you will have the help you need. But first, we must recover my children from the Council. Did you acquire the portal shards from the Guardians? Good. Direct the shard key toward the portal at the center of the arches. The Lamias will do the rest.
Using the 2 shards, a portal to the Council of Elders opened up. From here, the Queen called upon the Lamias, and in unison, a bunch of snake folk flooded into the portal. Following suit, it appears as though the Lamias were able to make quick work of the Elders. Arriving at the island, all of the Wood Elves were already dead. The snakes were standing over the corpses of the Bosmer, and from the sounds of it, their conflict had finally come to an end. I'm not sure how this tracks for avoid killing members of the Shadow Clan, but hopefully Feraniel's end of the bargain still stands.
The Wood Elves have fallen. My eggs shall be returned to my nest, and my people shall be safe. The Shadow Walkers shall be lost without their leaders. The day is ours. What would you have us do? The Wood Elves slaughtered my people. They would not listen to reason. The only chance we had was to remove their leaders. Now, we shall watch the Shadow Walkers crumble. You have helped us. Now we shall help you. I instructed Ziknith to head to the ruined passage that leads to the tower. You shall find her there. Know that the Lamias are in your debt. Call upon us if you ever need our strength and cunning.
You know, to be honest, I really did think that the Lamias were going to backstab me. Or at the very least, I thought they'd reveal some kind of twist that actually paints them as the bad guys. Don't get me wrong, I still don't know how much I trust either side of the effort, but I'll do whatever I need to get into that tower. Also, hopefully I did enough to win the companionship of Feraniel. While the elders ended up getting slaughtered, I wasn't the one to kill them, and hopefully she recognizes that. In any case, my updated quest marker leads me to an alien ruin called the Lightless Oubliette. Here, Ziknith was waiting for me just outside of the ruin's entrance.
My people rejoice. Most consider us monsters, but you helped us. We will never forget your generosity and compassion. My egg sisters will live, and life, even in this wretched place, is precious. Thank you. As I promised, this door leads to the tower. I do not know what the tower holds, but we have heard the cries for help from within. Be careful in there, outsider. This is Coldharbour. Even the most mundane things can hide terrible dangers. The Khajiit told me of a city of safety to the east. I will take some of my people, for we would very much like to see this city. We will be there if you have need of us, my friend.
And there you have it. Ziknith and some of the other Lamias are going to be added to the Hollow City's forces. I suppose it would have either been the Snakes or the Bosmer, depending on my actions, but I'm glad to have at least one of them. Entering the Oubliette via the ruined passage, I'm immediately greeted by an unfamiliar NPC. Interestingly, it's a common bug that his subtitles don't actually have any spoken dialogue attached to them. I thought my game was glitched or something of the sorts, but I'm happy to hear that this is a common occurrence. In any case, the dialogue comes from a projection of King Dinar himself. An aspect of the Iliad is here to guide me along my journey. First things first, Dinar asks me to collect the Light of Meridia. This is done by moving an ancient branch and gaining access to the nearby tree's roots. At its center is a shard that holds the light. The Light of Meridia is needed to navigate the Lightless Oubliette and to free King Dinar of his bonds.
I have waited for centuries. And waited and waited. Do you know how boring that can be? But now, you are here, just as Meridia foretold. The Radiant One knows many things. She knew that one day the city she plunged into Coldharbour would serve her purpose. At first, she thought I would fulfill that prophecy. But I failed. And now, I need your help. Have no fear. I am as alive as you are. Molag Bal has preserved me so that I can endure his endless tortures. His cruelty knows no bounds. I can't slip free of this lightless oubliette, but I have managed to send my projection to meet you. I knew you were the one I was waiting for. Molag Bal locked me away for a reason. He fears me. Once you set me free, we can make him regret the day he made us his enemies. You made it this far, just as I had predicted. I am glad to see that my calculations were not in error. Now, if you are ready, we have a prison to break out of. I was captured shortly after Meridia pushed her city into this dread realm. This prison relies on darkness. Early on, I almost broke free. Now Molag Bal shapes the darkness itself to bind me, suppressing my attempts to escape. Molag Bal has trapped me within a pillar of darkness, infused with his own vile energy and powered by the light of Meridia. That, however, will be his undoing. The light of Meridia can also banish this darkness, but you have to bring it to me. To reach me, you must first unlock the prison door. Molag Bal uses crystallized darkness to hold me and suppress my power. Move the crystals from their locations to the prison door, and the way shall be opened for you. I am the last Iliad king. In our ancient language, my name means ruler in dark times. I can imagine no darker time than the end of the Iliad people. I am a servant of Meridia, her master tactician and strategist. Between my master's blessings and the time-distorting nature of this dread realm, I am still alive. Consider that your good fortune. for you will never defeat Molag Bal without my help.
With King Dinar still alive, that keeps the fire underneath this mission ablaze. While I don't know yet what purpose he's going to serve, the groundskeeper was pretty adamant that the king was an integral part to this puzzle. As a reward for completing this quest, I gained a new armor and weapon set, the Stygian. These are medium pieces and offer buffs to my stamina. As for the blades, I was given 2 Stygian daggers that deal physical damage and have restorative properties to my fatigue. With that, thus ends the quest, an unusual circumstance. So, with the goal to free the last Iliad king, Lalo Dinar, I made my way further into the lightless oubliette. Here, the ruins got even darker. However, that's what the light of Meridia was for. I could periodically activate it, and that would essentially act as my torch. From here, the quest took me into 3 different directions. Each marker led my character to a different crystal: the Life Shadow, the Mind Shadow, and the Flame Shadow. The first one I went for was the Flame Shadow, and that ended up leading me to a separate zone called the Frozen Alcove. The alcove consisted of long icy tunnels that held these wisp-like beings called Essences of Darkness. At the end of those tunnels, I was brought to another frozen chamber that held a group of Frost Atronachs. Remembering my encounters from the Vanus story arc, these were definitely formidable foes. Of course, they weren't mini-bosses or anything of the sorts, they just took a few combos to take down, and facing off against more than one was quite the intimidating matchup. What's more, they could actually have an impact on my health. I wouldn't say it was anything that my siphoning skills couldn't fix, but it was a welcome change compared to simple Jamoran Clanfear. Beyond the Atronachs was the red Flame Shadow Crystal. Getting a hold of it, the entire landscape ended up changing. Getting blinded by a flash of light, the icy chamber turned into a hot, magma-filled room. The Frost Atronachs were replaced by Flame ones, although the Flames were one combo type of enemies, so a bit of a downgrade if you ask me. From here, I was free to leave the Frozen Alcove, and with the crystal in my hand, I could place it in the central dais. That makes for 1 down and just 2 more to go. The next crystal I went after was the Mind Shadow. This brought me over to the Lightless Oubliette's library. Instead of Essences of Darkness and Atronachs, I encountered the hostile Soul Shriven. These came in the forms of Keepers and Scourges, the difference being the types of weapons they used. Although these were simpler foes, and a few slices from my daggers were able to do the trick. I reached the final chamber of the library in no time and recovered the Mind Shadow Crystal. This seemingly calmed down all of the Soul Shriven and once again turned them into harmless NPCs. Placing this crystal in the central dais, the last one I needed to retrieve was the Life Shadow. This objective led me into the garden section. Here, I fought against Stranglers and Horvors, these giant beetle-like insects. I actually think that the Stranglers are great opponents. They're able to instill a certain emotion in me. It's not fear or anxiety, as far as those can even go in ESO, but more so the idea that they should be taken seriously. They have some decent range attacks and can even pull me in with some kind of grappling ability. It's definitely enough of a matchup to keep me on my toes. In any case, making it to the end of the garden, once again I was face to face with another crystal. This was the last one, the Life Shadow. To be honest, I wasn't quite sure what removing this one actually did to the area. I'm sure it had an effect on the plants and beetles, but I didn't stick around long enough to find out. Returning to the central dais and placing the final crystal in its holder, the way into King Dinar's prison was finally opened. Stepping into the lightless cell, the Aliad's aspect returned and walked me through this chamber's puzzle.
You have done well to make it this far. But there is still more to do to set me free. My body is imprisoned within a pillar of darkness, generated by the ebon shards to each side.
Place a light of Meridia in both of the sconces. Each will create a beam of light that will strike a nearby crystal.
By rotating the crystals, you can change a beam's direction. You may need to rotate a crystal multiple times to connect the beams and form a path of light to the ebon shards. Adjust the crystals until the beams of light destroy the ebon shards. Then the pillar of darkness will collapse, and I shall be free.
So this puzzle was interesting. It was fairly straightforward, and King Dinar had even laid everything out plainly. activate the sconces, twist the gems until their beams of light connect, use the beams to destroy the receivers. In practice though, I had a tough time getting the hang of it. I'm sure it was a me issue, but I couldn't quite understand how the rotations worked. You could rotate both the surrounding crystals and the already lit ones. Was it better to twist one or the other, or was the best tactic to work with both? What's more, because of how bright the crystals were, I couldn't even see the rotation animation. I wasn't even really sure if I was doing it properly. However, the nice part to this puzzle is that there's no time limit, nor were there any threats. So, while I struggled a bit, I could at least struggle in peace. All things considered, it didn't take me too long to destroy the north receiver. After a little bit of trial and error, I got the beam of light to make contact with the first red crystal that was holding King Dinar prisoner. Really, it was the south receiver that gave me the most issues. For some reason, my beam of light kept disappearing. That never really happened with the north receiver, so I figured I must have been doing something wrong here. To be honest, I never really figured out what the problem was, but after readjusting the angles to the nearby crystals, I was finally able to get a constant flow of light. At long last, after tinkering with the other gems, I landed on the proper pattern that ended up destroying the last receiver. This was enough to set King Lalo free of his magical bonds.
Ah, freedom at long last. My calculations suggested that you had a slightly better chance to fail rather than to succeed. I suspect, though, that you often beat the odds. Thank you. Agreed. Allow me to create a portal to Meridia's city. We can speak there.
A weak but stable King Dinar wanders to the bottom of the chamber and opens a portal back to Hollow City. Going on through, of course this one brings me to the district's Fighters Guild Hall. Already, the alien had gotten himself familiar with the grounds and the groundskeeper.
I have barely set foot within these hallowed walls, and I already feel 1,000 times better. And now that you are here, we can determine our next move against the vile Molag Bal. I must take stock of our assets and resources, determine just how much might we can bring to bear. Only then can I develop a strategy that shall allow us to win this war. But forgive me, I wanted to convey that you performed admirably at the tower. It is good to be back in this ancient city. I need to assess our strengths and weaknesses, determine how best to make our assault against Molag Bal. If we strike before we build up a sufficient force, however, I fear we shall lose this war. The soldiers, the ones who call themselves the Fighters Guild, they seem strong and capable, at least at first glance. I shall speak to their leader at once. No leader? Well, that is an unacceptable situation. I shall take command of this Fighter Guild force. It is the only logical solution. Talk to those within this building. After I consult with the groundskeeper, I shall join you inside.
It's true, with Captain Alfari dead and Countess Sakruba in the wind, the Fighters Guild needs a leader. Also, if you remember King Dinar's so-called origin story, when the city was first attacked by Molag Bal's forces, he took command of the defense effort and put up one heck of a fight. I'm suspecting that history is about to repeat itself. As a reward for completing this quest, I received a new armor set, the Bloodthorn. As expected, this is a light armor set that complements the wearer's magicka. In truth, that's the one status bar that I can never seem to get on top of, so this new set works out for the better. As per the king's instructions, I went on inside of the guild hall to speak with its members. As it stands, there appears to be only 2 fighters present, although I'm sure in due time, that number will change. The guildmates are a Breton named Darien Gautier and a high elf named Valeron. The two seem to be engaged in an argument. Darien wants to stay put and wait for the regroup, while Valeron suggests they go out looking for their missing comrades. The dispute doesn't seem to be a very civil one either, as there's clearly some animosity here.
My apologies for that display. The whole rash comment. Just a figure of speech, of course. So, I suppose you know more about this place than any of us. Like where I can get a decent drink? A safe haven, eh? I didn't really expect to see cheerful flowers and clear water anywhere in this dark realm. I assumed we were walking into untimely and painful deaths. Glad to see I was wrong this one time. That's a good question. I heard that Captain Alfari was killed shortly after we were scattered. I was hoping to find another officer here, but no such luck.
An Ayleid? I thought they were all, dead. Of course, this is a Daedric prince's plane. I really need to stop being surprised by such revelations. I have a feeling that won't be the strangest thing I find out before this is all over.
Attend me, soldiers. We have a war to win, and time grows short.
What in Ariel's name is this? Who are you?
So that's the last Ayleid, huh? I thought he'd be more dusty. Isn't that what happens when elves get really, really old?
Shut it, you fop.
Who's in charge of this group? Step forward and address me. Then allow me to rectify that. I shall lead you. We shall recover your comrades and complete your mission. If that does not work for you, your services are no longer needed.
I don't know who you are, but you aren't Fighters Guild. You have no authority over us.
Do you challenge me, then? Do you want me to kill you to prove my combat prowess to your companions?
I wouldn't necessarily mind seeing that. He is kind of annoying.
How can you expect us to lay down our lives for someone we never met? Trust is earned on the battlefield.
If you want to survive, if you want to win this, you must trust me. Allow me to explain why you need my leadership. We shall work this out. I understand your reservations, but with my leadership, the Fighters Guild will help us win this war.
And just like how I left Vanus and the Mages Guild, King Dinar needs time to convince the fighters of his leadership. Speaking with him once more, the Ayleid asks for some time to chat with the men and earn their trust. For now, I'm told to amass more soldiers for upcoming assault on Molag Bal. This conversation is what checks off Rescue King Lalo Riorran from the Army of Meridia's checklist. With my quest marker pointing back to the groundskeeper, I'm assuming that whatever's coming up next is going to be big, bold, and definitive. We have the might of the guilds again, as well as some new allies from Coldharbour. Hollow City is just about ready to take on Molag Bal and end the Planemeld for good. From here, I'm pointed back over to the groundskeeper. With Vanus and King Dinar rescued, the last thing to do for the Army of Meridia is to restore the Hollow City.
The pieces are almost all in place. We can move against Molag Bal whenever you want. Attack now, or gather more forces. The choice is yours. Thanks to your efforts, life is returning to the city. Already, those you have rescued have found their way here. Do we have enough to start a war? Yes. But are our numbers strong enough to finish it? I'd suggest we're not there yet. Marching against this enemy at less than full strength would not be advised. Of course, victory is never guaranteed, no matter what the odds. If you feel differently, give the command. Otherwise, go back out and look for more allies to aid us.
So this is classic video game talk for act now or forever hold your peace. While I'm sure that there are other people in Coldharbour who could use my help, and in turn, they'd help me defeat Molag Bal, I'm honestly ready to get the show on the road here. While it may not be the wisest choice, I'm ready to bull rush on ahead and close out this chapter of the Planemeld.
Very well. If you feel that is the wisest course, meet me in front of the cathedral when you are ready. We will begin making preparations immediately.
Exiting the conversation with the groundskeeper, I can see that somehow the army of 2 for the Fighters Guild has seen quite the increase. Fighters are now stationed outside the hall, and what's more, they've begun to repopulate the rest of the city too. Heading back into the Hollow City's central zone, more life has returned to the area. Mages, fighters, survivors, vendors, merchants, named NPCs. The Hollow City may not be as glorious as it used to be, but I'd probably say that this is as good as it's going to get, at least for now. It's no longer an empty space, but instead the safe haven that it was once promised to be. Shelter from Molag Bal's cruelty here in Coldharbour. After finally being able to do a gear dump, as I've just been destroying all my excess loot for the past few quests, I met back up with the groundskeeper and resumed our conversation.
Ah, look around you. See how the people brighten the streets with their very presence. It is good to have this place inhabited once again. King Dinar and Vanus have begun to rally the troops. They have called for a council to meet here in the Hollow City. There are decisions to be made, plans to draw up. The time for war fast approaches, and we need to be ready. I sense other lights trapped in the darkness. Their exact locations are hidden from me, but I can hear their desperate pleas for help. You must choose. Will you seek out more allies, or will you allow the War Council to begin? You shall find the Ayleid King and the Mage inside the cathedral. They await your arrival. Once you enter the cathedral, the preparations for the final assault to save Nirn will begin.
So, the way I interpreted that discussion was that it was the actual final warning. As soon as I step foot into that chapel, the endgame for the Coldharbour and Planemeld questlines begin, and there's no going back. Again, I've made up my mind, and I'm ready to go full steam ahead. No more delays or setbacks. It's time to launch our assault on Molag Bal. Entering the cathedral, I can see the Council of War has already gathered. These are the NPCs that I've helped and in turn have vowed to take on the Daedric Prince. There are members from the Mages Guild and the Fighters Guild. King Dinar and Vanus Unleashed are here as well. Siknith and Feraniel are present too. It's a small council, but hopefully it'll be enough to turn the tides of war.
Welcome, friend. We need to discuss the preparations for the coming assault, but I wanted to wait until you arrived. Do you have any questions before we begin? We need to end the Planemeld before Nirn is destroyed. To do that, we must deal with the planar vortex. To reach the vortex, we need to cross the chasm and get through whatever defenses the Dark Lord throws at us. I fear battle is inevitable. Well said, friend. Please, hold your questions until everyone who wants to has had an opportunity to speak. After that, we can debate the details as you see fit. Attention, please. I have called you all here because the moment of destiny fast approaches. The great Shackle has been destroyed, but not before a planar vortex was established. We must destroy this vortex before it sucks the very essences of Nirn into Coldharbour. The Fighters Guild shall deal with the chasm's defenders, but blades have little power against magic.
And that's where our scouts report that some kind of magical fixtures block access to the path across the chasm. Mages there already work on a way to overcome these fixtures, and we are prepared to lend our strength when the main force arrives.
A sound plan. Plays to our unique strengths. But this one wonders, what if the mages can't overcome Molag Bal's magic?
What a ridiculous question! Of course my mages can overcome this magic!
Ah, magic, the solution to all life's problems. I love magic, it's so magical.
I have absolute confidence in Vanus and his mages.
Thank you, your lordship. But to be honest with you, I'm not feeling as confident as Vanus about this.
We shall fight with all our strength. There is no other option. Lives will be lost, but hopefully a world will be saved. Know that the chasm is only the first stage of this battle. The planar vortex abides within the very heart of Molag Bal's lair.
Oh, this just gets better and better.
Darian, mind your tongue.
Darian only seeks to lighten a tense situation. Still, we have to try. To do nothing is to doom Tamriel to certain destruction.
Well, when you put it that way, there are a lot of lovely ladies that need to be saved.
Yes, well, be that as it may. We launch our assault on the chasm immediately. The king needs to talk to the champion, and I must discuss some final details with the mages. The rest of you have your own preparations to see to, I'm sure.
As the rest of the council leaves, it's just myself and Dinar who stay behind. The upcoming battle sounds like it's going to be intense, and it seems like the odds are stacked against us. I definitely can't blame anyone for having doubts. However, King Dinar said it best. We have to at least try, or else no action means certain doom for Tamriel.
It is settled. We shall cross the chasm and make our way to the planar vortex at the heart of Molag Baal's realm. Now that you know the plan, I have a special request to make of you. This mission needs a leader. I want you to lead the assault across the chasm. We have asked so much of you, and you have already accomplished the impossible. But you are one of a very small few that I would trust with this task. I knew we could count on you. You have never disappointed me. But there is so much left to do if we are going to win this war. Still, with you leading the charge, we have an excellent chance to end the Planemeld and save our world.
And with that, thus ends the quest, the Army of Meridia. Before beginning the assault, I wanted to clear up some of the details with King Lelorian.
With the combined forces of the Fighters Guild and the Mages Guild, we must take the battle to Molag Bal and reach the portal to the planar vortex. It all starts at the chasm. Scouts are already in place, gathering information ahead of your arrival. It is a narrow, well-defended span of rock, swarming with Daedra and dominated by a gatehouse that blocks the way into Molag Bal's personal domain. Cadwell knows the region. He's a strange fellow, but I trust him. He's waiting for you at the chasm.
So essentially, the first step to the assault in Coldharbour is to cross over to Molag Bal's territory. The chasm is what divides the Hollow City and the Prince's base of operations. From completing that last quest, I reached level 17 and got access to some new rewards. The skill points and attribute points would certainly go a long way for what lay ahead. At this point, I'll take any advantage I can get. Heading to the city's gates, I bade farewell to the safe haven, as the rest of this journey would be through the horrors and mysteries of the realm. Catching up with Cadwell, we discussed battle plans and where to begin.
Well, this has my knickers in a twist. We have a perfectly fine army, but what good is it, sitting around this side of the chasm, twiddling its collective thumbs? It's rather embarrassing, if truth be told. The situation? We're well and truly flummoxed. Before we could cross the chasm, before we could confront Molag Gunda, we were stopped by a few irksome focus stones. The wee ginger mage says we need to break the stones, but good luck with that. Nothing other than the multitude of Dremora sitting on top of them. I could handle this myself, but I didn't want to make the rest of the troops sad by showing off my awesome battle skills. But you, on the other hand, they're used to that from you.
Passing through the gates, I'm brought to the south side of the chasm. Here, the city's forces have already begun the attack. There are a handful of troops guarding the entranceway, while the rest are getting bloody. Approaching the war zone, I'm presented with 4 new waypoints. Each one represents a focus stone. Destroying these stones is what allows the city's forces to press further into the chasm. As it stands, each stone is guarded by a handful of Daedra. These are mostly Dremora and Zivali. As far as I can recall, this should be my first time taking on the latter. They're tankier and more powerful versions of the regular Dremora. One of them in a group seems to be fine, but I'd imagine that taking on a few at a time could present some problems. As for the stones themselves, all it takes is a quick interaction to literally smash them. The first 2 focus stones are pretty close to the city's gates. The last 2, however, are a little bit further into the chasm. The trade-off, of course, is that that's the direction the army needs to march in order to get to Molag Bal. Some things worth noting from this experience. Number 1, the enemies definitely got beefed up. Gone were the days of one-combo foes. While still not necessarily individual threats, the Dremora were a lot more powerful here compared to what I've been facing. Number 2, the game suggested that I have a little chat with Gathwin of the Mages Guild. Doing so, Gathwin revealed some important information for the current task at hand. There's a portal at the end of the chasm that allows us to travel to the upper tier. However, it's the focus stones that are stopping us from using it, hence the need for their destruction. Also, the chasm's forces are being commanded by Molag Bal's daughter, Molag Grunda. Grunda is a winged twilight, and apparently she's just as nasty as her father. Then finally, the third thing I learned in the chasm, well, it was more of an experience really. This is not a solo instance. There are other players in the space here with me. If we timed our movements correctly, we could be tackling the same sets of tasks at the same time, which in turn would make the whole experience a lot easier. Our movements didn't align very often, but when they did, I can certainly feel the effects of teamwork. Once all 4 focus stones were destroyed, the portal to the upper tier of the chasm was officially opened up. This would allow for the city's troops to move further into Coldharbour.
Good show! The portal belongs to us now. Sir Darian and that lovely lizard have gone on ahead. I think he might be a bit intimidated by our prowess on the field of battle, and he's trying to compensate. Grunda's a cheeky one, and she knows we're getting close. She's summoning reinforcements faster than Darian can kill them. You'd best get to it.
Stepping on through the portal, I'm brought to the chasm's second tier. Clearly, the next stage of fighting has already started, as the fighters and mages have begun to engage with the Daedra. My objective for this section of the battlefield is straightforward: close the west portal and close the east portal. Important to note, straightforward doesn't always mean easy or quick. The portals were located in these huge Daedric structures. Approaching the east one first, a rift appeared and groups of Daedra began pouring out. These groups were usually composed of Ogrim, Zivali, and Banekin. For the fighting, I had Darian Gautier and another member of the Fighters Guild helping me out. For the first little bit, I was honestly a little confused on what to do. My instructions were to just close the portal, but given that there was nothing to interact with and the same sets of enemies kept spawning from the rift, I thought I was doing something wrong. However, trusting the process and persevering, eventually I hit a checkpoint. I received the completed notification, and Darian was able to close the portal via stabbing it. I had already tried that, but I suppose now that things are calmer, his simple sword can actually make a difference. In any case, the next objective was to close the west portal. Running to the other side, I didn't face a single threat, and part of me thinks it's because there was another team of players just ahead. There's a chance that they might have already cleared the way, and hey, I won't complain about that. Approaching the second portal, closing it consisted of once again fighting through waves of Ogrim, Zivali, and Banekin. This time, I had Wax and Ash accompanying me, a mage from the Mages Guild. Actually, with this one, towards the end of the battle, we were confronted by a named winged twilight, Merelda. Merelda was honestly no more difficult than her unnamed counterparts though, and with her defeat, Wax and Ash was able to successfully close the portal. With both objectives complete, I was now free to move on to the gatehouse. All it took was a few slashes to get through some Daedric gatekeepers, and before I knew it, I had met back up with Cadwell and Gathwin. Gathwin retreated to the earlier parts of the chasm in hopes of helping the rest of the forces push on through. In the meantime, it was up to myself and Cadwell to continue on ahead.
I think our friends have the chasm well in hand. What say we pop in for a chat with Molag Grunda? Right, we control the rest of the chasm now, and the troops have matters well in hand. Let's go and have a sit-down with Molag Grunda. She's always good for a laugh and a song. From Grunda, rudeness, hostility, sarcasm, and most certainly a large amount of open hostility. I've no idea how she keeps house, but I imagine we'll find the usual Daedric touches that make Coldharbour feel so warm and inviting.
I can't wait to see Molag Grunda's face when she sees us. She and I go way back, you know. Once we get inside, we cross one little bridge to reach the gatehouse. Follow me!
Entering the gatehouse span, Cadwell and I were brought to a bridge that contained a few landings. These landings were guarded by lesser winged twilights, or in this case, normal ones. These bird-beast hybrid Daedra were actually formidable foes though. They took more than a few swings to defeat, and they were capable of doing a number on my health. Again, these are signs of a slow build-up through the rest of Coldharbour. Gone are the days of worthless enemies. If I didn't have the means of lifesteal, I'd be in a pretty rough spot. According to the knight, there's a trick to entering Molag Grunda's lair. It takes him a few kills to remember, but eventually everything comes back. There's a flywheel in the north antechamber that needs to be activated, as well as one to the south. Each chamber has 3 guards inside of it. The north contained 2 Reaper Menders and a named Zivali, while the south also had a named Zivali and 2 Ogrim. Zethawa and Znatel were pretty strong opponents. Cadwell had decided to be the tank for both fights, which certainly went a long way. In the end though, he and I were able to boot up both flywheels, and doing so allowed for the door chains to be pulled. This is what unlocks the Chasm gatehouse and brings us into Molag Grunda's lair.
Puny, wingless, mortal fools! I'll feast on your flesh after my little pet ripped it from your bone!
Before Grunda decides to get her wings dirty, she sends a flesh Atronach by the name of Tiny to get things started. Tiny had his fair share of health, coming in at almost 147,000 points. I wouldn't put Tiny ahead of Zethawa or Znatel though. Defeating him took about the same effort, and again, Cadwell had decided to be the tank for this encounter, so really, no skin off my back. In comes Molag Grunda. She takes on the same form as a regular Winged Twilight, only much stronger. However, Grunda has the exact same amount of HP as Tiny did. Because of this, I found the best strategy was to hold nothing back, unleash combo after combo, and stay on top of my siphoning abilities. This worked, and before long, Molag Bal's daughter was defeated.
Well done! With Molag Grunda defeated, the entirety of the chasm is now under our control! Gathwin is rounding up the troops. I asked her to keep an eye on Darien as well. He's a terror with the sword, but sometimes I think he takes too many chances. Meet me outside. We have things to discuss, and I find these Daedric halls extremely distasteful.
You heard it from Vanus first, but the chasm has been taken over by the forces of Hollow City. Baal can no longer attack us from behind, nor can he cut off our limited supply of reinforcements. Again though, that just means that all we can do is keep moving forward. Exiting the gatehouse, I'm brought to a new area called the Orchard. The attacking troops are gathered by the opening, and chatting with Vanus, he wraps up this current segment.
While you were lollygagging, we secured the area. You did well, my friend. Thanks to your efforts, we control the chasm and can freely move troops between the Hollow City and the front lines. Take a moment to collect your thoughts, then come see me again. This gauntlet we must run is far from over.
Finishing that mission, I'm rewarded with a unique set of armor and maces. These come from the Green Pact set. The weapons deal magical damage and restore my health. Meanwhile, the armor is heavy and each piece fortifies my maximum health. With that, thus ends the quest, crossing the chasm. Resuming the conversation with Vanus, he went over the next steps for the assault on Molag Bal.
As soon as you're ready, we have another mission that could use your unique approach. Vampires. The region beyond is crawling with them. Worse, anyone we send in there is turned into one of the foul monsters. And do you see the structure that looms on the horizon? I believe that's one of Molag Bal's infamous harvest hearts. Eager and confident. I like that. I need you to collect blood from the vampires. It's an integral component in the pacification ritual I will perform. Use the blood to mark their lairs. I'll meet you near the heart when you're finished. What are you still doing here? The vampires won't bleed themselves, you know.
That makes sense as to why the guilds are held up in the cave here. No one wants to become the next Blood Fiend. Fortunately for me, these encounters still won't have any effect on my character. I can take on as many vampires as I need to, and I wouldn't come out with any new status conditions. The first part of this plan was pretty simple. All I had to do was defeat 4 of the nearby vampires/blood fiends and take their blood. After that, I needed to travel to their lairs. Using said blood, I marked the doors of the crypts, which, as mentioned by Vanus, was an integral part to the upcoming pacification ritual. As for the orchard itself, it was quite the interesting space. It appeared to be a graveyard, which I guess isn't that surprising. The vampires and blood fiends were abundant here, practically as if they ran the place. In all likelihood, they probably did, as they were likely given the same sort of agreement that the Shadow Walkers got. Now, as for the lairs themselves, they were guarded by groups of vampires, or at worst, harvesters. The harvesters were tricky opponents, mostly because they had decent amounts of health and the ability to regenerate it all. While not risky to my health, these encounters would usually leave me in quite the lengthy standoff. Now, interestingly, outside of each layer, an NPC by the name of Virgar the Red would teleport in. She kept pleading with me to not carry out the ritual. Virgar said that her children aren't evil, and that like everything else in this realm, they're being used by Molag Bal. I just knew that with this new player entering the game, there was likely going to be some kind of choice ahead. Once all 4 of the layers had been marked, the quest marker directed me over to the Harvest Heart itself, a powerful Daedric artifact that's guarded by more of the vampires. Reaching the heart, I stumbled onto an argument between Vanus and Virgar the Red. Vanus was completely against listening to what the vampire had to say. Meanwhile, Virgar was fairly certain that I'd at least hear her out.
I hope that you'll prove to be more reasonable than your companion. My offer makes perfect sense, considering the alternatives.
Some call me the Crimson Matron, others the concubine of Coldharbour. I am an elder vampire brought to this new life by Molag Bal. These are my children, but they have been enthralled by the Lord of Brutality.
My children protect this orchard because Molag Bal commands it. They aren't evil. They're slaves of the Harvest Heart. Instead of destroying them, help me set them free. Imagine an army of vampires that owes you a favor. The ritual the elf plans to perform will drive my children mad. But there's a better solution if you're willing to listen to reason. Molag Bal is the real enemy here. Let me help you free my children from the Dark Lord's thrall. Then we both win. I can perform my own ritual. It will destroy the Harvest Heart and set my children free. Help me accomplish this, and my children will be in your debt. They will provide you with safe passage through the orchard and aid you against Molag Bal. Of course. Take all the time you need. It's not like you're trying to save the world from Molag Bal or anything like that. Oh wait, that's exactly what you're trying to do. I shall await your decision with bated breath.
An interesting proposal. Before making up my mind, I wanted to hear what Vanus had to say.
You can't seriously be considering her proposal, can you? She's a confounded vampire, for Magnus's sake! She's an elder vampire! Setting those monsters free will be like ringing the dinner bell in a Nord feast hall before the meal is ready. Her so-called children see us as food and nothing more. The only logical solution is to perform my ritual.
Certainly an intriguing crossroads. Honestly, I've made it thus far by letting my curiosity get the better of me, and most scenarios have gone over pretty well. Because I want to see where it'll lead, and due to her promise of helping the cause, I decided to run things Virgar's way and help out the vampires.
A most wise and honorable decision. I'll follow you to the ritual sites. Protect me while I perform the ritual, and we will break Molag Bal's hold on my children.
Leaving Vanus behind, Virgar and I run across the undead town and approach the ritual sites. There are 2 of them, and they more or less consist of the same lead-ups. The stairways headed to these sites are guarded by harvesters and other vampires. Unfortunately, Virgar doesn't prove to be much help in these tussles. She prefers to stay back and keep her hands clean. Making it to the center of each space, the elder vampire begins casting her spells. There's no clear time limit for these rituals, as they only end up completing once the 3 waves of enemies have been defeated. These knockout rounds see the vestige going up against blood fiends, various types of vampires, and harvesters. The final matchup includes a new variant of vampire, Nedic Blood Matron. Other than the fancy title though, I wouldn't say that they're anything special. Interestingly, I read that if I had chosen Vanus's way instead of Virgar's, the Elder Vampire would have been the final boss for the second ritual site. Peering at her stats, she too doesn't seem all that impressive. However, I will say for what's to come, I'm glad I picked the route that I did. In any case, with the first 2 rituals completed, Virgar led me back to the Harvest Heart. From here, her and I went over stage 2 of the purification process.
The time has come to perform the ritual and destroy the Harvest Heart. My children yearn to be free. The black blood flowing from the Harvest Heart binds my children to Molag Bal, but it also gives us a connection we can take advantage of. While I provide the power to destroy the Harvest Heart, you must sever the connection to Molag Bal. Find the Lord of Schemes binding totems and destroy them. They are spaced evenly around the Harvest Heart. As each totem breaks, my children will be separated from Molag Bal, and the energy protecting the Harvest Heart will falter.
As mentioned by Virgar, the binding totems are placed around the perimeter of the heart, making them fairly easy to get to. In total, there are 5 of them, and each one is guarded by no more than a few vampires. Considering what I just went through, this was honestly a walk in the park. I was able to make quick work of the undead and could even sneak past a few to hit my marks. When all of the totems were destroyed, I returned to the central area and watched on as the final ritual took place. Just like that, the Harvest Heart was no more, and the vampires were free of Molag Bal's influence. Now, it was just a matter of Virgar and her people keeping their end of the promise.
The Harvest Heart has been destroyed. My children are no longer slaves to Molag Bal. Most certainly. Thanks to your efforts, my children are free. They won't give you any more trouble. And, as I promised, my children will aid you when you need it most.
Taking out the Harvest Heart allows for the Hollow City's troops to freely move through the orchard. As it stands, Virgar and the vampires seem to be upholding their end of the bargain, so that's at least a win right there. This brings the war effort one step closer to the Prince of Domination. As a reward, I received a handful of new gear pieces, some gold, as well as experience. With that, thus ends the quest, the Harvest Heart. Roaming around the orchard, the vampires, blood fiends, and harvesters are no longer hostile NPCs. It honestly felt a bit strange being able to get up in their faces and then see them not do anything about it. The blood fiends are clearly still eating my companions, so I definitely felt some animosity there. However, Virgar assures me that no other incidents will occur, so I guess I'll just have to take her word for it. Really though, it's the harvesters that surprise me the most here. They're not necessarily vampires, they're Daedric entities. Shouldn't they still be aggroing onto me? Perhaps with this cure mind control ritual in effect, there's something to be said about the Daedra and their willingness to follow the princes. Are they also under some level of magical influence? In any case, the next step of the assault on Coldharbour led me past the Harvest Heart and just north towards a place called the Reaver Citadel. Arriving at the center of the bridge, our forces were gathered there awaiting command. Interestingly, Vanus was yet again yelling at another one of Coldharbour's residents. A Dremora by the name of Loranth had apparently offered valuable information on the Citadel. However, not trusting her, Vanus turned Loranth away and dismissed her proposal. I can't say I blame Galerion for making that choice, as it's certainly a fishy offer. However, what if the Dremora was actually telling the truth? It sort of goes back to my previous idea that not everything in Coldharbour is black and white.
We have come so far, but we have leagues to go before this business is concluded. We must push forward. We must find a way through the walls of the fortified city that looms ahead of us. A Dremora army guards the walls of the Citadel, but there are those among us who recognize the city, who knew it well before it was pulled from Nirn. We can use the guild halls inside to launch a surprise attack, provided someone prepares the way. Find a way inside and locate the Fighters Guild. Wards protect the hall, making it impossible for anyone to get in or out of the building. We know a secret tunnel that leads into the hall, but we'll be trapped inside until the wards are deactivated. Time is not on our side, but I will indulge you. Ask your questions.
Before venturing off, I wanted to hear more about the city as well as Dinar's plan.
The wards are part of the defenses from an earlier era. They could be activated to protect guild halls in times of trouble. Once set, the only way in or out of the hall was through the secret passageways. You need to find the ward key. The ward key is decorated with arcane runes that can unbind the defenses and deactivate the wards. It should be near the guild hall. Find the key and deactivate the wards. Then the fighters can emerge from the hall and surprise the Dremora. Even the strongest armor has chinks that can be taken advantage of. Look for a place to climb or a break to crawl through. The female Dremora offered to help us, but Galerion sent her away. If you run into her, see what she has to say.
Crossing over to the other side of the bridge, I'm brought to the doorstep of the Reaver Citadel. Before I can even survey the land, Loranth pops back into the equation and offers me the same sort of information she tried to relay to Vanus.
Ah, little mortal. While it might be entertaining to watch you bumble about the Citadel, I would much rather just see you get about your business. I'm sure that whatever you have planned will ultimately work in my favor. Right to the point? How distressful. Oh, very well. You seek a way into the Citadel, one that won't attract any undue notice. As it happens, I know just the thing. If you follow the east wall, you'll find a breach that leads inside. Never look a gift Daedroth in the maw, little mortal. I offer information, nothing more. The warded building you seek is near the main gate. The kin will try to stop you. If they don't succeed, we will speak again.
I'll let the others know that you've got a way in.
Receiving help from a Daedra in Coldharbour still sets off some alarm bells for me, but in this case, what other choices do I have? The walls are fortified and the surrounding area is crawling with Daedric forces. So, following Loranth's advice, I scaled the east side of the Citadel and slowly fought my way through a handful of Dremora. Fortunately, most of the enemies were singled out, and in fact, keeping an eye on the Hollow City's forces. If anything, it almost seems like we have them slightly worried, or at least on edge. Running to the far east wall, it didn't take me very long to notice a rather large breach within the Citadel's bricks. This breach was unguarded, and making it into the city was as simple as slipping through the cracks.
And so, the little mortal, once more into the breach. I believe the Ayleid King wants you to find a hidden key. Hurry. I think your friends have already made it into the sealed hall. How amusing. The little mortal suspects a trap. You are wise to fear the duplicity of Dremora, but I assure you that you are safe enough. Illusions hide this area from the kin. Just a little trick I recently picked up. Death, most likely. The kin that guard this citadel will try to kill you. It's generally what we do. The old hall you seek is near the main gate. If I were you, and most thankfully I am not, I would make my way there post-haste. Technically, I am helping you, not them. But this constant desire to know the why of things grows tiresome. I don't want to confuse you. Just know that I have a debt to settle. As long as helping you advances my goal, I will continue to do so. The look on your face, how precious. You are dismayed. Why should this truth upset you? You benefit from my assistance, just as I benefit from yours. Patience, little mortal, you shall see. Now off with you. Nothing will come of us standing here.
I'm not sure why the Vestige is so concerned about being used here. Of course, Loranth isn't going to help us storm the Citadel out of the kindness of her heart, and even so, as long as I have a way in, that's all that matters. While the breach in the wall may have been concealed to the Daedra, that doesn't mean anything for the rest of the city. Dremora are patrolling the grounds and buildings. Every 10 or so steps, I found myself tackling a new group of foes. Luckily though, the enemies never evolve past the Dremora, and while time-consuming, these encounters were never difficult. Hacking and slashing my way through the city, I eventually made it to an upper landing that held the Fighters Guild Hall. However, before I could unseal the wards, I needed to find a specific type of key. According to my compass, said key was located somewhere behind the hall itself. While I'm sure ESO didn't have an invisible timer or anything of the sorts, just knowing that the Army of Meridia were like sitting ducks in the tunnels below was enough to light a fire underneath my feet. In terms of getting the job done efficiently and quickly, it certainly raised the stakes a bit. As for the key itself, it was tucked away in a small building behind the guild hall. Defeating its guardian, a lone Dremora Kinbeck, I stuck my hand in a ram's horn lamp and walked away with the quest item. Approaching the Fighters Guild Hall, I was now able to release the wards and unlock the doors. This allowed for the Fighters Guild members to enter the Citadel and set up camp within its walls.
I knew you'd be able to deactivate the wards. The Fighters Guild troops have already begun our two-pronged attack.
The fighters will draw the attention of the Dremora while you go to the upper city. For the mages to utilize their guild hall's portal, you need to get it working. Find the 4 portal stones and activate them. Then the mages can join the fray. As Galerion pointed out, the old guild hall portals are designed to move people and material quickly. More efficient and less draining than personal teleport spells. And of course, they can arrive en masse. Just what we need to surround the enemy.
So this is what brings on the second part of the quest. Exiting back out into the city, I slowly made my way to the upper tier. The Fighters Guild members had begun their end of the assault, and the distraction made it easier to roam around the area. Of course, I had to do my part and double team the Dremora wherever I could, not only for the XP and loot, but it adds to the immersion aspect of the assault. Reaching the top of the lower city, I met up with 2 other members of the guild, Holgun and a Khajiit I didn't quite catch the name of. In order to advance to the upper section, we had to slash our way through an invading force of Daedra. It started out with simple spawns of Kinbecks and Churls, really nothing to worry about. However, the final wave of enemies included an incredibly beefy foe, Markanaz Gadra. Gadra is a part of the Deathbringer Daedric clan. That probably won't mean much to many of you right now, but keep that in mind as this quest goes on. Finally, with all of the Daedric opposition defeated, I was able to move into the upper city. Here, my objective was simple: go around the courtyard and collect the 4 portal stones. The stones were scattered around the space, and gathering them involved dealing with their protectors, or Dremora. Luckily, the fighting was brief, or better yet, easy, and the actual collection process went fairly smoothly. There were no hiccups, detours, or hidden catches with this stage. With all 4 portal stones in hand, I made my way over to the Mages Guild Hall. Other than some guards outside the door, the interior was void of life, and it made completing the task a whole lot easier. Placing the stones in their respective sockets, that was enough to open a rift. This portal is what allowed the mages to enter the city, and with their arrival, the full might of Meridia's army could continue the assault.
You did it again, my fearless friend! Well done! With the Dremora caught between my powerful mages and King Dinar's relentless fighters, they won't know which way to turn. The Mages Guild and the Fighters Guild will complete the conquest of the Citadel, but we need someone to storm the Pyramid stronghold and deal with the leader of this installation, Vulcanaz Ceres. That someone, my friend, is you. Your common vernacular aside, that is indeed the critical task. Vulcanaz Ceres has a key to the labyrinth. Eliminating the Vulcanaz and obtaining that key are critical components to our success here. Your curiosity knows no bounds. Very well, ask away. Part of Molag Bal's stronghold, it's a maze of tunnels that lead to the Endless Stair. No doubt the path is littered with traps and dangers, but we must push on. Cadwell tells us that the portal to the planar vortex awaits us at the Endless Stair. As far as I can tell, he's a trusted servant of Molag Bal. Not only does he command the forces of this citadel, but he also has access to the Dark Lord himself.
Leaving the hall, the surrounding mages spotted something in the sky. I wasn't able to get a good look at it, but I heard the power from its wings and felt the ground shake. Well, disappointed that I missed the encounter, I'd end up coming face to face with this mysterious entity soon enough. In any case, exiting the city, the pyramid's entrance was just beyond the Citadel's limits. Arriving outside its doors, I could see a small group had already gathered there. The entrance seemed to be sealed by some form of Daedric magic, and once again, I found myself enlisting the help of Loranth.
Only those of Daedric blood may enter the pyramid, little mortal. I told you that you'd need my help. A Daedric ritual locks this door, and only a willing offering of kin blood will open it. I am your key to Vulcanaz Ceres. You are my key to vengeance. My clan was destroyed, erased from this existence. And the hand that orchestrated that destruction was Vulcanaz Ceres. He thought my clan was a threat to his power. Whatever the right or wrong of it, Ceres must pay for what he did. That I cannot do, little mortal. If the Vulcanaz is banished by my hand, I will lose honor and standing. If you kill him, however, I remain true to my word. And Cyrus abides in the darkness with my lost clan until Coldharbour allows him to return.
Now I know why Loranth is helping me. It's not necessarily out of the kindness of her heart, but it's not for the sake of obtaining power either. It's in the name of revenge. If anything, that could be the best outcome here, as oftentimes, vengeance knows no bounds. Using her unique spells, Loranth is able to lift the enchantment from the door. This allows me to enter the pyramid and confront Valkanaz Saris. Wandering inside, Gathwin and Cadwell have also decided to join me. Together, we took on the first major enemy, Titan Janex. Janex was the aforementioned terror of the Citadel that the mages were freaking out about. While Titans certainly have a scary presence about them, this one wasn't any tougher than the previous few I fought. A little under 120,000 health points and not enough strength to counter my siphoning.
Mortal fools, duped by an outcast kin. I will take great pleasure in ending your lives.
Valkanaz Saris has over 120,000 health points and is capable of casting some pretty powerful spells. Like most bosses, non-stop attacks and constant pressure seem to do the trick. Without any means of healing himself, Saris is unable to keep up with the fight.
My lost clan awaits Cyrus in the darkness. Even though the blade that banished him was not in my hand, his end was my doing. You have been a most useful weapon, little mortal. Take the labyrinth key, with my thanks.
Almost instantly, Loranth is able to take control of the Daedric forces. There's now a small garrison of Dremora in the pyramid with me, and while they're not hostile, I really don't want to stick around to push my luck. Collecting the labyrinth key from Valkanaz Saris' chest, I cautiously bade farewell to Loranth and exited the lair. Back in the Reaver Citadel, Meridia's army had now pushed up past the pyramid and were awaiting my arrival. Chatting with Vanus once more, I wrapped up this section of the quest.
I hope you brought the key. We're ready to make the final push, but we're finished if we can't get inside. This is our last chance to save our world. It's all or nothing now. How odd that the Dremora aided us against her kin and Molag Bal. She must have had a powerful thirst for vengeance. Anyway, it appears as if we are once again in your debt. Thank you, my brave friend.
Completing that quest pushed my character to level 19. As a reward, I received the smuggler's weapons and armor set. The weapons were a one-handed axe as well as a mace. Both dealt magical damage and had the ability to restore my magicka. As for the armor itself, it's light and it increases my overall magicka. With that, thus ends the quest. The Citadel must fall. Gearing up for the final attack, I spoke again with Vanus Galerian and heard out the rest of the army's plan.
Our forces have gathered and are ready to move. We need to find the planar vortex and end the Planemeld once and for all. Well done! Then we still have a chance. We sent in a small force to cause a distraction. They probably won't survive, but they should keep the enemy busy while we get the rest of our troops inside. We need to make sure their sacrifice isn't in vain. We want you to get in there and open the labyrinth before we send in the entire force and reveal our numbers. Hanan and Gabrielle can brief you on the battle plans for the Fighters Guild and Mages Guild strike teams that will follow after you.
Chatting with both reps, I got the direct scoop on the guild's movements and roles.
The Fighters Guild is ready. We're prepared to follow you into the very heart of Molag Bal's lair. We shall not fail you. Of course, we've already sent in a small force, a distraction as it were. While they keep the enemy occupied, you slip in and open the labyrinth. As you clear a path, Fighters Guild soldiers will fall in behind you to hold the line. You need to be able to move fast. A large force would only draw attention to you and slow you down. Select one of our soldiers to take along if you like, but more than that would be more of a hindrance than a help. I wish you luck in there.
The Mages Guild stands ready to do our part for this effort. I just wish I had as much confidence as Vanus Galerion. We're facing some overwhelming odds here, you know. Molag Bal is using tactics similar to what we faced in the Chasm. He set up a portal to move his troops around quickly. As you head in to open the labyrinth, we need you to close that portal. King Dinar insists that the initial strike be fast and precise. He doesn't want the entire army getting in your way or causing Molag Bal to respond in kind. You've proven yourself time and time again. We have faith that you can do this. Me? Really? I'd be honored. But I think you'd be better served with a fighter type right now. I'm sure we'll meet up somewhere along the way, though. I won't let the people of Nirn down. After you disable the reinforcement portal, I'll try to catch up with you before you enter the labyrinth. We'll stop this Planemeld together. We have to.
Looking around the field, I have my choice of 3 fighters. Ziknith of the Lamia, Darian Gautier of the Fighters Guild, and Sir Cadwell the Knight. Honestly, I was torn between Darian and Cadwell. Gautier was probably the best warrior of the 3. However, thinking about it, this whole journey kind of started with Cadwell, and honestly, feels pretty fitting that it should end with him as well. So, while he may not be the soldier type, I decided that this last push for the Coldharbour storyline deserved to go to the knight himself.
About time you got over here, old chum. Exercise is all well and good, but if I keep this up much longer, I'll be useless in the actual battle. A quest? How marvellous! I shall march by your side into the darkest depths of foul iniquity, our weapons aloft and aglow with the fires of eternal righteousness. You honor me this day, my friend. I gladly accept this mission. My sword is yours, my boon companion. Together, we will protect the beautiful realm of Coldharbour, and perhaps even save that ugly rat hole you call home. Victory! Thy name is Cadwell.
With a companion chosen, I was directed over to King Dinar for a final briefing.
Have you selected a companion to accompany you? If you need more time to speak with your friends, please take it. This might be the last chance you get. When you're ready, I'll give you final instructions and we can begin our final assault. Very well. Come with me and I'll explain the exact details of your mission. Our forces are gathered, and the time has come to strike fast and strike hard. Time is not on our side, so we must make every moment count. Troops are already inside, fighting and holding ground, causing a distraction so that you can deal with Molag Bal's ability to call reinforcements. For the initial assault, Cadwell will assist you. Don't be fooled by his bizarre antics, for his heart is full of courage and honor. Close the reinforcement portal. That is your first priority. Gabrielle and her forces will join you then for the push to the labyrinth. Once the labyrinth is opened, you must make your way through Molag Bal's personal sanctum and find the portal to the planar vortex. That is your ultimate objective. If we are to end the Planemeld, we must disrupt the planar vortex and cease its destructive storm. Take your brave companion and venture forth. Close the reinforcement portal so that our forces can wage war on the Daedric Prince. Then open the labyrinth and lead us to the planar vortex. Our destiny is in your hands.
Quite the long to-do list, but hey, this is the final mission after all. Not the last for the Planemeld, but the last for Meridia's army. Readying myself, I took one last look at the war effort. A lot of these NPCs wouldn't be making it back to Nirn, and I wanted to remember everything that we had accomplished this day. With a deep breath, I stepped on through to the endless stair and got to work. Surprisingly, the forces that Vanus and the Lorien had sent on through were still alive. At least some of them were. A few of the survivors were patching themselves up just outside of the access point, while others had enough strength to fight on. Crossing over the battlefield, I found myself taking on enemies like Jamora and Winged Twilights. Now, for some reason, I noticed these opponents were pretty tanky. It's almost as if their health bars were buffed up or something of the sorts. I wasn't able to defeat them as quickly as I once could. However, thinking about it after the fact, they probably didn't get any stronger. If anything, I think I made my character weaker. It probably stems down to my new weapons. I just sort of did what I always do. Any new upgrade gets thrown onto my character. Although, I'm not quite sure that was the best decision here. I probably should have just stuck with my previous maces and better yet, kept a pair of daggers around. Comparing enchantments and even overall damage, the smuggler's axe and mace may not be the most efficient choices, especially for the types of enemies that I'm taking on. At the end of the day though, what's done is done. Meandering through Coldharbour and slashing our way through the Daedra, eventually myself and Cadwell came across a harvester by the name of Guardian of the Gate. It honestly wasn't that tricky of a fight, but I suppose this is where the vampires decided to lend their hand anyway. A representative named Lafara led the strike, and altogether, we were able to make quick work of the Guardian. With the harvester down, I was able to close the reinforcement portal. No more Daedra could make their way into this stretch of Coldharbour, and this is what allows the Army of Meridia to march forward.
As soon as I sensed that you sealed Molag Bal's portal, I figured it was safe enough to follow you. Gabrielle has assembled a team of mages and scholars to aid you inside the labyrinth, as we need all of the fighters for the main assault. Now that we don't have to worry about overwhelming hordes of reinforcements, we're sending in the main assault force. While they keep Molag Bal's minions busy, you need to navigate the labyrinth and find the portal to the plein air vortex. Of course not. Even I am not so foolish as to enter Molag Bal's inner sanctum myself. Gabrielle and her mages will accompany you inside. Oh, you'll know the source of our world's destruction when you see it. Just find a way through the labyrinth, and try not to let the deadly traps and horrible monsters kill you. Now go, and good luck.
Closing out Phase 1 of the final assault, I was now on to Phase 2, aka the Labyrinth. Entering the space, it was quite a different scene. There were no enemies here, and it appeared to be something like a library. Chatting with Gabrielle, she informed me on what we were up against.
This room is so big. I never expected the prince to be much of a reader. But all these books, imagine the wealth of knowledge they contain. I could spend years in here, if we didn't have more important matters to deal with, I mean. We can't get out of this room. The door on the other side won't budge, and we haven't been able to figure out the mechanism yet. Search around the room, I guess. Who knows, you might find something useful among the dark tomes and old fables about lusty Argonians. But I've never seen a mechanism like this before. It's rather fascinating.
At first glance, the library seems complex. It's huge, there's a lot going on in here, and there are pathways that lead all over the place. Plus, the compass gets littered with quest markers, making the investigation even more convoluted. However, after reading through a simple note as well as a detailed book, I got the gist for this level's puzzle. Essentially, the gate that the army can't seem to get through is powered by a set of pipes. Those pipes and tubes are currently cold and dormant. In order to get them up and running again, they need to be given energy via heat and steam. Placed around the labyrinth are braziers that contain blue flames. These are called Daedric fires. Interacting with them, the vestige is able to take control of their powers for a few moments. However, once those moments are up, I need to re-interact with them. Now, the aforementioned pipes and tubes are placed along the walls of the labyrinth. There are 4 of them in total that need to be heated. So, essentially, all I have to do is find the Daedric fire that's nearest to each set of pipes, use their powers on the tubes to heat them up, and that's about it. Honestly, it takes longer to figure out what the puzzle actually is than it does to work on the puzzle itself. When steam is finally traveling all around the labyrinth and the gate is powered up, I'm free to move on to the next zone, the Dark Chamber. The Dark Chamber is quite brief, but lore-wise, it's probably the most intimidating space. Crossing the chasm and entering a maze-like area, all of the surrounding light goes out. From here, I can barely see what's around me, and I have to sort of feel my way through the dark. Occasionally, more Daedric flames will ignite for a few moments, notifying me that I'm on the right path. But beyond that, I just sort of have to trust the process. As for enemies in these parts, there are creatures called fiend statues that pretend to be decorative pieces. However, as soon as I get close, they spring to life and attack my character. Really, they're more so like nuisance creatures, but it does add a little more terror in the darkness as it leaves you questioning what's for show and what will actually come to life. Eventually, I made it to the end of the Dark Chamber and found myself in a new space, the Gate Bridge. This area wasn't that significant, but it was where Gabrielle Benele had caught up with me. For the time being, Cadwell was MIA, but at least I had a capable mage by my side. From the Gate Bridge, Gabrielle and I made our way into the next zone, the Statue Room. Upon entering, Benele commented that the door had been sealed shut behind us, and for the time being, the rest of the army would have to wait on the other side. As for the statue room itself, it was just sort of a brighter version of the Dark Chamber. Crossing through the space, fiend statues would periodically spawn in and attack us. Well, really, it was more so wave-based combat. We'd advance through the zone, Gabrielle would make a comment, and then more of Molag Bal's twisted creations would launch their assault. By the end of the crawl, Benele was focused on unsealing the next door while I had to defend us both. The moment didn't last all that long though, and before I knew it, she and I were on to the next zone, the Endless Stair. Here, Vanus and Cadwell were able to teleport in and catch up with us.
I knew I'd find them here. Interesting. I'd never been to this area before, but it's breathtaking.
Cadwell, your mastery of portals does you proud! Cadwell takes some getting used to, I must admit. But he really is an amazing fellow. Wait a moment. What happened? Where's the rest of your team? Well, the others will have to fend for themselves for the time being. I'll send Cadwell to find them shortly. Things are looking grim outside, by the way. We've lost many fine men and women already, and the battle is far from over. Even without his portal, Molag Bal has the ability to throw an unlimited number of forces at us. We're holding our own, but just barely. Winning isn't our goal, though. We just need to survive long enough for someone to reach the planar vortex. Far too many. Hanan was caught by surprise and wiped out, along with a large number of Fighters Guild soldiers. King Dinar's group was also ambushed, but he managed to fight his way out of it. Many were wounded, though. Time is running out. The portal that leads to the planar vortex is just around the bend. Molag Bal won't simply let you walk up to it, though. He's going to do everything he can to stop you. I'll provide what help I can, and as usual, it will be considerable. Now go!
Trekking across the chasms and through the rest of Coldharbour, the Endless Stair consisted of only a little fighting, not as much as I thought there'd be. There was really only one group of Daedra that spawned in. Plus, similar to my tussle with the Gate Guardian, I ended up receiving aid from some of the factions that I had helped out earlier. This encounter saw Feraniel and the Lamias teaming up to take on the Daedra. Because of their help, I was able to make quick work of the group and advance to the final enemy of the zone, Telkor the Unforgiving. Telkor is another Titan. He had a little more HP than Janix and Valkanas Saris, and this time there was no one here to lend a hand. However, to my delight, I was able to defeat Telkor via my bow and arrow build. While not my main choice of weaponry, I can certainly see the improvement through all the work I've been putting in with it. As soon as Telkor fell, I heard the voice of a familiar NPC.
I have waited a very long time for this moment. You have done well, my child. You have performed better than I expected. Even in the face of unrelenting danger and the worst horrors Oblivion has to offer. I am impressed. Like you, I have come to finish this. Thanks to the efforts of your army, you have gotten this far without drawing the gaze of Molag Bal. I use a similar distraction to travel through this disagreeable realm unmolested. Keep working on it. You will solve the riddle eventually. There is more to do if you wish to save your world. To halt the Planemeld, you must enter the Eye of the Storm. The planar vortex can only be disrupted from the inside. I have been with you every step of the way. I provided a safe haven in Coldharbour. I gave you knowledge of the lights of Meridia. I needed a surrogate to act in my stead. I dared not risk exposing my true nature to the Dark Prince. Used you? Of course I used you. But you knew what was at stake from the beginning, and did what was necessary to save your world. Every choice you made was your own. As it happens, your choices suited my own ends. You must enter the planar vortex, the interstices of space and time, where Nirn and Coldharbour churn and meld. Destroy the dark anchors within. Unleash the power of a light of Meridia at the focal point of the Planemeld and disrupt the vortex. The life of one insignificant mortal to save an entire world? It is a small sacrifice. If you succeed, the brilliance of the unleashed light will consume the vortex and sever the Planemeld. Nirn will be saved.
Before confronting the first half of my destiny, I wanted to ask the groundskeeper one more question.
Ask your questions, but know that time is growing short. You cannot hope to succeed without the support of your allies. I will summon those who still live and draw them into the vortex with us. The light of Meridia cleanses and purifies. There is nothing to fear from its brilliant embrace.
Not really much of an answer to my question, but I suppose the army's already this far, so there's no going back or readjusting the plan. As for the identity of the groundskeeper, I've already figured it out, you probably did too, and in just a moment, she's going to reveal her true nature. Readying myself for the final push, I walked up to the planar vortex and stepped inside. Immediately, I was face to face with one of Molag Bal's dark anchors. I've had to deal with one of these before, and it wasn't very easy. However, this was where the groundskeeper decided to step in and intervene.
Molag Bal's dark anchors form a vortex that sucks Nirn into his dark realm. We must break these vile chains. My power is greater in this between place. The Dark Prince will need stronger chains than that to stop me. Come, we have things to discuss.
And there it is. The groundskeeper for the Hollow City is actually the Daedric Prince Meridia. As she said for herself, this neutral space allows Meridia to take full form.
You seem surprised, mortal. Did you not suspect my true identity? I did not pretend, mortal. I am the groundskeeper. I merely hid the fact that I am also a Daedric Prince. My plans have been long in the making. Had I revealed myself too soon, I could have jeopardized everything. Do not presume to question my motives. Suffice it to say, I required mortal assistance to destroy the vortex and halt the Planemeld. You mortals only see life as precious because it ends. Take it from a god. You'll never know how fortunate you are. Your allies have arrived. Speak to them before we continue.
Turning around, out comes a handful of the army's most prominent members. Vanus, King Dinar, Darian, Gabrielle, Cadwell, and even Ferraniel. Only the 6 of them have made it through though, and I suppose everyone else could be considered either occupied with covering our tails or dead. For the moment, Meridia offers me a chance to have one final conversation with these 6 NPCs. I wouldn't say the shared dialogue is informative or riveting though, at least it's not with most of them. King Dinar talks about how he's the last alien alive because he believed in equality and fought against the discrimination that his people held towards the other races. I actually thought that was a pretty neat tidbit. However, everyone else mostly talks about their regrets leading up to this moment and how they're nervous for what's to come. But they also seem ready for any challenges that lay ahead, and at this point in the story, that's all you can really ask for. Feeling good to move forward, I spoke with Meridia and gave her the green light.
Speak to your friends, for these moments may be their last. But do not tarry too long. Time is fleeting, and each moment is a thief that steals far more than it brings. The Lord of Brutality uses dark anchors to bind this vortex. We must destroy all 3 before the power of Meridia's light is unleashed. Otherwise, the resulting backlash could destroy Nirn as surely as the Planemeld would. Meridia's light must be unleashed at the focal point of the vortex. We will need to locate that focal point. Again, I remind you that this will be your last opportunity to speak to your allies before the final battle begins. When you are ready, let me know. So it begins. Destroy the remaining anchors. I shall begin searching for the focal point of the vortex. The chains bind both planes. We cannot use the light until those chains are destroyed. Go quickly.
As one final unit, or as I'd like to coin us, the Fellowship of Meridia, the 7 of us charged ahead and made our way through this in-between realm. On the way to each dark anchor, we'd have to battle through a few groups of Daedra. Again, with our numbers, there's really not much threat to the Vestige here, as it's easy to stick in the background and let someone else take the heat. As for the anchors themselves, they also throw powerful Daedra at the Fellowship, like Daedroth, who are called Guardians of Coldharbour and Winged Twilights.
We have to hurry. Molag Bal knows we're here.
I grow weary of your games, Meridia.
Go, warriors of light. These dark chains must be broken.
You cannot stop me, Meridia. This realm will be mine.
From here, Molag Bal and Meridia begin their godly matchup. The Prince of Schemes tries to strike down the Fellowship, while the Bright Lady uses her light to protect us. From here, all us lesser beings can do is continue forward and try to destroy the rest of the anchors. In terms of roles, myself, Cadwell, Darien, and King Dinar were the tanks/melee fighters of the team. We were the ones who got up close and personal with the Daedra while holding aggro. As for the DPSs and spellcasters who stayed in the back, those were Vanus, Gabrielle, and Feraniel. The dynamic worked well as the brawls weren't super muddy or chaotic. Anyone who needed to stick their head into the fight would do so, and those who were capable of launching their attacks from afar would take advantage of that. Before long, the Fellowship was successful in our mission, and the anchors were free of Daedra control.
We're running out of time. I'll make sure these anchors are destroyed. You have to keep moving. Place the light and disrupt this vortex.
I'm sticking with her, my friend. Gabrielle and me, we've been through a lot. I'm not going to leave her alone.
Darien.
No one else dies today. That's an order. Come on. Let's go set the light in place.
With all of the anchors secure, the Fellowship was free to move on to the final battlefield for the Coldharbour storyline. This was where I needed to place the Light of Meridia. In doing so, I'd unleash the full power of the Bright Lady, and if everything goes according to plan, it'd be enough to overpower Molag Bal.
The light approaches. It brightens the shadows. It attempts to break the darkness.
But the darkness is strong. Our Father, our God, He is the darkness. He shall repel if the light approaches. He will consume the light. He will tear it apart. He will destroy it. He will destroy
Our Father has spoken. He wishes us to challenge you, and you alone.
You believe that light can destroy my Planemeld? Your prince thinks I would allow this? She is more foolish than I thought.
The first trial against Molag Bal is to defeat his council. This involves taking on 3 named Jamora: Clorsatari, Keathar, and Verkenvale. Each council member is the embodiment of one of the 3 major classes in the game: a tank, an assassin, and a mage. Thanks to his dark magic, the Prince of Schemes has made it so that the other members of the Fellowship are incapacitated. They're unable to assist the Vestige with these matchups. Once the council members are dead though, the next stage of the fight occurs.
Most curious. This light powers you somehow. Meridia, where are you hiding?
Merely fetching those who would stand against you.
I'm tired of this game. Now you shall die.
Quickly, get behind my shield.
Did you think it would be that easy? My minions will tear you apart!
Gabrielle! Focus all your energy into this! We can't let up!
The only instruction for this step of the quest is to, quote, survive Molag Bal's assault. While Bal casts his spells at the Army of Meridia, the Prince of Light shields us and takes on the brunt of the force. It's clear though that Meridia can't withstand these attacks forever, and that's where Vanus and Gabrielle come in to help. So that just leaves myself, King Dinar, and Darien to combat the surrounding Daedra. Portals have opened up on the northern and southern sides of the battlefield. Darien does his best to combat the spawns from the north, while Elorian holds down the fort in the south. As for me, it's my job to jump from side to side, lending a hand wherever I can. Using all of the skills, abilities, gear, and techniques that I've learned thus far into my journey, I cut down whatever foe stands in my way. The nice part, or rather, where things never quite escalated, is that it was just Dremora that came through these portals. We never had to deal with anything greater or lesser than those. After some time had gone by and tensions reached their peak, Meridia spoke those glorious words.
The light is ready. Quickly, release it.
No! You cannot do this! I cannot fail!
Defeating the last of the surrounding attackers, I approached the crystal at the center of the battlefield and unleashed the full might of Meridia on the planar vortex.
Darien! Get back here! Darien!
In an instant, I'm brought back to the cathedral in Coldharbour. It's hard to tell what the outcome was, as the scene is quiet and calm. The only person nearby is Meridia, and chatting with her, she explains what had just happened.
The planar vortex is destroyed. Molag Bal's Planemeld is at an end. You are mortal. You began to die the moment you were born. You are not fully dead. Not yet. Your song has only just begun, and many verses still lay before you. The vortex has been destroyed. I designed this place to be familiar and calming to you. It is a small pocket of oblivion, under my protection. No harm will come to you here. Those present when you shattered the light were under my protection. They gather in the room beneath us, saying their farewells. Those who were not a part of the final battle, I cannot say. The Ayleid king suffered grievous wounds. He is near death, but he has not passed yet. Do you not see how singular you are? How remarkable? You entered the realm of a Daedric prince, gathered an army strong enough to fight his legions, and saved your mortal world. You are a valuable asset, mortal. You will be of great use to us. For the nonce, we require nothing. But the Dark Princes have taken notice of you, and they have plans, and plans within plans. Prepare yourself, and be ready when Oblivion calls.
So that's it. The planar vortex has been disrupted, the Great Shackle destroyed, and Molag Bal's plans have been foiled. As Meridia said, the Planemeld has met its end, and Nirn is now safe from the tyranny of Oblivion. Before I can celebrate though, I need to check in on the last Ayleid king, Lelorian Dinar.
My time has finally come, it seems. I have lived far longer than any of my people. Finally, I will be able to join them once more. Meridia's shield protected the others. Darien and I were outside the shield, dealing with Molag Bal's damn portals. I watched as light filled your body. You were a beacon, and the last thing I will ever see. Darkness fills my eyes. As the light erupted around me, someone pushed me closer to Meridia's shield. It was too late to save me, but it did bring me here. My fate doesn't matter. I'm gladdened by the thought that Nirn is safe. Then I shall rest well, knowing my final day, the final day of the Ayleid people, was spent saving Nirn from the clutches of Molag Bal. And I want you to have this. A gift from my people to the hero of Nirn, to honor you and those who fell beside me in this great battle. Thank you. May the spirits guide me on my way.
Completing the quests, King Dinar takes his last breath, and then he falls silent. With his death, that truly brings an end to the Heartland High Elves. The Ayleids are officially gone, and now, for a multitude of reasons, they're not forgotten. It's because of King Dinar's bravery, combat prowess, and dedication to the other races of Nirn that the world lives on. Maybe, just maybe, his heroic deeds will be able to rewrite some of the wrongs that the Wild Elves have done. So, that officially puts an end to the Planar Vortex. The Coldharbour storyline is done, and that's a major part of the Planemeld questline scratched off. Really, there's one final quest for this storyline. The Vestige needs to meet back up with the 5 companions, and from there, they need to recover my soul. While this mission probably seemed like the final hurrah for this story, the stakes and intensity actually only go up from here. With that, thus ends the quest, the final assault. Unfortunately, there's nothing left for me here in the cathedral. Even though it feels like there's still so much more to do, learn about, and discover, the trail in Coldharbour ends here. At the very least, mine does. Vanus's dialogue is about the final battle and how Meridia's holy flame practically destroyed everything in the vicinity. As for Gabrielle, she's mourning the loss of her guildmates as well as Darien. Gautier is unaccounted for, and the most logical answer for his disappearance is that he was blasted away by Meridia's light. As for the Daedric Prince herself, the dialogue is the exact same as our prior conversation. So with nothing else to follow up on here, I exited the chapel.
The hour has arrived, Vestige. The final confrontation with the God of Schemes is at hand. The 5 companions gather at the Harborage. Meet us there.
Oh, how I miss those calls from there in Aquilarius. Honestly, I miss Tamriel, Glenumbra, and even the Harborage. Feels like it's been forever since I've interacted with that side of the storyline. However, as per the notification from the Prophet, it's finally time to return home. Leaving the lively Hollow City behind, I returned to the rift that I had once traveled through and teleported back to Nirn. Arriving in Wayrest, I actually felt a sense of joy seeing all of the old NPCs and the other players. In a good way, life goes on in ESO, and because there's no more existential threat, everyone can carry on with their daily activities and routines. Plus, this stretch of Tamriel is far nicer on the eyes than Coldharbour ever was. Even though it's just a video game, you can really feel the difference between being in a realm like that and adventuring through a world like this. It's much more comfortable and familiar. In any case, returning to Glenumbra and entering the Harborage, all of the companions were still congregated at the HQ. I can only wonder if they knew what they had missed out on, and if they've questioned where I've been the last few days/weeks.
Your deeds have been nothing short of legendary. With the Planemeld at an end, Tamriel may yet endure. Now the time has come to confront Molag Bal and reclaim your soul. You must lead the 5 companions into this final battle. We are all of us prepared to sacrifice our lives to see this through to the end. Our plan is to use the Amulet of Kings to invest you with the power to do battle with the Daedric Prince. No doubt the God of Schemes has rallied his most powerful servants to his side, but his arrogance has already proven to be his undoing. He may not even consider you a threat. We shall endeavor to prove him utterly, catastrophically wrong.
As the old Tolkien quote goes, out of the frying pan and into the fire. Just when I wanted to leave Coldharbour behind, it pulls me back in. I knew it was coming too, but still, knowing that another great challenge lies ahead is another mental hurdle I'll need to get over.
I'll never get used to this place. Come here, Vestige. I'd like a word before we skip off merrily to our doom. The time is at hand. Stop second-guessing yourself. Stop questioning your resolve. Just stand up and do it. You're ready. This is it. The beginning of the blasted end. There's no point in pretending this isn't happening, or saying we're not ready. This challenge will not wait. Can you do what is necessary, no matter the cost? no matter how much it grieves you? There is always a choice, but you don't get to choose what is true. You only get to choose what you will do about it. Do you need a reminder about what lies ahead?
Nope, I remember what needs to happen. Varen, Lyris, or Sai's soul needs to be sacrificed in order for me to take on Molag Bal and set free all of the captured souls, including mine. I still have my mind made up on who it's going to be, and honestly, I don't know if there's much that the other two can say or do to change my decision. Traveling through the plains, the 5 companions and I took on groups of Daedra. This time, the enemies were seducers and harvesters. While not completely different to the other forms of Daedra I had just fought against, it was certainly a welcome change. As for the quote, final boss of this brief zone, the 5 of us ended up taking on a titan by the name of Balefire, the Implacable Guardian. Balefire was one heck of an opponent. It had over 1 million health points, making Balefire 10 times tankier than most of the other mini bosses that I've faced thus far. To put it into perspective, this Guardian has around the same HP as Mannimarco did when I fought against him all those quests ago. I'm sure you all remember how long that fight took me as well. What's more, Balefire had as much ferocity as it did HP. Some of its attacks were able to knock down chunks of my health. Even with 4 other party members doing their best and throwing everything they had at it, the Titan was holding its ground. Things even got a little scary when every other companion was downed and Balefire turned its attention towards me. I really had to do my best to stay on top of my siphoning skills here too, or else I would have been a goner. After a lengthy brawl, Balefire the Implacable Guardian had fallen, and the 5 companions were free to advance onwards. Well, interestingly, at this point in the game, I did have to step away for a moment, and upon my return, I noticed that Balefire had actually respawned. I couldn't believe it. I thought for sure that he was a one-and-done encounter, but it seems as though the vestige can just keep grinding off of it. In any case, I just cast one of my shadow abilities, slipped past the Titan, and called it a day. Unfortunately, I had no interest in redoing that battle. The path beyond Balefire led the team to the next zone, the Heart's Grief Vestibule. This was an incredibly interesting area. It seemed to be Molag Bal's personal torture chamber. It was guarded by a Titan, one that was much weaker than Balefire, as well as a handful of skeletons, and that's pretty much it. The other NPCs in here were actually ones that I had already gotten acquainted with, including the Guest of Honor, the King of Worms himself. Before speaking with Mannimarco, my attention was brought to another screaming NPC. It turns out that the Duchess of Anguish had secured herself a prison cell here too. Chatting with her, her dialogue isn't anything more than swearing vengeance and asking Sai Sahan to release her. Of course, Sai denies the request and completely dismisses the Duchess. An interesting encounter, but really, the main act here is Mannimarco.
You come to gloat at my torment, or is your appearance here a part of it? I am neither alive nor dead. I am trapped in a gouge of ash and bile and swirling vapors. My ears are filled with the screams of 1,000 nails being drawn, and the pain is endless. I am his plaything, and an abject lesson to others who would thwart him. My plan was flawless. My machinations were executed to perfection. I would have been a god if not for you. My only consolation is that you will know this pain soon enough. Arrogant, presumptuous, egotistical twaddle. A bit of costume jewelry is nothing compared to the Master's power. I expect I'll be seeing you soon. My only joy for the rest of eternity will be hearing your tortured screams. After all that transpired, I killed you, you simpleton. I saw your life gutter and fade like a candle flame in a tempest. My undead servants drank your blood, and I reanimated your corpse. Do not taunt me with such hilarity.
Mannimarco. He was a backstabbing hypocrite with the delusions of godhood. The fool got precisely what he deserved.
So this was quite the strange decision. I had the option to release Mannimarco from his binds. He absolutely did not deserve to be released, but guess what? I ended up doing it anyway.
Actually released me? Naive fool. Future generations will pay for your weakness!
Are you insane? That worm didn't deserve your mercy.
Why do I get the feeling we're going to regret this?
Up until this point, generosity has netted me plenty of benefits and rewards. It's happened countless times with a bunch of other NPCs in this questline, so I assumed that releasing Mannimarco would have the same sort of effect. Maybe he'd come back and help out the companions in some vengeance-ridden quest against Molag Bal. Spoiler alert, that never ended up happening. In fact, nothing comes of his escape with respect to the storyline. Mannimarco is obviously needed for the events of the Third Era, so he was bound to be set free at some point. I just wish I had left him there a little longer, that's all. In any case, the trail leads the 5 companions through a small section called the Path of Woe. After a single encounter with a harvester, we're brought to the next zone, the Seat of Tyranny. This is where I'm forced to make the decision on whose soul gets sacrificed.
There. That place should serve us well. Let us assemble and prepare the ritual.
What do you suppose this place was?
A temple of some kind. The Dark Anchors may have pulled it into Coldharbour. Perhaps it was created by the Daedra to mock the Divines.
What does it matter? We can't wait any longer. We must perform the ritual. Vestige, it is time for you to make your decision.
Speaking with Abner, he walks me through what exactly is about to happen.
Yes, this will be close enough, I think. Are you prepared? No one is more surprised than I. They are willing to sacrifice themselves to save the world, yet they will never hear a single word of thanks. A funny thing for a selfish man to say, isn't it? I'd better be careful not to learn anything from this. I've no idea. Speak to them. Let their own words convince you. But once the choice is made, there is no turning back. The harvest of a fresh soul will no doubt bring Molag Bal's attention upon us. You must take that opportunity to strike him down. We've already been over this. You need an infusion of divine power to even consider challenging a Daedric prince. The Amulet of Kings can give you that power, but at the cost of a life. The Amulet of Kings is a relic of Akatosh, the dragon god of time. His powers embody the qualities of perseverance and invincibility, while promoting the virtues of duty, service, and obedience. Make of that what you will.
Even though I have made my decision, I still decided to speak with the other 3 companions, just in case there were any last words that could have possibly changed my mind.
I see that look in your eye, Vestige, and I wonder, am I to be the one? Know that I would consider it a great honor. It would be a fine death. When you live each day as if it were your last, as I have, eventually you will be right. I was born to die a hero's death. I've always known this. I have always been prepared for it. I once swore to protect my Emperor, and failed. I cannot allow him to sacrifice his life in my place. Nor can I ask this of Lyris, my snow lily. She is more important to me than she will ever know. Please, give me this honor.
We've had some crazy adventures, haven't we? But adventures are what you call them when everybody comes back alive, so maybe they've come to an end. I don't regret any of it, though. Not for a moment. My father once told me that the most important thing anyone can know is what they would die for. I know that now. I feel like I've already lived a dozen lifetimes. I'm so tired. And I look forward to seeing my parents again in Sovngarde. If my death has meaning, then so will my life. It would be my great honor if you would choose me.
Remember, Vestige. We fight for our people. We fight for Tamriel. Evil might be kept at bay for a time, but it can never be completely eradicated. What is important is that we resist it, that we fight on and keep fighting. Very little. The scrolls can see many things, even possible futures, but they are not infallible, and they will not make this choice for you. You cannot cross the sea simply by standing and considering the water. Be strong, Vestige, and act. There is no such thing as a safe choice. there are only other choices. Oblivion did not make me a monster. It just confirmed my own worst fears about myself. It would be fitting and honorable if you were to choose me. It would be a fine death.
So here's my choice, which, mind you, is unchanged even after hearing everyone out. I think Varen Aquilarius is the perfect sacrifice. Technically, the Planemeld and Soulburst began with him. It was his ambitions and ideas that led the companions to using the Amulet of Kings to, quote, become a dragonborn ruler. I see no reason why this questline shouldn't end with him trying to make amends. Plus, I feel as though there's still so much story to be told for both Sai and Lyris. They both have very interesting backgrounds, and I know they can make a difference out in the world still. For Varen though, I think this is it, and that this is exactly where his story should come to a close.
Position yourself over there, Vestige, and brace yourself.
Stepping into the beam of light, Varen approaches Abner, and the other two companions say their goodbyes.
We'll never forget you, sire. Or your sacrifice.
Great Akatosh, dragon god of time, forgive me for my hubris. Grant your divine power to the Vestige, and restore your protection to Tamriel, that my sacrifice might not be in vain.
History may not remember your sacrifice, but those present here will never forget it. Divines of Tamriel, with this vessel of your power, the Amulet of Kings, I call upon your strength. Let this noble sacrifice be a testament to our desire to set things right and restore balance to the Mundus. Your champion stands ready. Accept this offering and imbue this vestige with your glory. Let the will of Molag Bal be denied. Vestige, now is the time. You must ascend the path and face the Daedric Prince. You must face the God of Schemes alone. I will get the others to safety. Go!
With Varen's death, the amulet was able to absorb his energy and grant my character with godlike powers. I'm now equipped with armor that looks similar to the Imperial Dragon armor from Oblivion. My character is also glowing, a sign that Aedric power now flows through his veins. From here, I leave the company of the 5 companions and continue the crawl alone.
Your continued meddling has reached an end, hero of Tamriel.
No matter my weapon of choice, I seem to be incredibly buffed up. Most of the Daedra are vanquished with a shot or two from my bow or with a heavy swing from my melee weapons. I think it more so acts as a demonstration of the Vestige's new powers and just how strong they become thanks to the sacrifice.
What is this foolishness? Has your tiny mortal mind snapped? Do you really think you can defeat me?
Along the way, Molag Bal tries to taunt the Vestige. He tries to get inside my head and will periodically hurl pot shots at me. However, as I've come to learn, these are defensive tactics. I am a formidable foe now, and he knows it. He knows that with my newfound powers, I stand a chance at actually beating him and releasing those souls. Speaking of which, of the newfound abilities that I've gained, I now have access to Aedric commands. These are more so scripted events than they are ultimate powers that can be used in, say, combat, but they're still pretty neat to witness. I'm able to burn holes through mountains and can move rocks to build bridges. Since I know these abilities are not forever, I definitely won't take them for granted.
Still you fight on? Do you care nothing for your own existence?
As I get closer and closer to the Daedric Prince, he continues to throw as much at me as he can. Daedroth, Seducers, and even Titans. Again though, the fact that I can kill a Titan in just 3 tags goes to show that this Daedric resistance is all in vain. My meeting with Molag Bal is inevitable, and now it's time for the final showdown of the storyline.
I am God of Oblivion, who are less than nothing.
As Bal is about to squash my character like a bug, I'm prompted to use my Aedric command once more. Casting a beam of energy at the Prince of Domination, this seems to catch him off guard. The prince's gigantic form gets destroyed, and what's left of it is nothing more than ashes in the wind.
Your pathetic Adric trinket can't defeat me. I am Molag Bal, Lord of Domination.
It's funny, I was too distracted by his crumbling form to realize that the real fight had just begun. While still huge, Molag Bal is nowhere near as big as he once presented himself as. This makes for an even playing field between the Vestige and the Daedric Prince. So, right out the gate, let me tell you, this could have very well been the longest boss fight I've experienced in any video game ever, and I've played through Dark Souls 1 and Elden Ring. Do you see how little his health moves when I let off my most powerful attacks? It barely budges. You'd have to whip out a microscope to actually see it decrease. This is because Molag Bal has almost 20 million health points. Remember the comments I made about Balefire the Implacable Guardian and how the Titan's health was like a brick house? Well, Bal is literally 20 times tankier than Balefire was, and I'm fighting him alone. This matchup will forever be ingrained in my memory, I can promise you that. Also, worth pointing out is that when this game came out, players had to be level 50 to do this quest. At some point, it was dropped to 40, but even with that in mind, I'm level 20. I'm less than half of the required strength it once took to even look at Molag Bal. It's 100% all my doing, but I've been thrown into the cage with a door locked behind me, wielding nothing more than a bow and some epic weapons. Now, I will say this, while extremely long, the fight with Molag Bal was not necessarily difficult. After 4 minutes of direct combat, you learn almost everything there is to about your opponent. I could identify his combos before he unleashed them, and I knew which moves to look out for. All things considered, Molag Bal's arsenal wasn't that vast. Plus, as long as I made sure to keep some magicka in my tank for the Swallow Soul ability, I'd never have to worry about my health bar. Only once did the Prince of Corruption do something completely out of left field, and it was in the beginning of the fight. He summoned close to half a dozen Titans to aid him in the battle. Again, luckily, because my character was still buffed up from Varen's sacrifice, I could defeat each one with just a few swings. Honestly, while I'd like to comment more on this Molag Bal fight, it was just incredibly repetitive. It was pretty much the same sort of events for 8 minutes straight. He'd do the same combos, I'd perform the same combos back, and our little dance would continue. Unlike Mana Marco's fight, Bal's was straightforward, and there weren't any phases or stages to it, minus the Titans. As his health got lower, the sun did start to shine in Coldharbour, or at the very least, it was some form of light. I'm not sure if this was a scripted event, symbolizing that as his health wanes, the power of warmth and brightness will take over the realm, or if the fight really just took that long for me to complete. For my sake, I hope it's the former. Finally, when Molag Bal's health hit a certain threshold, the Vestige performed the finishing blow. This is what ended the boss fight, and really, what wrapped up the entirety of the Planemeld questline.
Come forward, Vestige. You are safe for now. Something precious to you has been riven from Stonefire's being. I have brought it here for you to reclaim.
All of a sudden, I'm brought to this strange realm. It appears to be filled with what almost looks like coral. Really though, it's probably what a purified Daedric realm looks like. When the ashes, fire, and death are cleared, they can almost be peaceful and quite serene. At the back of this tiny pocket realm, I'm led to the final stop on this journey, my soul. Defeating Molag Bal has allowed me to reclaim the essence that makes my character whole, and with it, this story comes to an end.
I congratulate you, little insect. Your sting is formidable. You have bested me and released 1,000 times 1,000 souls back into the Mundus. For the moment, your world is spared, but my grand scheme has only begun to unfold. Excellent. Your power shall prove useful in the coming conflicts. You've made a great and terrible enemy this day. Your world would have been better off if the Planemeld had succeeded, had you bowed before me and accepted eternal servitude. I would have protected you. There are worse masters than I. Far worse.
You are but a phantom here in my domain, Stonefire. The mortal prophecies of the scrolls have been fulfilled. Leave this place and return to your pit.
You have a powerful ally. Did you know that she would bring you here? What future role has she to play in this grand cosmic farce, I wonder? Yeah. Your meddling has already cost me too much. A cursed creature of light and flame. This farce no longer amuses me.
Well, there you have it. It turns out I'm in Meridia's Daedric sphere. This is considered to be quite the honor, as according to legend, her realm is quite secretive and obscured for mortals.
Your soul is restored. I can see its light within you. And you have saved your world from a great calamity. But know this, mortal. The forces of Oblivion are legion, and the God of Schemes is but a single player in a complex battle for supremacy. You have wounded him gravely. It will be some time before his power is restored. As your enemy fell, the one you call Abner Tharn took Chim El Adabal and fled. He returns to the land from whence he came, the place you call Citadel. The amulet's power has been expended for a generation or more. The Imperial will not be able to use it, nor will he profit from it, though he will spend many frustrated years in the attempt. The tear in the veil between Oblivion and Nirn has been repaired. Your world is safe for now. Gone forever, but their memory remains. I can see the light burning brightly behind your eyes. Your friend is a part of you now, just as the strength of the Divines burns like a flame within your renewed soul. Your story has only begun. Molag Bal still has plans for you. In many ways, these events played out to his advantage, and you have attracted the attention of the other Daedric princes as well. The war between mortal kingdoms is still ravaging your world, but your true enemies are not mortal. If you are to be prepared for the coming conflicts, you must fully comprehend what is at stake. You must live among those you make war upon. Indeed. When you return to Tamriel, go to the place you call the Harborage. My gift awaits you there. It will allow you to travel to other lands and hide your true nature from those who would see you as a foe. I have no more desire to keep you here than you had to remain in Coldharbour. I shall return you to your little den in the wild. Your surviving companions await you there. Are you prepared to leave?
With a flash of lights, I'm teleported back to Coldharbour. Sai Sahan, Lyris Titanborn, and the MVP himself, Sir Cadwell the Knight, are here as well.
What happened? How did we get here? I remember being overwhelmed, but then I...
Right, sorry about that. I called in a bit of help to pull you out of there. I do hope I didn't overstep my bounds.
Snow Lily,
I know, Sai. It's over. It's all over.
Well then, happy endings all round. Smashing. Who's got the brandy?
Wait, where is Tharn? Did he survive?
He vanished. Ran off, I think. And he took the amulet you chaps found with it.
Closing the chapters of the remaining companions, I spoke with Sai and Lyris one final time.
You're not going to get all weepy with me, are you? I mean, I've got that stoic reputation to maintain. What now? For you, it seems there's more to do. For us, we've seen too much, my friend. Been through too much. I think it's time for us to go. Sai and I talked about it a few days ago. What would happen if we both survived. I'd like to go back to the Abbey of Blades with him and help them rebuild. Maybe someday. It's not as though I'm dropping off the face of Tamriel. And if not, well, I'm sure there's a seat for you in Sovngarde. If you get there first, save me a cold mug of mead.
This is where our roads diverge. For a time, there was much to rebuild there, and I owe it to Kasura to bring her the news of our victory, personally. Snow Lily and I, well, maybe we shall finally have some time to ourselves. To what end? No, let him return to his Imperial city. He played his role, and that is enough. Grudges are like poison to the spirit. But perhaps, once the Abbey of Blades has been rebuilt, I have never been content to remain in one place for too long. It is not my nature. Eventually, I am overcome by the need to endanger myself. Between comfort and adventure, I always choose adventure. I would like that. It has been a singular honor, Vestige. Although I suppose that name is no longer appropriate, is it? Varen would be proud of you. I know we are.
And the final bit of business for this story ends with Cadwell. He's the one who shows my character what else is in store. At the back of the Harborage, there's now a mysterious crystal that draws all the attention. This is Meridia's gift, aka New Game Plus.
I take it you ran into Lady Meridia. Lovely woman, charming, we get on famously. While you lot were having yourselves an epic row, I gave her a shout, asked if she'd be willing to help us out if things went badly. The trick of it was the timing. With every blow to that Daedric windbag, you freed hundreds of souls. She was able to catch yours before it wandered off. Jolly good trick, that. This is delightful. Worlds saved, heroes gone their separate ways, and this knight has a new mistress to serve. Bravo. Couldn't be happier. Smashing. Truly. I'm positively chuffed things have gone so well. To be completely honest, I didn't think we had a ghost of a chance. But then, if we went up against overwhelming odds, we wouldn't be heroes, would we? Still itching for more adventure? Smashing. Have you ever wondered what would have happened if you'd woken up somewhere else? Washed up on a different beach? My new mistress provided me with the means to help you if you're up for the challenge. Touch Meridia's light and see the world through the eyes of your former enemies. But, fair warning, you will no longer be seen as a great champion. Even familiar faces will see you as a soulless drifter lost in an unfamiliar land. What say you?
If I'd wished to play through the other Alliance's storylines, such as the Dominions or the Pacts, I could use the light of Meridia to do so. I'd lose my renown as the hero of Tamriel, but the idea would be that I'd get to experience a different side of the story. Plus, before the 1 Tamriel update, this was the only way that players would get to explore the other territories of the continent without having to make a whole new character. Then, when you complete a second Alliance's story and wrap up with Cadwell's Silver, you get to go through Cadwell's Gold, which allows you to play through the third and final faction's questline. Perhaps when I get to that point after completing the Covenant's arc, I'll return to the Harborage in search of the next adventure. For now though, I think it's best to celebrate the end of the Planemeld and its respective questline. The Hollow City has been restored, the Planemeld has come to an end, Molag Bal has been defeated, and the Vestige got their soul back. Varen Aquilarius was chosen to be sacrificed so that I could take on the Daedric Prince, and as it stands, he's moved on to the Elderscrolls Afterlife. In fact, I received a token of his, the Emperor's Blessing. It's Varen's old staff, and while neat, it's best used on mages and characters whose skills align with the arcane. Maybe one day I'll look into building something like that with my character here. As a little FYI, the token you get at the end completely depends on who you sacrificed. If it was Lyris, you get a Rax. If it was Sai, you get the Sword Saint's Blade. Speaking of which, we get to hear firsthand what comes of the other companions. Sai and Lyris return to the Valley of Blades in order to rebuild the Abbey and help train the next stage of warriors. Will something romantic happen between them? I guess that's for all of us to find out, but I'm guessing probably not. As for Abner, he runs off with the Amulet of Kings, and honestly, that's not surprising. He's likely returned to his seat of power in Citadel, and no doubt, he's trying to figure out how he can use the amulet to better the Empire and his family. If you recall, I did once say that as soon as our partnership no longer benefits him, Abner will turn his back on the companions. Again, I have a feeling it's not the last I'll see of Tharn, whether that ends up being for the better or for the worse. Beyond that, I'm done. Thus ends God of Schemes, and that brings an end to ESO's Planemeld storyline. Honestly, I really enjoyed my time playing through this questline. Gameplay-wise, it was certainly different. Experiencing the world of the Elderscrolls in an MMO environment is just so out of the norm for this franchise, but honestly, it was done really well. In terms of story, this felt exactly like something I'd play through in any of the other Elder Scrolls games, and I mean that in a great way. Honestly, the highlight for me was the characters. I thought that their designs, backgrounds, lore, and personalities were excellent. I think the developers did a great job at fleshing them out and building NPCs that are both interesting and novel to the universe. As for the lows, really, it's just the reuse of certain ideas and, well, characters. For example, the concepts of the Dark Anchors and the Planemeld were fantastic. Those are new ideas for the Elder Scrolls universe that work really well. However, needing to use the Amulet of Kings to stop this Oblivion crisis and defeat a Daedric prince have already been done. I would have rathered the Skyrim route where an actual Elder Scrolls needed to deal with these issues. This way, new lore is presented to the players and it doesn't dilute or change anything within the other installments. As for the idea of reoccurring characters or family names, I loved Abner Tharn. The idea of Jagger Tharn's great ancestor accompanying the 5 companions while exhibiting questionable morals is fantastic. That really helps to plant the seeds of Jagger's downfall in the Third Era. As for someone like Mannimarco though, I still don't know how I feel about him. He had a better presence in ESO than he did in Oblivion, so I'll give him that. But was it better than Daggerfall? I really don't think so. The calmness and mysteriousness to the King of Worms is what made him seem so powerful and intimidating. You couldn't tell what his angle was, and because of that, it was hard to determine just how evil he truly was. However, in ESO, Mannimarco wears his heart on his sleeve, and there's really nothing to guess at. He's over the top and overly animated. I'm not saying that's a bad thing, but it certainly takes away from the intimidation factor that Bethesda had given him in Daggerfall, which in turn changes his character a little bit. Either way, likes and dislikes to the side, I really did think this story was excellent. Personally, because ESO has always been seen as the black sheep of the family, I never really gave it the chance that it deserved. I always dismissed it due to outside opinions and my own prejudices. However, as my adventure went on, seeing just how wrong I was for thinking like that. There are plenty of amazing stories to tell in this universe, and ESO is an excellent platform to convey them. Blown away by the detail and effort that was poured into this game, and my only hope is that I've inspired some of you to either hop back into it, or at the very least give it a chance. Honestly, if you love this universe and are yearning for more adventures in the Elder Scrolls, I think this is the game for you, and what better way to start it than the Planemeld storyline. Thank you everyone for joining me on this journey. I'm still learning as I go here, but I'm having fun, and that's what matters the most. I'd love to hear your thoughts on the Planemeld questline, and I guess the Coldharbour one as well, and until next time, keep on adventuring.